Chapter 417. 5 days had passed since the murder at the observatory. It was still early for Yushu to leave Xian's mansion. She first went back to the old courtyard on Huixing Street in the south of the city. She arranged for Zhou Hu and Zhou Yingying to watch the door of the mansion given by Lu Tan, and bought some things on the busy street. In the afternoon, she returned to Taisher Shuyuan with a thick bag of books. She clearly felt a sense of loneliness. It was spring and the sun was warm. When she walked around in the Shuyuan a few days ago, she could see students wandering around. Today, she passed through several courtyards and went to the vicinity of the female dormitory, but she didn't see many people. There were 4 middle-aged female servants guarding the door of the inner courtyard of the female dormitory. Usually they took turns to clean the courtyard and prevent men from breaking in. At night, they took turns to keep watch and be careful of candles. Such simple manpower was enough on weekdays. However, when the murder happened, it made the female students living here nervous. Although the person didn't die in the female dormitory, many people still packed up and went back to the mansion the next day. Until now, there were only a few who were bold and lived outside the city. Walking to the door of the east courtyard, Yushu paid special attention to the door of Ji Xingxuan's room next door. It was locked. Then she opened the door and entered her own room. As usual, she checked the door and windows to make sure that the hair she tied to the window lattice was not broken. There were 7 rooms in the row facing south in the east courtyard. The layout was the same. There was a small hall and a bedroom on the left side. The small hall faced the inner courtyard with a window, and one side was closed. The bedroom was the opposite. The window was opened on the north wall. The window was 3 feet high and the width of the 2 windows was open enough for a person to jump in. Yushu casually put the bag in her hand on the ground. She opened the window and looked out. Not far away was a courtyard wall. There was a row of trees under the wall. The ground was paved with stone slabs to prevent water from accumulating when it rained. Relying on her height, Yushu tiptoed half of her body out and turned her head to the right. He could easily see the window of Ji Xingxuan's room, which was not far away. Just like yesterday, it was tightly shut. She shrank back again and paced the bedroom. Taking out 3 copper coins from his waist, he walked to the table and tossed them a few times. Seeing that it was a good sign, he decisively put away the copper coins, grabbed the thick bag he had brought, and moved a stool to the window. He nimbly flipped over the window. After walking along the wall for a dozen steps, Yushu came to the back window of Ji Xingxuan's bedroom. She reached into her bosom and took out a thin 2N copper hairpin that she bought at a street stall that afternoon. She stood on her tiptoes and felt her way through the crack of the window to the position of the latch. She inserted the hairpin into the latch and carefully pried it open. The moment he pushed open the window, Yushu's heartbeat was only a little faster than usual. They knew that Ji Xingxuan was involved in a murder case, but they couldn't arrest her because they didn't have concrete evidence. Since it was related to Jing Chun, he couldn't act rashly. But if he didn't do anything, Yushu would be flustered. After all, there was a life waiting for her. If she didn't do something, she would feel guilty. Back then, she had chosen to stay in the dead man's room not because she wanted to prove that she was brave, but because she wanted to deal with Ji Xingxuan, who was harboring evil intentions. She entered Ji Xingxuan's bedroom easier than expected. She left her shoes outside the window and stepped on the clean floor in her socks. The soles of her feet were a little cold. She looked around Ji Xingxuan's room. There was a bed and a cabinet in the same style as the ones in the library. On the desk by the window, there were neatly stacks of books. The inkstone was dry. It was obvious that the owner hadn't touched the ink these days. Yushu wiped the dust from her palms on her waist and walked to the table to sweep it. She casually flipped through a few books and put them back in their original positions. She looked up and saw a large folding fan hanging high on the wall in front of her. Under the fan was a piece of white jade. The surface of the fan was blank, without even a single word. Yushu took a closer look. It was not difficult to find the patterns carved on the white jade. There was nothing special about it. She carefully identified the hidden ribs of the fan and immediately sneered. What a good dragon-subduing wooden fan. This old peachwood was the best at restraining ghosts. A small piece was worth more than gold. To make such a big fan, it was even more wasteful than making a wooden sword to drive away ghosts. Placing it in the sleeping area and deliberately covering it with the fan, it was like deceiving oneself. If it wasn't because one had a guilty conscience, what else could it be? After walking around the room again, Yushu discovered that not only was there a peachwood fan, but there were also hidden items at the foot of Ji Xingxuan's bed, the top of the door, and even the back of the mirror. Just these items alone were worth several thousand taels of silver in a small bedroom. Yushu was more and more sure that Xia Jiangying's death had something to do with Ji Xingxuan. She really admired her for having the courage to move next door to avoid suspicion. She was not afraid of the door ringing in the middle of the night. When the rabbit died, the fox grieved. Yushu and Xia Jiangying and Chao Yiling had only met once or twice. They were far from being friends. However, she and Ji Xingxuan had an irreconcilable hatred. With such a vicious person constantly thinking about her, Yushu was worried that a long delay would bring trouble. She still clearly remembered the day when she found Chao Yiling's body. She went back to the girl's room to sleep. In the daytime, she dreamed that Xia Jiangying, covered in blood, and Chao Yiling, whose face was black and blue, sat on the edge of her bed. Xia Jiangying sneered and whispered in her ear, "If you continue to stand by, the next one to die will be you." Yushu did not believe in evil, but she believed in karma. Therefore, after that nightmare, she did not intend to stand by and watch. Otherwise, she would not be at peace, and her heart would not be at peace. Yushu took a deep breath and pulled herself together. She pulled open the bag in her hand and took out the things inside. She hid them in a corner of the room that even the owner would not be able to find. She checked again to make sure that she didn't leave any traces. Then, she climbed out of the window and hung the window from the outside using the same method she used to come in. She put on her shoes and returned to her room through the back window. Who would have thought that a dignified female fortune teller would commit such a thieving act in broad daylight? Yushu sat in the room for a while, found a few books on the table, and put them into the empty bag. Carrying it, she locked the door and left. Before dusk, Yushu returned to Wangji restaurant. At the back door, she saw two waiters holding tea trays and whispering to each other. She frowned and hurriedly sent them away to do their work. The business of Wangji restaurant wasn't as crowded as it was when it first opened. However, the regular customers were fixed. At the beginning, the few waiters who served tea and food weren't enough. Therefore, Lin Fu hired a few more people, but they weren't as good as Gui Qi and Gui Ba. It was inevitable that some of them would slack off. The girl is back. Xiao Qing saw Yushu upstairs. She and Xiao Dai were two maids. If Yushu was not around, they would only serve the female customers who came to the restaurant. When Yushu came, they had to put down their work and follow her closely. Therefore, compared to the other people in the restaurant, their days were the most relaxed. When Yushu walked to the stairs, Xiao Qing had already trotted down. Yushu turned to look at Shui Rui's closed door and hesitated. In the end, she did not ask if Shui Rui would come back for lunch. She went upstairs with a heavy heart. She had been staying in the restaurant for the past few days, so the door was not locked. When Yushu opened the door, she was stunned when she looked up. She saw that on the long couch in the living room, there were more than a dozen neatly stacked scrolls. There were at least 100 of them. Chapter 418. Yushu found the servants to move all the files in the living room to the study. There was not enough space on the table, so she asked them to find another table and place it by the wall. The sky was still bright. Yushu casually flipped through a few files and found that there were not only records of murder cases, but also some cases that involved heavy punishments. However, they were all related to calamities, which was exactly what she wanted. When she thought of the day when she could complete a single calamity rule and evolve it into a more profound set of divination, she could truly judge calamities. Yushu couldn't help but feel excited. She had to do it. Without any delay, Yushu asked the maids to prepare a brush and ink. After careful consideration, she flipped open a file of a case from a certain place. She first copied down the different calamities, recorded on it, and organized them so that she could make predictions later. She did this until the sky was completely dark outside. She only managed to read the second file. "Miss, have dinner first. It won't be too late to work after that." Xiao Qing came in with tea and reminded her warmly. Yushu put down her brush and rubbed her fingers. She put the paper, which was still wet with ink, on the small stack of notes that she had written on it. She stood up and stretched. She looked at the sky outside the window and asked casually, "Has your young master returned?" Xiaoqing put down the tray and handed the tea to her. She said obediently, "He just came back. I went downstairs to make tea. Gongzi called me and asked about you. I heard you were busy, so I didn't let anyone come up to disturb you. Miss Gongzi didn't order food. Are you going downstairs or eating in the room?" Yushu hesitated for a moment. She glanced at the box full of files by her feet. She didn't want to leave Shuirui hanging, so she said, "Go downstairs and tell him. I'll go wash my hands." Yes. Shuirui originally thought that Yushu, who avoided him in the morning before dawn, would ignore him for 2 days. But the fact was that he was sitting at the same table with her for dinner. "I'll need about a month to sort out the files in the Supreme Court. Do you want to return them together or send them back after I finish reading them?" Yushu asked as she picked up some vegetables. Shuirui looked at her nonchalant look, and he simply wanted to suspect that he didn't do anything last night. "Oh, you don't have to go through so much trouble. I'll send it back after you're done." Yushu nodded and didn't thank him again. She chatted with him from time to time as she usually did when they ate together. Her expression couldn't be more natural. This made Shuirui a little depressed. He would rather she lose her temper and put on a stern face. It was good to live like this, as if nothing had happened. Which girl wouldn't blush or get angry after being kissed? Should he say that she had a good temper, or did she not take it seriously at all? After dinner, Yushu sat downstairs for a while before saying goodbye to Shuirui and going upstairs. "Brother, rest early. I'll go back and continue to sort out those cases." "Well, don't stay up too late," Shuirui reminded her. When she walked to the door, he stopped her again. "Don't get up so early tomorrow. Come with me." There was a moment of embarrassment on Yushu's face. Fortunately, her back was facing Shuirui, so he didn't see it. "Oh." After going upstairs, Yushu returned to the room. She sent all the maids away and closed the door. Only then did she relax. She rubbed her sore face and lay down on the soft couch. She was exhausted from putting on airs the whole dinner. However, Shuirui was a shrewd man. If she dared to glance at him more or say a word less, he could see something wrong. She didn't want that guy to find out that she was kissed by him last night. Like a fool, he started to be infatuated. After lying down for a while, Yushu sat up and strode into the study, ready to work. She was busy with many things these days. How could she have the leisure to think about men? The next day, Yushu and Shuirui went to the Taisher library together in a carriage. One carried a pen and a box of ink, and wanted to go to the library to copy. The other went straight to the observatory, and called the official on duty for questioning. The Supreme Court sent a small team of people to search every inch of the observatory and the surrounding land, but they still did not find any suspicious clues. Other than the note that identified Jing Qin and the rope that was used to strangle Chao Yuling, there was no other evidence that pointed to the murderer. Shuirui didn't plan to make a wasted trip today. He asked someone to find the subordinate who had been following Jing Qin for the past few days. "Where is Daozi now?" "Reporting to Your Excellency. Daozi is reading in the East Courtyard." "Isn't he going to give a lecture today?" Although Shuirui sent people to monitor Jing Qin, he didn't restrict his freedom. Therefore, after the incident, Jing Qin still gave lectures to the students of the Taisher library. He just couldn't go to the observatory to practice. "This, Your Excellency doesn't know. The deceased went to a private meeting because of a note from Daozi. These days, most of the students who came to study with Daozi said they were sick. Today Daozi arrived early in the morning, but I haven't seen any students." Shuirui thought for a while and understood. Gossip was a fearful thing. Even though Jing Qin had a noble status, this matter concerned a person's life and a woman's chastity. Before the truth was revealed, how many people would dare to get close to him? Even the female student who had defended him the other day had to cherish herself more. "Let's go. Take me there." Shuirui walked through layers of steps and entered the fragrant hut built on the stone hill of the flower garden. He pushed aside the bamboo curtain hanging under the eaves and saw Jing Qin sitting on the ground. In this place where birds were singing and flowers were fragrant, there was green outside the window and smoke curling up from the stove. On a mat woven from lantern grass, the man was wearing a silver-gray Taoist robe with wide sleeves hanging on his knees. He held a scroll in one hand and read it with his head lowered. Only a pair of indifferent eyebrows could be seen. It was as elegant as a painting. Although Shui Rui had some prejudice against Jing Chen, he had to admit that the man in front of him had a strong character. There was no one else like him in the entire Anling city. When Jing Chen heard the sound of the curtain, he raised his head calmly and saw Shui Rui in front of the door. He wasn't surprised and flipped the scroll in his hand to the side. Lord Shui. Shui Rui walked in and looked around the quiet room. He said to Jing Chen, "Taoist's place is quiet. Are there no students here today?" Jing Chen said calmly, "They are afraid because the murder case has not been solved." Shui Rui walked over to the wide-open window and glanced at the dense greenery outside the window. Then he turned around and asked, "If Taoist child isn't the culprit that lured young Miss Chow to death, then the real culprit would surely want to frame you. Aren't you worried? Blessings and misfortunes have their own reasons. I don't need to worry." Jing Chen sat motionlessly on the mat. There was not a trace of emotion in his eyes. Shui Rui suddenly sneered and asked, "Someone killed a person just to frame you. The victim is innocent. Don't you feel guilty?" Jing Chen frowned slightly and became silent. Shui Rui could tell that he wasn't completely unmoved, so he seized the opportunity and asked, "Judging from the current situation, the murderer is coming for you. Why would someone have such a grudge against you that they'd kill without hesitation? Do you have an idea?" "I can't think of it. Or I don't want to say it." Shui Rui did not intend to let him stay out of it. According to his and Yushu's inference, this murder case was likely to involve the group of people who caused Jing Chen to lose his memory. This was not just a murder case. Shui Rui knew quite a lot of inside information about Jing Chen's encounter when he left the mountain and entered the capital. For example, that group of people did not kill Jing Chen. Instead, they used some means to make him lose his memory and abandon him on the river. For example, after Jing Chen's memory was restored, but he could not remember how he was framed on the road. This created a mystery. No one knew where this group of people came from or why they wanted to harm Jing Chen, the princess's son, who had a special status. Shui Rui had grown up in the capital city, so he was used to seeing power. He acutely smelled the scent of a conspiracy from these two faintly related incidents. He had a feeling that if he was unable to find the culprit, then the young lady of the Chow family would definitely not be the last innocent person to lose her life because of this. Under Shui Rui's aggressive gaze, Jing Chen's expression was a little thought-provoking. He frowned at first and then lowered his head. After thinking for a while, he raised his head and looked at Shui Rui with a hesitant expression. He was also a little confused. "I can't think of anything." Shui Rui was disappointed. He could see that Jing Chen was not lying. He had heard from Yushu that Jing Chen did not lie, but he still did not give up. He wanted to find out something from Jing Chen, so he walked over and stopped in front of him. He continued to ask, "Then have you ever thought about who could imitate your handwriting so well?" Imitating handwriting was not a very difficult thing. Among the calligraphy masters that Shui Rui knew, there were two people who could imitate the handwriting so well that it was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. But this needed to be done with reference to the person's handwriting and a lot of effort. In other words, the person who could do this must have seen Jing Chen's handwriting, and he must have seen a lot of it. Shui Rui's question made Jing Chen fall into another round of deep thought. It was not until the song of the oriole outside the window that he opened his mouth and said, "There should be only 3 people in the capital who know my handwriting well. Who are they? Chongyun, my junior sister Shui Yin, and..." Jing Chen's voice stopped. There was another person who seemed to be difficult to say. He opened and closed his mouth several times before he said this person, "Yushu." Shui Rui slightly narrowed his eyes. He did not hear it wrong. Jing Chen directly called Yushu's name, as if he wanted to draw a line. Thinking of the silly girl who had suffered so much for the man in front of him, he could not help but sneer and said, "Let's not talk about the fact that she was an illiterate idiot last year. Even if she could write your handwriting, she would not hurt you even if someone put a knife to her neck." Jing Chen's face suddenly froze. He unconsciously clenched his fists on his knees. When he opened his mouth again, his voice was not as calm as before. I only said that there is someone who knows my handwriting well. I did not suspect her. Don't misinterpret my words. Shuirui did not miss his small movements, but he was too lazy to admit that he did it on purpose. He had asked what he wanted to ask. He did not want to talk with Jing Chen for a long time. He reached out to brush away a fallen flower on the windowsill and walked out of the hut. His voice was left behind to Jing Chen. If you really feel guilty, pay more attention to the people around you. Chapter 419. Yushu stayed in the library for 2 hours. She found the 2 handwritten books she had read before, and wrote down some useful passages. Then she packed her things and left. Because she accidentally stained her hands with ink when copying, she could not wipe it clean with a handkerchief, so she had to go back to the women's dormitory. She entered from the east courtyard but was stopped by someone. Miss, please wait. Yushu turned her head and saw the servant woman who usually guarded the courtyard running out of the central room under the south corridor. She stopped and waited for her. What's the matter? The servant woman first smiled at her and bowed politely. She stood up straight and said, Miss, you just entered the school this year, right? Please come with me. The clothes and skirts for this year have been made. You can take them back today. Yushu was stunned. Ever since she met Xia Jiangmin, she came to the library every day to wait for the regular clothes to be distributed. Now that it was right in front of her, she was still a little unprepared. Let's go. She nodded and followed the servant woman to the central room where the guards usually drank tea and talked. The room was not big. On a long couch, there were more than 10 thick bags neatly arranged. She knew that they were filled with clothes, but she could not see the color. On the day she entered the school, everyone's measurements were different. There was a rope tied to the bags and a wooden plate. The servant woman did not recognize Yushu, so she asked her to show her waist plate for entering and exiting the Taisher library. She looked inside and took one out. She handed it to Yushu and said, This is yours. Yushu thanked her and left with the heavy bag. She returned to the room and closed the door. She put the bag on the table and nervously opened it. The moment the knot was opened, her whole heart sank. Underneath a flat, square jewelry box was a neatly folded red and pink blouse. It was the color that Xia Jiangmin had foreseen in her dream. The delicate and pleasing hibiscus pink was now in Yushu's eyes. It had become a symbol of danger. She sat on the chair with a straight face and nervously opened the jewelry box. When she saw a double-strand peach hairpin lying inside, she heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, not Haidang. In Xia Jiangmin's dream, the woman who was pushed down the stairs wore a begonia flower on her head. At that time, Yushu mistakenly thought that the begonia flower was a headdress that came with the regular clothes, so she read her fortune on the same day. Fortunately, Luyao told her that she was not the unlucky one. Therefore, she wasn't worried that she would be killed, but she was worried about the new female students who were admitted to the school this year. If every one of them had a begonia on their head, it would be troublesome. Putting away the clothes and the jewelry box, Yushu was not in the mood to try the size at all. Just looking at the color was enough to annoy her. After tidying up, Yushu went to the observatory. This time, when she entered the courtyard again, she was not stopped by the guards at the door. It must be Shuirui's order. When Yushu found Shuirui, he was squatting next to the long stone tablet, followed by 2 officials who were checking something. Big brother. Yushu was originally outside. She would call Shuirui Lord Shui seriously. After being corrected by him once, she called him as she did in private. He was not afraid of the bad influence, so why was she embarrassed? Here you are. Shuirui beckoned her over and pointed to the stone tablet used to observe the stars. Look. Yushu thought she found something. She walked over and squatted down beside him, looking at his finger. She saw a small snail crawling in the slender ditch. And there was nothing else. This is a snail, what's wrong? Yushu felt that she was stupid. She really didn't see anything unusual about these 2 snails. Shuirui turned his head. He grinned at her and said, Don't you think it is a little similar to you? Yushu was puzzled. How is it similar? It's a hard shell. Shui Rui said vaguely, then stood up. Yushu didn't understand what he was insinuating. Even if she understood, she had to pretend not to understand. She raised her head and said to him, "If you have the leisure to look at snails here, why don't you find a few people to ask for a confession?" Shui Rui looked down at her. "I just saw Darozi come back." "Oh." Yushu didn't show a surprised expression. She stretched out a finger and touched the snail that was slowly crawling forward. The little thing was so scared that it quickly retracted its head, leaving only a round shell. She uncomfortably retracted her finger and casually asked, "Did you ask anything?" "No. It would be strange if there was anything." Yushu thought that Jing Chen was full of secrets. Either he didn't say anything, or if he said one thing, he could pull out many things. While they were talking, a guard suddenly rushed over and stopped in front of Shui Rui. He panted and cupped his hands. "Darren, please enter the palace. His Majesty summons you." Yushu had already stood up and looked at Shui Rui's hesitant face. She didn't know why, but she felt bad. At this time, the emperor summoned Shui Rui. It was most likely because of the case of Taisher Shu Garden. "Shu, I want to enter the palace. You return first, and I'll ask Brother Chui to send you off." Shui Rui instructed Yushu, and he didn't dare make the people in the palace wait any longer before swiftly leaving with his group. Yushu returned to Wangji Tower alone. In the afternoon, she didn't see Shui Rui come back. She had to put aside all kinds of speculations and concentrate on sorting out the case files of various places. It wasn't until it was dark that Shui Rui came back. Yushu told the maid to tell her as soon as he came back. As soon as Shui Rui entered the room, Yushu followed him in. She closed the door and went forward to pour tea for him. Seeing that he looked a little tired, she didn't rush to ask. She waited for him to sit down and rest for a while before she spoke. "Brother, why did you come back so late? Why did the emperor summon you?" Yushu was used to speaking straightforwardly with Shui Rui, so she didn't beat around the bush. She asked him directly, "Is it because of this murder case?" A complicated look flashed through Shui Rui's eyes. In order to cover it up, he handed the empty teacup to her. He gestured for her to refill it while telling her, "The emperor has heard about the case of Taisher Shu Yuan. When he asked about it in the morning court, he made Shangqing Darren angry. He summoned me to the palace to ask about it." Yushu asked with concern, "He didn't reprimand you, right?" In her impression, when the emperor was angry, he would cut off officials and demote them. As an emperor, there weren't many who had a good temper. Shui Rui saw that she was a little nervous. Mo Dao scared her, so he softened his expression and said to her, "He only said a few words. He wanted us to find out the truth as soon as possible. He didn't reprimand us too much. It doesn't matter." "That's good." Yushu didn't doubt Shui Rui's words. Shui Rui also didn't want her to ask again. He changed the topic. "Have you eaten dinner?" "Not yet. I'm waiting for you." Chapter 420. Yushu stayed outside for 7 days to get rid of the darkness on her body. Then she packed her things and went home. Shui Rui was going back to the Yamen today. In the morning, he asked Lao Chui to send her off, and went to the Supreme Court in a sedan chair. Zhao Hui and He Fangji hadn't heard the news that someone died in the Taisher Shu Yuan. They only knew that Yushu hadn't been back for a few days because she was busy with her studies. Yushu didn't intend to tell them. She didn't want to ask for trouble. Returning to her room and changing into fresh clothes, Yushu went to the big room to greet the old lady and was driven to Zhao Hui's room. Yushu sat on the chair beside Zhao Hui's bed. Zhao Hui, who was still in confinement, leaned on the pillow and talked to her. After a while, the wet nurse came with the baby. The 7 or 8-day-old baby was so small. He clenched his small fists and curled them into a ball. He was so soft that Yushu didn't dare to touch him. Zhao Hui was not afraid. She smiled and asked the wet nurse to hand the baby to her, which made Yushu flustered. "Mom, I can't hold him well." "Forget it. You can hold him more. You're not as good as Xiaoxiao. He runs to see Xiaochuan as soon as he gets out of school. He's more stable than your father." After washing his third son, the old lady decided to give He Fangji's only son a nickname, Xiaochuan. His real name hadn't been decided yet. Yushu held the baby stiffly. She looked down and saw that the little guy squinted his eyes and yawned. There was no sign of crying. She slowly relaxed and freed a hand to touch his face. Don't touch his cheeks. You'll make him drool. The wet nurse reminded her. Yu Shu quickly withdrew her hand, which made Zhao Hui laugh again. For some reason, the child who was sleeping soundly heard Zhao Hui's laughter and pouted. He opened his pair of blank eyes and let out a wah, without any warning. She began to whimper and cry. Yu Shu was so scared that she quickly handed the baby to the wet nurse. She watched as the wet nurse gently coaxed the baby and turned to look at Zhao Hui helplessly. Zhao Hui, on the other hand, wasn't nervous at all. She patted her hand and said, "You have to howl like that every day. Just in time for you." Yu Shu thought about it and searched her body. She found the silver chain with the little bell that Xian Lu had given her before, and shook it in front of He Xiaochuan. Strangely enough, the sound of the bell was crisp and small. Yu Shu shook it a few times and He Xiaochuan sniffled. The crying stopped just like that. The wet nurse and Zhao Hui are both surprised. They say. Yu Shu is also surprised. Maybe the heart-cleansing bells given by Xian Lu work, or something else. As she shook the bell to tease the child, she said to Zhao Hui with a smile, "It was given to me by a friend when he heard that we had a baby in our family. He hung it in the room where he was sleeping, and when he was crying, it would ring. It has some use for calming the mind." As she said this, she handed the bell over. Zhao Hui took a look and knew that it was a good thing. She took Mother Shen to put it. Yu Shu looked at the child and sat with Zhao Hui for an hour before returning to her room to tidy up her clothes. She packed up a few handwritten letters and the books that she often read. Yu Shu didn't plan to stay at home. Before there was an explanation for the matter at Taisher Library, she wanted to live outside. Moreover, there were a large number of files in Wangji Tower that she needed to sort out. It wasn't convenient for her to take the things from the Supreme Court back home. She didn't stay at home for lunch. Yu Shu had Lu Zhong hitch up the carriage and send her to Baichuan Academy to see Yu Xiaoxiu. She didn't know if she would have time to go home when she got busy. She had to talk to her younger brother in person, so that the child wouldn't worry and think too much. Baichuan Academy's entrance was not as strict as Taisher Libraries. Yu Shu said which one she was looking for, and the guards let her in. It was morning, and the classes in the academy hadn't ended yet. The faint sound of reading came from the courtyard, sometimes high and sometimes low. Yu Shu passed by the small garden and saw two naughty children bending down to catch grasshoppers in the grass. They must have skipped class. Yu Shu walked to the third study room on the long corridor and stopped, listening to the sound of the headmaster inside. She looked through the window and saw a few neat rows of tables and stools. More than 20 children were sitting in one room. They were all about 12 or 13 years old. Some were obediently listening to the lesson. Some were sleeping with their books upright in front of them, and some were eating cakes with their heads down. Seeing this scene, Yu Shu couldn't help laughing. She thought back to when she was in school at this age, and found Yu Xiaoxiu and Bai Ran sitting in the second row from the back. Seeing that her younger brother was writing with his head down and his back straight, she was immediately gratified. However, she didn't think too much about it. Yu Xiaoxiu wasn't the same as the other young masters in this house. He had grown up suffering. Just a year ago, he was still wearing patched clothes, eating the food of servants, sleeping in a small bed, and being looked down upon everywhere he went. From time to time, he would even get beaten up. Now that he didn't have to worry about food and clothing, how could he not care about the blessings and work hard to learn? Not long after Yu Shu stood by the window, she was seen by the absent-minded children. It was none other than Hu Tianer, who was sitting behind Yu Xiaoxiu. Hu Tianer was anxious to get through class so that she could go out and play with the slingshot. Unexpectedly, she turned her head and saw the figure outside the window. Her eyes immediately lit up, and she grabbed a brush, leaned forward, and poked Yu Xiaoxiu's back. Yu Xiaoxiu looked up at the headmaster who was talking excitedly. Seeing that the headmaster wasn't paying attention to them, he turned his head and looked at Hu Tianer to ask what she was doing. Hu Tianer pointed outside the window with a face full of excitement. Yu Xiaoxiu turned his head again and saw Yu Shu, his mouth wide open in surprise. Yu Shu also saw Hu Tianer's small movements. Seeing that Yu Xiaoxiu had found her, she smiled at him. She originally wanted to wait here for him to finish class, but who would have thought that there would be a good thing next to her? Headmaster, Yushio's sister is looking for him. Hu Tian'er's voice woke all the children who were sleeping in the room. The headmaster raised his head and looked outside with a frown. He saw Yushu standing by the window and was about to reprimand Hu Tian'er when he heard a child say, "Sister Yushio, isn't that the female fortune teller?" Yu Xiaoxiu had Hu Tian'er as a friend. In the entire Baichuan Academy, there were probably only a few people who didn't know that this year's new fortune teller was the biological sister of Yuxiu, who was studying in Xiaoshuan's class. Instantly, the children all became alert and stretched their necks to look outside. Most of them had heard of the story of the female fortune teller from the adults. Pairs of curious and excited eyes stared at Yushu, wanting to see through her. The headmaster also came back to his senses. Knowing the identity of the young lady outside the window, he didn't dare to neglect her. He put down his scroll and quickly walked out to ask, "Is this the new fortune teller?" "Yes." Greetings from Chen Huizhou, a 9th grade fortune teller. Chen Huizhou was a fortune teller in the past, and had a deep understanding of etiquette. When he saw Yushu, he also had to greet her. He didn't dare to look down on her because of her age. The children loved to join in the fun. Seeing the fierce-looking headmaster bowing to a young lady, they all chattered excitedly. "Headmaster, you don't have to be so courteous. Thank you for teaching my younger brother." Yushu raised her hand to return the greeting. Naturally, the headmaster was very friendly towards Yu Xiaoxiu's teacher. As a parent, no matter how capable they were outside, they were all like bears in front of the teacher. Not at all. Yu Xiao is a sensible and smart student. He doesn't cause trouble. The headmaster started to praise Yu Xiaoxiu. He wasn't lying. While Yushu met the headmaster outside, Yu Xiaoxiu was surrounded by some children in the study room. Many eyes were filled with envy. After all, not everyone could have a fortune teller sister. Yu Xiaoxiu had been surrounded by many people recently. He was used to it. He glared at Hu Tian'er, who was eager to see the world in chaos, and whispered, "You're meddlesome." Hu Tian'er laughed and nudged him with his shoulder. He leaned over and whispered, "If you don't like it, don't admit it. In the future, I'll just say that my sister is here." Yu Xiaoxiu glanced at him again and said unhappily, "In your dreams." On the other side, Chen Huizhou finally finished talking with Yushu. He turned his head to look at the mess in the room. He coughed and gave a warning look to a few naughty children. He then waved at Yu Xiaoxiu, asking him to come out. Yu Xiaoxiu went out obediently. Bai Ran, who was his study partner, didn't follow. Yushu and Chen Huizhou greeted each other, and led Yu Xiaoxiu away. As soon as the siblings were far away, the headmaster entered the study room with a straight face. He pointed at the students in the room, and told them to sit back down. He lectured, "You naughty monkeys, don't think about making trouble all day long. Did you see that? That female fortune teller is only a few years older than you, but even I, the headmaster, have to bow when I see her. This is because she is good at learning. If you want everyone to admire you, you are mediocre just by relying on your family name. You need to learn diligently so that you don't disappoint your parents." Achoo! Yushu, who was walking on the road, suddenly sneezed. Yu Xiaoxiu asked with concern, "Sister, did you catch a cold?" Yushu rubbed her nose and shook her head. "No, someone might be talking bad about me behind my back." At noon, Yushu brought Yu Xiaoxiu to Wang Jilu and had the kitchen prepare a lot of delicious food. She accompanied him for lunch, and gave him a small bag of silver for him to spend. She told him that she wouldn't be going home for a while, and told him not to run around, to study and practice calligraphy, and to listen to Hifangji. Before the afternoon, Yushu had Lu Zhong send Yu Xiaoxiu back to the academy. At noon, Shui Rui didn't come back. Yushu didn't plan to wander around the Taisher library. She stayed in the study and continued to copy the files. She had done a divination last night, and felt that the day of the accident hadn't come yet. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. Shui Rui didn't come back, but a distinguished guest came to Wang Jilu. "Miss, Jing Wangye has come and asked you to come over to speak." Lin Fu stood at the door to report to Yushu. As soon as Yushu heard that Lu Tan had come, she quickly put down her pen and paper. After tidying up her clothes, She followed Lin Fu to an elegant room on the opposite side of the second floor. She passed by the guard outside and knocked on the door to enter. The candles in the room were brightly lit. Lu Tan was sitting beside a pear-blossom half-moon table. There was a wine pot beside his hand. He was dressed in a green silk upper garment. He was dressed in ordinary attire. He was still the same person. However, Yushu had not seen him for only half a month. She could tell that he was somewhat different. Greetings to Wang Yi. Yushu changed the way she addressed him, guessing why he had come today. Chapter 421. Yushu found a chair and sat down. Lu Tan waved to the servant behind him to serve her tea. How many days has it been since the murder happened in Taisher Shiyuan? Lu Tan didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. Yushu also guessed his intention, so she answered after thinking. It happened on the 6th day. It's been 6 or 7 days. I heard that you were the first one to find Miss Chow. Yes, I accompanied Miss Six of the Xian family to the observatory to measure the stars at night. And then I saw her hanging in the hut. Strictly speaking, the first person to find Chow Yuling's body was Xian Lu. Then what about the note that was found in Miss Chow's room? Lu Tan frowned slightly. Why is there a false rumor that she was killed because she came out at night to meet Marshal Uncle Jing Chun, and Cousin Rui sent someone to monitor him? Is it true? Yushu hesitated and said. A note was found in Miss Chow's room. The handwriting on it was the same as Daozi's. Brother Shui sent someone to follow Daozi to avoid arousing suspicion. It can't be regarded as monitoring. If it was really monitoring, it should be closely watched. But 2 days ago, she saw Jing Chun and Ji Xingxuan walking together in the rain, and she didn't see any officers around them. Lu Tan's face was a little clear. Seeing that Yushu didn't understand, he sighed and said, Yesterday morning, someone reported the case and distorted the facts, claiming that Miss Chow was killed tragically. They also said that Marshal Uncle was monitored because of the murder, but the Supreme Court covered up and neglected the investigation. In a rage, my father reprimanded Guo Huaiyan, the minister of the Supreme Court. Then he summoned Cousin Rui, who was responsible for the case, to the palace and met him in the imperial study to question him personally. I don't know what happened at that time, but this morning, I heard that Cousin Rui was ordered to arrest the real murderer within a month, or he would be severely punished for dereliction of duty. Yushu was shocked when she heard this. Then she thought that Shui Rui came back late yesterday, and was so busy today that she didn't even see him. He thought to himself, no wonder. To think that he dared to say that he was fine. This involved the emperor's order, and he had to be punished according to his crime. Dereliction of duty would cause him to lose his position. You call this fine? Yushu was a little annoyed. Shui Rui had concealed such a big matter from her, but it was not appropriate for her to reveal it in front of Lu Tan. She pulled a long face, weighed the situation and asked doubtfully, who purposely twisted this matter in front of His Majesty? It wasn't hard for Yushu to guess the reason why the emperor was angry. It was because he cherished his nephew Jing Chun. He did not want the reputation of his Daoist conferred title to be tarnished. He just didn't know who was fanning the flames. Hearing Yushu's message, Lu Tan's expression changed. He said, It's the imperial censor Yin Qingfan. This was a strange name. Yushu had never heard of it before she entered the court. However, she was familiar with the surname Yin in Anling City. He was one of the 2 prime ministers in the court. One was Minister Shui, the head of the 6 ministries, and the other was Prime Minister Yin. The Yin family was the same as the Shui family. They were all the top nobles in the capital. The Shui family had a daughter who was an imperial concubine in the palace. She was Lu Tan's mother. The Yin family also had a daughter who was an imperial concubine in the palace. She was Prince Ning Luhao's mother, concubine Yin. Yushu thought of this and couldn't help but feel that this imperial censor, Yin, must have something to do with Prince Ning. Maybe it was Prince Ning who ordered him to stir up trouble. No matter whether Jing Chun or Shui Rui didn't please anyone, he would be happy to see it. Just when she was full of suspicion, someone outside the door reported, Your Highness, Lord Shui is back. Please come in. Yushu turned her head and saw the door was opened. Shui Rui was still wearing the official robe that he left in this morning. She could see a trace of fatigue on his eyebrows. He looked at her. He turned to Lu Tan and bowed. To your highness. Lu Tan had been promoted to a prince. His status was far higher than when he was a prince. Shui Rui was cautious. Even if he had a good relationship with Lu Tan, he wouldn't be careless about these details. Cousin, you don't have to be so polite. Sit down. Lu Tan's tone was much gentler than when he was talking to Yushu. He said that he would give up his seat, but he didn't move. Shui Rui sat down beside Yushu. When Yushu saw the pale corners of his mouth, she quickly poured a cup of tea and passed it to him to quench his thirst. After that, she didn't wait for him to speak before she sensibly stood up and said to Lu Tan, Your Highness, since Big Brother is back, I will leave first. Lu Tan nodded and didn't ask her to stay. What he and Shui Rui wanted to say was not suitable for others to listen. Yushu turned her head and glanced at Shui Rui again. Then she left the door. When Yushu returned to her room, she wasn't in the mood to copy the data. She put away her pen and paper and called for a maid to pour water for her to wash up. She also ordered the kitchen to prepare food and wine. Looking at Shui Rui's appearance, it seemed that he hadn't eaten dinner yet. Shui Rui and Lu Tan didn't talk for long. After Yushu washed up and changed her clothes, she heard the door open. It was Lin Fu outside. Miss Jing Wangye is leaving. Gongye is calling for you. After Lu Tan left, Yushu definitely had to respectfully send him off. She hastily fastened her belt and hurriedly went downstairs. She just happened to catch up with Shui Rui, who was sending Lu Tan to the entrance of the backyard. She quickened her steps and stood next to Shui Rui. Your Highness, take care. Lu Tan put on a scarlet cloak and turned his gaze to her. He smiled slightly and said, Ben Wang is holding a banquet in Xianchun Garden. Don't miss the Lotus Room. After she finished speaking, she got into the carriage with the help of the eunuchs who bowed. Yushu and Shui Rui watched the carriage leave. Only when it was out of sight did she raise her head and say to the man beside her, Why did you lie to me and say that it's nothing? Are you sure that you can find the murderer within a month? Regardless of whether I'm sure or not, I'll only know after I try. Shui Rui was exposed by her, but he didn't seem embarrassed at all. He said something ambiguous and walked towards the courtyard. Yushu gave a light, humph, and didn't pursue the matter of him hiding it from her. She slowly followed his footsteps. When Shui Rui was eating, Yushu sat beside him. She rested her chin on one hand and swirled an empty wine cup as she suggested. If there's no other way, why not find a reason to arrest Ji Xingxuan and force her to talk? How can we extort a fifth-class master of Yi without solid evidence? Moreover, Prince Ning is protecting her. Shui Rui rejected the idea. Why don't I come out and testify for you? I'll use my special technique, and we'll perform the questioning the underworld to help you keep your black hat. Yushu continued to give him bad ideas. Shui Rui shook his head again. Not everyone can understand the Yi Shui. You can't explain it one by one. In the end, it's just empty talk. It's hard to convince people unless you're willing to give your strange art to Celestial Commissioner for verification. Are you willing to do that? Yushu said honestly, I can't bear to. What a joke. Even if she was willing to share her hard work with others, she couldn't explain to those old fogies how to apply the mathematical knowledge from 500 years later to the Yi Shui from 500 years ago. If she told them the truth, she might be locked up as a sorcerer. Shui Rui saw her unhesitant look and felt a little frustrated. He pretended to be unhappy and said, Can't you think about it before you speak? Yushu smiled embarrassedly. I'm just thinking about it. I can't bear to do that either. Why do I have to do that? Facing such a heartless person, Shui Rui couldn't get angry or laugh even if he wanted to. This time, it was because he was careless that he fell into a trap and fell into a dilemma. That was why he had to make a military pledge. Facing this murder case with hidden secrets, he really had a headache. It's not that he didn't have the means to investigate, but it was inevitable that he would offend some people. If he became a target, it would be like drinking poison to quench his thirst. Fortunately, he still had some time to slowly worry about it. Yushu looked at Shui Rui's inadvertent frown and knew that he was troubled. She thought for a moment and straightened her face, saying, Stop joking. I do have some ideas. Maybe I can help you. Chapter 422. 3 days had passed since the night Lu Tan visited Wangji Tower. The matter that Yushu entrusted to Shui Rui to inquire about was still unclear. On the surface, there was no progress in the case. On April 15th, there was Fang Zijing's morning class. It was arranged in the soaring yellow building of the northern courtyard, one of the 4 collections. There were hundreds of paintings and picture books here. They had been handed down from generation to generation, and quite a few of them were very valuable. Under normal circumstances, it was not open to the public unless it was personally led by academicians. Yushu had been here twice before, and saw that the door downstairs was locked. So she had a chance to enter when Fang Zijing was giving a lecture here. The soaring yellow building was different from the other 3, but it was built on a flat mountain rock. It was cool and deep, and there were windows on all sides. Yushu looked around and entered the building. Situ Qinglan, who was standing at the staircase, saw her at a glance. She told the 2 female students next to her to go up first, and then walked quickly to Yushu. "Miss you. Miss Situ." Yushu nodded to Situ Qinglan, who was smiling at her. "I'm not late, am I? Has academician Fang arrived?" "Grandfather is upstairs, come with me." Situ Qinglan pointed to the stairs and walked in front to lead the way for Yushu, while talking to her. "Today we have a feast for the eyes. We are going to appreciate a few treasured river maps. Grandfather also specially took out a private collection. By the way, you didn't forget to bring the Bagua compass, right? I brought it." Yushu patted the bag tied to her waist, which contained the new compass that she had just exchanged a while ago. It was from the Xian family's great exchange shop. The 2 of them went up to the 2nd floor, and went straight to the corridor. They went around a screen embroidered with jasper and magnolia, and saw a large hall with windows on both sides. The hall was brightly lit, and on one of the white walls hung a few paintings of different lengths. 2 of them were covered with cloth, and under the wall stood 6 or 7 students, both male and female, whispering to each other. There were also 2 female students who were newly admitted this year. They had changed into the newly made Xiangfei dress, which was bright pink. It was very eye-catching. However, when Yushu saw the clothes, she felt that it was an eyesore. She turned her gaze and saw that there was an armchair placed under a rattan rack not far away. Fang Zijing was sitting there, looking at the scenery outside the window with his long sleeves covering his knees. His grizzled hair was coiled behind his head, and he wore a brown scarf, giving him the air of an old pedant. "Miss you can go ahead first. There are still a few people who haven't arrived yet. I'll go down to meet them." Situ Qinglan led Yushu to the door, then turned around and went downstairs. Yushu glanced at Fang Zijing. Seeing that he wasn't paying attention to her, she didn't go up to speak. He walked over to the wall where the paintings were hung and picked a spot where no one was and stood. Some of the students who were listening to the zither by the bridge on the 9th day of the new year had seen her and recognized her. After hesitating for a while, 2 or 3 of them came forward one after another to greet Yushu. They saw that she wasn't in the mood to chat, so they all retreated. They didn't ask for trouble. Not long after, Situ Qinglan led the last 2 students who had rushed to the morning class upstairs. When everyone was present, Fang Zijing turned his attention from the window to the room and coughed lightly. He made the dozen or so people in the room quiet down and stand facing him. Fang Zijing first swept his gaze over the students, and his gaze swept past Yushu. He only paused for a moment, then withdrew his gaze and slowly said, "The 4 arts of zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The 4 arts of Manjushri are all related to the study of Yi, and their techniques are in harmony. They are the earliest strange arts, which is also the origin of the strange arts. In the last lecture, I explained the similarities between zither music and the study of Yi. When you go back, you should also do your homework. After today's lecture, I will leave someone alone to test you. Today, I asked you to come to the soaring yellow tower to enter the realm of painting, and take you to see the river diagram." Speaking of this, he stopped and raised his hand to stroke his goatee. He asked, "Who can tell me about the origin of the 8 diagrams and the river diagram?" Every 3 years, a batch of new people came to the Taisher Shuyuan. The 18 academicians also talked about the old topics every 3 years. It could be said that they accommodated the new students, But there were some old students who followed Feng Zijing for the first year, so it didn't matter to them to study again. As soon as Feng Zijing's voice fell, after a short pause, someone came forward to answer. I know. It is recorded in the Ci of E that the 8 diagrams of Fuxi were derived from the river diagram on the back of the dragon horse. The river comes out of the diagram, and the luo comes out of the book. It is a natural divine object, and it is the rule of the sages. The person who answered was a young man of the same age as Yushu. He had a bright voice and a good appearance. Yushu looked around and saw a few people who opened their mouths but didn't get to speak. They didn't make excuses for Feng Zijing's question, and seemed to be very willing to answer. Thinking about it, it was natural. After all, this was the Taisher Shuyuan. No one who could stand here was an idiot. No one from an aristocratic family would lose face outside. That's right. The river diagram uses 10 numbers to form 5 directions. The 5 elements, yin and yang, and even the image of heaven and earth. It is very grand. Look at the 2 sketches on the wall. You should know that the white circle is yang, symbolizing the sky above your head, and the black dot is yin, symbolizing the earth below your feet. Take out your divinatory compass and compare it to find the 5 elements first. As Feng Zijing spoke, Yushu took out the 8 diagrams compass like the other students and observed the black and white dragon horse on the wall. Although she could recite the position of the river diagram by heart, it was the first time for her to listen to such a detailed explanation. With Feng Zijing's attainments, when talking about the river diagram, he quoted from many sources, from ancient times to modern times. Even if he didn't enlighten her, Yushu, who was a self-learner halfway through her life, benefited a lot. Situ Qinglan stood beside her grandfather, Feng Zijing, and from time to time refilled his cup of tea to moisten his throat. Looking at the expressions of the young and old masters of Yi who listened carefully, she couldn't help but feel proud. Since she was 8 years old, she had been taught by Feng Zijing personally. She respected her grandfather more than anyone else. The morning class lasted for an hour and no one felt bored. When the sunlight shone on Feng Zijing's feet, he stopped to speak. Only then did the students realize that the morning class was over. Qinglan, go and open the Taisher Shuyuan dragon horse scroll hidden in Tenghuang, and the auspicious cloud map that I have hidden for them to see. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, put them away. How much they can comprehend will depend on their luck. After Feng Zijing gave the order to Situ Qinglan, he stood up, rolled up his sleeves and left in the direction of the hall. Everyone bowed to send him off. When they turned back, they saw Situ Qinglan walking over. She ignited the incense burner on the round table, rubbed a stick of incense, and then lifted her hand to lift up a painting on the wall. The first thing that entered Yushu's eyes was a ball of golden light. When she fixed her eyes on it, it was an ancient image of a dragon horse drawn with gold lacquer and silver ink. It had a dragon head, dragon claws, golden scales on its neck, and water under its feet. When she saw the densely packed lines on the back of the dragon horse, her mind was suddenly shocked. She only felt that she couldn't hear any distracting thoughts, and she couldn't have any distracting thoughts in her mind. She focused all her attention on the painting. After an unknown period of time, she heard a ding sound in her ears, and then she woke up from that wonderful concentration. Her mind felt as if it was being caressed by the warm spring sun, and her whole body was warm from head to toe. She was at a loss for a moment, and when she came back to her senses, the ancient image of the dragon horse had already been covered. Her heart skipped a beat, and she suddenly turned her head to look at the other painting, but she was one step too late. Situ Qinglan had already walked to the side of the painting, and reached out to pull the knots on the wall, and the painting was covered again. She only had time to see a red light. At the same time, there was a series of sighs in the hall. It seemed that many people were like Yushu, unable to attend to one thing and lose sight of the other. Shiji, a new student, was not willing to miss a good opportunity, and put his palms together, and said to Situ Qinglan, "Let us look at it a few more times." Situ Qinglan smiled sweetly. From the beginning to the end, she didn't look at the painting on the wall. She shook her head, and said to the young man who made the request, "Junior brother, you may not know this. These 2 river maps, the first look is the most beneficial, but if you look at it again, it's not good for people. If your mind is not firm, you will get hysterical for a few days, and then become stupid. I can't bear the responsibility. After saying that, she walked to the side of the incense burner and put down a small copper hammer in her hand. It was the ding sound that she had used to hit the incense burner just now, and Yushu had heard. The group of people was disappointed, but they knew that they couldn't force it, so they watched Situ Qinglan carefully take the two strange paintings, roll them up, and put them under her armpit. The day after tomorrow, the academician will give a lecture at the Black Ink School in the afternoon. Remember to come early. Situ Qinglan smiled at Yushu and walked out of the door. Yushu understood and followed, and the two of them left the hall and came to the corridor. Without waiting for Yushu to ask, Situ Qinglan, a clever woman, told her, "What Miss you saw just now is the Tai Dragon Horse Scroll, which was given to the Taisher Library by Qingyang Ez 60 years ago. It is said that the painting was drawn by an enlightened immortal, who refined the 64 red gold tripod legs offered by the Sanqing Temple, and hooked them into a dragon horse on the Yellow River on the double ninth day. When ordinary people see this painting, they can wash their minds and not sleep for 3 days. They can also be 100 times more energetic. Those who are lucky can even open up their 9 apertures and open their minds." Hearing this, although Yushu was surprised, she had to believe it. After all, she had experienced it herself, and now her mind was much clearer than usual. But to say that she was 100 times more energetic and open her mind, she felt that it was an exaggeration. "Thank you for telling me." Unfortunately, she didn't get to see what the other strange painting looked like. "You're welcome. Then I'll go upstairs first. I have to return this Tai painting first." Situ Qinglan stopped at the stairs and said goodbye to Yushu. Yushu looked up the stairs and wondered, "Is it safe to put such a precious thing here? Aren't you afraid that it will attract thieves?" Situ Qinglan smiled and told her vaguely, "Thieves can't get in upstairs." Yushu didn't understand. She thought that there were other mysteries in this attic, so it was not good to ask further. So she separated from her and went downstairs. After leaving Soaring Yellow Tower, Yushu didn't go anywhere else. She walked all the way to the front gate of the library, planning to return to Wangji Tower. While she was full of energy, she should speed up sorting out those files. The carriage parked on the street saw her coming out, so it drove over and stopped in front of her. The curtain was lifted, revealing a figure sitting by the window. "Shu, eldest brother? Why are you here?" Yushu was a little surprised to see Shuirue. He hadn't appeared in Taisher Library for a few days. Chapter 423. Yushu sat in the carriage and happily took the letter from Shuirue's hand. She opened it and said to him, "You really have a way to find out." A few days ago, she learned about Shuirue's situation from Lu Tan, and made up her mind to help him solve the case. Therefore, she let go of her worries and asked him to investigate the birth dates of the new female students this year. She wanted to use the law of the time of disaster to find out the girl who was going to be killed in Xia Jiangmin's dream. The birth dates of the girls from aristocratic families were not easily revealed. Fortunately, Shuirue really had a way to find out in just 3 days. Shuirue had been kept in suspense by Yushu for a few days. In order to find out the birthdays of those young ladies, he had indeed gone through a lot of trouble. Now that he heard her praise him, he didn't feel anything special about it. He rubbed his forehead, leaned against the wall of the carriage and said to her, "What exactly do you want these for?" Yushu could not tell Shuirue about Xia Jiangmin's secret. She had thought about how to explain it in the past 2 days, so she kept the letter that was filled with the 8 characters of her birth into her bosom pocket. She told him in all seriousness, "If I said that I observed the stars at night and noticed that another life was going to be lost in the Taisher Library, would you believe me?" Shuirue looked at her and did not believe her at all. "Don't fool me. Tell me the truth. If she had the ability to determine people's life and death, why did she go to Taisher Library to study? If she said it, she would have been promoted by the Celestial Commissioner." "Hee," Yushu laughed dryly and said, "Actually, I am not sure. It is just a guess. From the looks of it, Miss Chao's death was not successfully blamed on Jing Chen. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was framed. I assumed that the real culprit was unwilling. Otherwise, why would Ji Xingxuan, who was his accomplice, get close to Jing Chen. I believe that they will continue to act. The worst-case scenario is that more people from the Taisher library will be killed, so I want to start from this point. Although I don't have the ability to predict a person's death date, I have the ability to predict a disaster from the 8 characters of the 8 trigrams. Who knows, we might be able to gain some insight. That's what I meant. Her words, at first glance, sounded reasonable, but there was no lack of force. It wasn't that Xue Rui didn't hear it. He had high expectations of her previously, so he was inevitably disappointed now. However, he didn't expect that she was trying to cover up something else. Then why do you only want me to investigate the birthdays of the new girls? Xue Rui still had doubts. Yushu said matter-of-factly, there are nearly 200 students in the Taisher library. Most of the female students who have interacted with Jing Chen are new students this year. Isn't Miss Chow the same? If the murderer is looking for another target, there's a high chance that he'll start with this group of people. In fact, Xia Jiangmin's dream clearly told her that the girl who was pushed down the stairs was a new student wearing a pink uniform. Xue Rui thought for a while, and felt that Yushu's words were not reliable. However, looking at her positive expression, it was not good for him to question her again, so he could only let her be. Back to the Wangji building. Yushu went into the study and took out the more than 10 copies of the 8 characters she had, and started to calculate. During lunch, Xue Rui went upstairs to see her. Seeing that she was focused on some kind of speculation, he shook his head and went downstairs. Probably because she had seen the strange painting in the morning. Yushu's calculation was surprisingly smooth, and she got twice the result with half the effort. Before dusk, she had calculated the disaster times of the 12 female students in her hands, except for Chao Yuling and herself, in the past half-month. In the end, only one person attracted Yushu's attention, and unexpectedly, she knew this person. In terms of the disaster times, on the 20th of this month, this girl would have a fatal disaster. Originally, Yushu wasn't sure whether this person would die or not, but with Xia Jiangmin's dream, it was no accident that the girl who was pushed down the stairs was her. April 20th. 20th. Yushu muttered to herself for a while, and suddenly remembered. April 20th was the day when Lu Tan held a banquet in Xiancheng Garden. Yushu suddenly stood up, pushed the chair away, and gathered the scattered papers on the table together. She told Xiaodai, who was serving tea, to burn it later, and hurried downstairs to discuss with Xue Rui. Xue Rui did not go out today, and he was downstairs reading the statements of the people involved in the case. Seeing Yushu push the door open and come in with a heavy face, he couldn't help but feel nervous and blurted out. How is it? Did you calculate anything? Yushu closed the door tightly, walked over and sat down next to him, hesitating about how to explain to him. Originally, Xue Rui didn't have any hope, but seeing her like this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If you want to say it, then say it. Why are you so quiet, making me anxious? Yushu said with a complicated expression. Finally, I calculated that a female student will have an accident, and the date is on the day of the 9th prince's banquet. Xue Rui suddenly frowned. Is it accurate? Yushu nodded and told him half the truth and half the lie. From her birthday, there will be a fatal disaster, but I don't know if it has anything to do with the murder in the study garden. Xue Rui thought for a long time, and didn't say anything. Yushu tilted her head and looked at his solemn expression. After a while, she tentatively suggested. In my opinion, when that day comes, we might as well keep an eye on her and wait for the rabbit to come to us. Perhaps we'll be able to uncover the murderer. By doing this, she was clearly using Qin Yuero as bait in an attempt to fish out the shark behind the murder case. This action was inhumane and righteous, so she thought it over and over again before saying it. She was afraid Xue Rui would object. If Yushu could think of this, Xue Rui naturally also thought of this point. Just as he was hesitating, she brought it up first. He turned his head to look at her, and if he looked carefully, it wasn't hard to see the apprehension in her eyes. His mind changed, and his expression softened. He said to her, "For now we can only do this." For such a big matter, he as a man should be the one to worry about it. There was no need for her to carefully put herself in a dilemma. Seeing that he didn't object, Yushu relaxed and said, "Then let's plan it out. When that day comes, we'll keep an eye on her. Regardless of whether she has anything to do with Miss Chow's death or not, we can't let another person die." Shueruei nodded in agreement. He then asked, "You still haven't said which family's young miss is going to have an accident?" AI. Yushu smiled bitterly. "I also recognize this person. At the end of last month, I held a banquet at Forgotten Machine Restaurant. You've seen that Miss Qin who came with Xian Lu, right? It's her." That's right, the unlucky person she calculated was going to have a fatal disaster. It was Qin Yuero. Shueruei thought back and had a bit of an impression of Qin Yuero. He also thought of the Qin clan, so he told Yushu about the Qin clan's background. After the two of them discussed it, they came to a decision. Finally, they weren't like headless flies in a panic. Chapter 424. On April 17th, it rained again yesterday. The Taisher Library was temporarily shrouded in a cool and humid air, which calmed many restless emotions. Yushu had just listened to academician Sima Kuei's astrology lecture yesterday. It happened to be the 7th day, so she came to the ink shop again this afternoon to listen to Fang Zijing's strange art lecture. Zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting were the earliest origins of the strange art. It would only be interesting if it was taught by an old teacher. Yushu had a deep impression of Fang Zijing's Dragon Horse River diagram in his first class. She was looking forward to seeing some treasures of calligraphy today. However, Fang Zijing did not prepare a long lecture today. He gave each of them a piece of willow paper and asked them to come forward one by one. He asked them to dip the paper in the ink from a fishtail inkstone in front of him to write. It was obvious that he was going to tell their characters. The first one to go up was a 20-year-old male fortune teller. Before he picked up the brush, Fang Zijing only asked, "What do you want to know?" As one of the strange arts, word reading was considered very common. However, the traders who set up stalls on the streets were mostly putting up a front and selling dog meat. They couldn't be real. However, in the Great Exchange Hall, they would often arrange for a fortune teller who was proficient in this art to answer the questions in the minds of some special customers. Fang Zijing was certainly not just for show since he could sit here. The male fortune teller thought for a while and asked, "I lost a waist ornament last month. I like it very much. May I ask if I can find it again?" Fang Zijing nodded his head and gestured for him to write a random word. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook a meal without rice. No matter how amazing a word is, one must first know what the person is asking and then look at the person's writing. Only a random word would not be able to tell any clues. The rest of the students were watching from a distance. Yushu saw that he had written the word sun. There was nothing else, but the color of the ink was slightly different from ordinary ink. It was not jet black, nor was it jet black, but a slightly viscous blue-black color. She guessed that the small inkstone. There must be something behind it. Fang Zijing took the word in front of him and looked at it carefully for a while. Then he said, "The art of word telling covers all kinds of things. Some connected the feet, some pierced the heart, some chopped, some added strokes, and some subtracted strokes. I'm sure you've all heard of the Northern Wenchen clan. Their forte lies in the art of word prediction. There's also a wondrous art of fortune telling that was passed down by Wenchen Yitzi in the past, but it's not worth mentioning to outsiders." First, he said something off-topic. Yushu had heard about the Wenchen family, so she remembered Wen Shaoan, who entered the university with her this year. She wondered how he was doing now and which academicians he had studied under. This old man has been immersed in strange arts for dozens of years. He had seen more than 100 strange arts, and he had mastered 18 of them. Among them was word telling. Even though it can't be compared to Wenchen, it can still be taken out. Whenever you look at the words, apart from life and death, there is an explanation. Just like everyone else, Yushu's heart palpitated when she heard Fang Zijing casually mention that he possessed 18 kinds of strange techniques. Rare techniques were hard to come by, and those who obtained them would treasure them dearly. One of the most basic conditions was to have a unique skill that was passed down in the family. If others could master one skill, they would be thankful. However, this ordinary-looking old man in front of them had mastered 18. Feng Zijing looked at the respectful faces of these young people with satisfaction. He didn't mean to show off, but he wanted to motivate them. If a learner had no desire to learn, no matter how good his aptitude was, it would be a waste. As he said this, he passed the willow paper to the male disguise master opposite him and said, "This word sun is wide open and can be removed or removed. There is a square inch of space at the bottom, and it is not far away. As I expected, the thing you lost was not picked up by someone else. Go back and look for it in your resting place. You'll find it in less than 3 days." The male master was delighted. He didn't doubt Feng Zijing's words at all. After thanking him, he stepped aside and took the place of another person. Yushu watched from the side. Feng Zijing tested word by word without any hesitation. However, some people were happy, while others were sad. She stayed until the last person, and then she stepped forward and asked an unimportant question. The Celestial Commissioner made a seal. "My operator seal has not been sent yet. Could you please help me check when it will be sent to me?" After saying this, she wrote a word on the paper, "Wait." Feng Zijing glanced at her, and his expression was the same as before. However, when he looked at her words, he obviously spent a little more time before he gave her an answer. "In less than 3 days. Wait." Yushu nodded and stepped back. There were a total of 14 students today. After they solved the questions one by one, the class was over. Originally, a group of people was immersed in the question just now, but when Feng Zijing said a few words, it was like throwing a brick into a pond. From today until the end of the year, if there is someone among you who doesn't miss the class and is diligent, I'll teach him the strange technique that I used today. Even the children of aristocratic families who had inherited the family inheritance could not help but be excited when they heard Feng Zijing's promise. This was a strange technique. Who would complain about having too many? Compared to the restlessness of the people around, Yushu seemed calm. It was not that she was not tempted, but she had the rule of the time of misfortune in her hands. There would be a day when she could complete it, so she didn't have the mood to covet other people's things. "All right, let's disperse for today. Go back and prepare the black and white chess pieces. In the next class, we'll talk about chess." Feng Zijing leaned back in his chair and waved his sleeves at the group of students. Before he finished his words, he stopped Yushu. "You Swansea, stay here. I have something for you to do." Everyone looked at Yushu enviously. It should be known that she had done what the academician asked her to do. After a long time, she would have private advice. Yushu also learned some rules of the Taisher library from Xian Lu. She knew that it was a good thing to help the academician, so she stayed obediently. After everyone left, Feng Zijing turned around and took a foot-long brocade box from under the bookshelf. He handed it to Yushu and said, "Qinglan is not here today. You can help me run an errand. A few days ago, I was enlightened by Daozi and comprehended an astrology technique. This is a thank you gift. You can send it to him on my behalf. What are you waiting for? Go quickly and don't forget to come back and reply." Feng Zijing did not care why Yushu looked strange. He stuffed the gift box to her, and lay down on the rattan chair beside him to close his eyes to rest. Yushu was very helpless. She thought to herself, why is she so lucky? She had obviously been avoiding Jing Chun, but everything was related to him. Every time she saw him looking at her with a cold face and ignoring her. How could she feel good in her heart? No matter how tangled Yushu was, she still left with the box. Feng Zijing crossed his arms and opened his eyes a slit, watching as her figure disappeared. He snorted and said to himself, "It's hard for me not to step into this muddy water." On the way, Yushu met an older student and asked him about it. She learned that Jing Chun had been giving lectures in the fragrant hut next to the garden these days, so she went to find him. The garden of the Taisher library was not very big, and there were not many exotic flowers and plants. However, the gardeners were diligent. During the change of spring and summer, it was also luxuriant and prosperous. Yushu looked all the way, but her path was blocked by the hanging branches. She picked 2 small flowers and smelled them. They still had a fragrance, so she put them in her sleeve. The fragrant hut was built on a stone mountain. Yushu climbed up the stairs. Halfway up, she heard a familiar voice coming from above. She listened carefully and found that it was Jing Chun giving a lecture. The voice was clear and easy to recognize. The 7 passes referred to above are Yingqian Pass, Shangwei Pass, Zichen Pass, Shangyang Pass, Tianyang Pass, Yusu Pass, and Taiyu Pass. The corresponding 7 stars are Tanlang, Jimen, Lutsuan, Wenxiu, Lianjin, Wuxiu, and Pejuan. Yushu stopped at the last few sections of the stone platform. She was hesitating whether to go up or not. Suddenly, Jing Chen's voice fell, and another cold female voice sounded. I heard that Maoshan Taoism has the number rushed to 9, which can be used to observe the stars. Academician is from the Maoshan Taoism. Can you explain it to me? The woman's voice stunned Yushu, and then her face darkened, because the person who spoke was Ji Xingxuan, whom she had been thinking about recently. For some reason, she took 2 steps back and stood on the steps, listening to Jing Chun and Ji Xingxuan's questions and answers, which involved astrology. Whether it was deep or shallow, whatever Ji Xingxuan asked, Jing Chun did not understand. The harmonious relationship between teacher and student made Yushu's heart feel heavy, and she felt cold even though there was no wind. She thought that Jing Chun had really made a clean break with her. He knew that Ji Xingxuan had a grudge against her, and that they were old enemies, but he still gave her advice. He had even promised her to stay away from Ji Xingxuan, the scourge. He must have forgotten all about it. Should she praise him for his diligence as an academician, or be angry at him for not keeping his promise? In the distant past, he was still that ignorant fool. She had once imagined the day he recovered his memories, and how he would guide the stars and moon and talk about metaphysics with her. What sort of scene would that be? But now it would seem that it had actually become an illusion, an empty dream. Perhaps what she had hoped for was the fool who never left her side, and not the Daozi who was as bright as the moon. Yushu stood silently for a long time, and her eyes flashed with self-mockery. After she calmed down, she stepped on the cold, moss-covered stone steps and walked up to the fragrant hut. She reached out to open the curtain and looked up. She saw the situation inside the hut. He saw a spacious and bright room. On a soft mat, Jing Chun, who was dressed in a jujube muslin robe, sat cross-legged. He held a scroll in his hand. 2 seats below him, a slender woman with light yellow hair sat alone. The sound of the curtain falling was heard by the 2 people in the room. Jing Chun had already noticed that someone was eavesdropping outside the hut, but he didn't care. When he looked up and saw the person walking in, he couldn't help but tighten his grip on the scroll in his hand. Ji Xingxuan also turned her head. When she saw Yushu walking in, she gently raised her eyebrows, and a sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. She stood up with her hands on the ground and greeted Yushu. Greetings, female fortune-teller. A fall into the pit, a gain in her wit. She had been attacked by Yushu once at the observatory, and made a fool of herself in public. How could she give Yushu a chance to find fault with her? Yushu slowly glanced at her, too lazy to answer. She walked forward, bent down, and placed the gift box in her hand on the desk in front of Jing Chun. She said, Academician Feng asked me to give Daozi a gift to thank you for solving his doubts not long ago. Jing Chun looked down and watched as she put down the box. A bright red color inadvertently fell from her sleeve. It was a blooming albizia flower on a tree in the courtyard. Yushu didn't pay attention to it. She put down the box, said goodbye, and turned around. She walked past Ji Xingxuan, who was bowing her head in greeting, and lifted the curtain to leave. Ji Xingxuan saw the estrangement between them. Her eyes moved, and she bowed to Jing Chun and also said goodbye. Thank you, academician, for your explanation today. This student will go first. Ji Xingxuan walked out of the fragrant hut, and stood on the steps. She looked at Yushu, who hadn't gone far. She lifted the hem of her skirt and quickly followed. In the hut, Jing Chun gently picked up the bewitching acacia flower, and smelled its sweet fragrance. He stared blankly for a while, then slowly stood up and walked to the window, flicking his sleeves and tossing it away. Chapter 425. Yushu heard footsteps behind her and stopped under a tree. She turned around and saw Ji Xingxuan carrying a bamboo brush basket. She rolled up her sleeves and walked in front of her in a few steps. Why are you following me? Yushu frowned. There were only a few days left until the spring garden banquet. She had to keep an eye on Qin Yuero, the bait. She didn't want Ji Xingxuan, the suspect, to notice anything at this critical moment. As usual, Ji Xingxuan wore a veil over her face. Only her forehead and eyes could be seen. She looked at Yu Shu with a smile that wasn't a smile and said unhurriedly, "I'm curious. What happened between you and Academician Jing? Why do you act as if you don't know each other? I thought you would study under him, but I heard that you went to see Academician Sima instead." Yu Shu naturally heard the mockery in her words. She raised her eyebrows and asked instead of answering, "I'm also curious. How can you study under Jing Chen with a clear conscience? Aren't you afraid that Lord Ji will scold you for being an unfilial descendant if he finds out in the afterlife?" Ji Huaishan practiced favoritism and committed fraud during the Dian examination. Both Yu Shu and Jing Chen pointed out that they were guilty. In the end, Ji Xingxuan bit her tongue to avoid punishment. At one point in court, she angrily accused the two of them of being her grandfather's murderers. But now, she calmly asked for guidance from Jing Chen and bowed her head to be his disciple. This broad-mindedness indeed made Yu Shu admire. Yu Shu always knew where Ji Xingxuan's sore spot was. But today Ji Xingxuan seemed to be especially resistant to being trampled on. "You don't need to say anything to anger me. Even if my grandfather knows in the afterlife, he would only curse some sinister people." Ji Xingxuan's eyes turned cold. She didn't lose her composure like she did at Qiongyu brothel. Yu Shu pursed her lips, thinking that she was just scolding her. She was not in the mood to argue with her anymore. "Then don't meddle in other people's business. Whether Jing Chen and I are good or bad, it has nothing to do with you. If you have nothing better to do, why don't you go back and please your master, lest you lose his favor?" As she spoke, she turned sideways and fiddled with the flowers by the roadside. She turned her head and cast a teasing glance at Ji Xingxuan from the corner of her eye. That glance! It was extremely sarcastic. Ji Xingxuan pursed her lips tightly, her back stiffened into a straight line. A few months ago, her family had been defeated and she had no choice but to rely on Lu Hao. She had to endure humiliation to preserve her chastity. However, to someone as proud and arrogant as her, Ji Xingxuan had no other choice. Because of this, she became a target of gossip, but it became a source of hatred in her heart. When she thought of this, she couldn't help but hate the person in front of her even more. Her hatred grew to the extreme, but she became calmer instead. She lowered her head and smiled, saying, "Thank you for reminding me. I almost forgot. Yesterday, after the Shuangyang meeting ended, I accompanied them to the banquet at Ningwang Fu. At that time, there were many guests and I saw the 11th prince. When I saw that he had brought a new pet with him, I felt that she looked very familiar. So I took a few more glances and saw that arrogant demeanor. If I didn't know better, I would have thought that she was the sister of the fortune teller." Yu Shu narrowed her eyes. Seeing that Ji Xingxuan didn't seem to be lying, she was instantly enraged. She gave Lu Yi, that brat, a good beating in her heart. In the next moment she was suspicious. Lu Yi, that brat, should be afraid of her. Why was he suddenly so fearless? However, in the next moment Ji Xingxuan answered her doubts. Speaking of which, the 11th prince can't be blamed for his carelessness. After all, he knew that he was being threatened. He was beaten for nothing and had to leave the Shuangyang meeting midway. Naturally, he would fly into a rage out of humiliation. Unfortunately, the one who threatened him now has a new leader, so he couldn't directly settle the score with her. He could only find another way to vent his anger. So Lu Yi already knew. Yu Shu stared at Ji Xingxuan in an unfriendly tone. "When did you tell him?" During the Shuangyang meeting, Lu Yi had slipped into the room she was resting in and wanted to do something to her. She had caught him and beaten him up. She had then lied to him that her teacher was an expert from a Taoist sect to suppress this scandal. Who knew that Ji Xingxuan, who was staying next door, had heard everything? A few days later, she had used this to threaten her for the rest of the Luyao technique. At that time, Yu Shu had not given in. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, she would change her mind? Ji Xingxuan had missed the best chance to control her, so Yu Shu didn't take this matter to heart. Who knew that in the past few days, Ji Xingxuan would dig it out again? One rainy day, didn't I meet the female fortune teller in the study garden? Ji Xingxuan sneered. I remember that at that time, someone warned me that I would be skinned. I was scared and spilled the beans in front of your highness. I actually told him the dirty things that I heard in Qiongyu House that day. As for how your highness told the 11th prince, I don't know. Yu Shu was at the peak of the Shuangyang meeting. Ji Xingxuan chose to avoid her. The two of them met again in the Taisher study garden. Ji Xingxuan avoided Yu Shu several times when she saw her, but it didn't mean that she was prepared to endure it forever. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered. Not to mention that she was not a kind person. Yu Shu's face was tense. Her eyes flickered as she looked at Ji Xingxuan. Ji Xingxuan moved and walked towards her. She stopped when she was just a step away from her. Her eyes looked down and stared at Yu Shu's slender neck. She lowered her voice and said to her, You destroyed my family. Every day and night, I hate that I can't strangle you to death with my own hands. Don't worry, as long as I am still alive, there will be a day when I will make you wish you were dead. Ji Xingxuan's cold breath touched Yu Shu's neck, and she couldn't help but feel her throat tighten. For a moment, she felt that Ji Xingxuan was really going to reach out and strangle her neck. She stood there without moving. Ji Xingxuan retreated. She lowered her head and walked past her. It was as if nothing had happened, and those words of hatred were all an illusion. After a while, Yu Shu turned around and stared at the crescent door at the exit of the garden. She frowned and felt inexplicably uneasy. Why was Ji Xingxuan so fearless? During dinner, Xue Rui noticed that Yu Shu was absent-minded. He moved the spoon in his hand and pushed back her chopsticks that were about to reach into the fish soup. He teased. When did you learn to use chopsticks to serve soup? Yu Shu retracted her chopsticks and twitched the corner of her mouth in embarrassment. Xue Rui sighed and put down his bowl and chopsticks. He was ready to solve her problem first. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to eat peacefully. Tell me what's wrong with you. Why are you so listless? Yu Shu said perfunctorily. I'm thinking about the topic that Academician Feng talked about in the afternoon. Tell me the truth. Xue Rui was already used to her talking nonsense. Now, even if he closed his eyes, he could still guess whether she was telling the truth or lying. Yu Shu paused. She thought in her heart, how should she tell Xue Rui the truth? Should she say that she felt stifled when she saw Jing Chen lecturing Ji Xingxuan today? Or should she say that the 11th prince had once taken advantage of her, and now found a girl who looked similar to her to play with him? Or should she say that Ji Xingxuan almost reached out to strangle her neck today? Yu Shu was depressed. It seemed that none of them could be shared with Xue Rui. Actually, I miss little Xiao. Why don't I go home tomorrow? Well, go home tomorrow if you have nothing else to do. Xue Rui seemed to believe her. He picked up his chopsticks and asked casually, Did you see Ji Xingxuan in the study today? Yu Shu wanted to say no, but she changed her mind. Ji Xingxuan was now a key figure in the murder case. 2 lives were involved. It seemed inappropriate not to mention what happened to them to Xue Rui. Yes, I saw her. Did you talk? Xue Rui asked in a few words. It was not hard to figure out the main point. There was nothing in the Taisher study that could trouble her. One was Ji Xingxuan, and the other was Jing Chen. Yu Shu scratched her chin and said, I did talk a little. I paid attention to my words and actions. She will not notice anything strange. Speaking of this, she remembered Ji Xingxuan's fearless look. She frowned and said, Big brother. I think that if the people behind Ji Xingxuan were the ones who plotted against Jing Chen back then they must be a very powerful party. What do you think? What do you think? Is it related to Prince Ning? The only thing that Ji Xingxuan relied on was power. From the people around her, Lu Hao was the most suspicious one. If it was really Prince Ning, then it would involve a lot of things. If she and Xue Rui found out who the mastermind was, the whole court would be shaken. Xue Rui was obviously clearly aware of this since the beginning. Now that Yu Shu had clearly pointed it out, he wasn't shocked or afraid in the slightest, and he said with a flat tone, No matter who is involved, we must investigate this murder case. We must investigate this murder case thoroughly. It is also the will of His Majesty. Yu Shu successfully changed the topic. Xue Rui did not try to pull her back. Anyway, he had guessed that her bad mood was because of Ji Xingxuan. Seeing that she looked better, he urged her to drink the soup while it was hot. The two of them ate dinner. Shui suggested that they go to the courtyard for a drink. Yushu thought about it and did not refuse. She went upstairs to her room to wash her face. After cleaning herself up, she went up to the third floor. Shui had already had someone set up a couch and was waiting for her. To keep cool, Yushu only wore a round-collared, small-sleeved, striped blouse over her white unlined top. She sat on the short couch covered with a leather blanket. When the wind blew, she shrank her neck and lowered her head to sneeze. The wind is cold at night. Why didn't you put on more clothes before coming out? Shui scolded in a low voice. He took the cloak hanging on the railing and shook it out to cover her shoulders. His fingers hooked around the collar, and he bent down to tie it for her. Yushu reacted half a beat slower. Seeing his face come closer, she could only turn her head away. She didn't want him to find her uncomfortable, so she cleared her throat and asked, "What kind of wine?" "It's green cattail wine from Jiangxi. Smell it and see if it's very light." Shui tied the cloak properly for her. Then he sat by her side. His long arm reached for a white porcelain wine bottle and passed her a small, round, and adorable flower-shaped cup. Then he filled each of their cups. Yushu was about to bring it to her mouth when Shui stopped her. "Wait." While speaking, she saw him take the fruit box from the wine table and hand it to her. Yushu saw clearly that there were more than a dozen golden orange fruits inside. They looked like loquat fruits, but they were much smaller. Shui saw that she didn't want to admit it, so he smiled and said, "This is a golden pill from Sichuan. It can stimulate saliva and stop coughing. Put one in your mouth, bite it and drink the wine. Let's see how it tastes." Yushu doubtfully pinched a golden fruit and put it in her mouth. As soon as she bit it, she wrinkled her nose because of the unique sour and bitter taste. She almost spat it out. She hurriedly put the wine in her mouth. Who knew that the moment the wine entered her mouth was filled with a spicy sweetness that quickly spread to her limbs and bones. Yushu was startled. She was sure that her ears must have turned red. The golden fruit was still in her mouth. Yushu chewed and chewed. The bitter taste just now disappeared, leaving only a sour and sweet taste. "How is the taste?" Shui asked. Yushu was pleasantly surprised and nodded. "Good wine, great." At the beginning, it was bitter, but for the sweet taste later, she was willing to eat that little bit of bitterness. Shui raised the corner of his mouth and looked up at the silver moon in the sky. He said seriously. Chapter 426. Because of Shui words, Yushu woke up the next morning. When she washed up, she could still taste the bittersweet taste of alcohol from last night. She only drank 1 cup of wine last night, and the rest went into Shui stomach. However, he did not say anything else that would make one's imagination run wild, so Yushu pretended not to argue with him. After breakfast, Shui was about to go out. Yushu did not need to go to Taisher Shuyuan today, so she planned to stay upstairs and sort out the files. She did not expect that not long after Shui left, someone came looking for her. "Miss, the shopkeeper is outside." The maidservant, Xiaodai, walked lightly to the door of the study. Yushu just picked up the brush and copied a few words. Without raising her head, she said, "What's the matter? Let him in." "Yes." A moment later, Lin Fu walked into the private room and entered the study with his head slightly lowered. "Miss, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Works, Lord Qiu is here." The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Works, Qiu Jiming. Yushu had met him at the banquet at Wangjilu at the end of March. He was a guest invited by Shui, so she had some impression of him. Thinking that this Lord Qiu was here to look for Shui, Lin Fu did not dare to slight her, so he came to ask her. However, Yushu was too lazy to go out to meet him, so she stopped writing and turned her head. "Big brother went to the yamen today and will not be back for a while. Tell Lord Qiu that he has something to do and come back at night." Lin Fu hesitated. "Lord Qiu is not here to look for young master. He is here to see Mississippi." Yushu was puzzled. "He is here to look for me?" Lin Fu nodded and took out a name card from his sleeve and handed it over with both hands. Yushu took it and looked at it. This name card was actually made by the government, and it was signed with Qiu Jiming's private seal. Yushu hesitated and said, "Clean up the room next door, and invite Lord Chiu upstairs. Serve him good tea. I will be there in a while. Those who come are guests. The position of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Works is a lucrative one. Although Chiu Jiming cannot be compared to the nobles of Anling, he is still a fifth-ranked official, the same rank as Shui Rui. Lin Fu obeyed and went to make arrangements. Yu Shu looked at the loose robe on her body and went back to the bedroom to change into proper clothes. After washing her hands, she went next door to meet the guest. As soon as Yu Shu entered the room, she saw Chiu Jiming sitting on a chair in the hall. This Lord Zhao was over 30 years old and had a dignified appearance. At this moment, he was frowning, and there was a layer of green beard on his chin. There were also some bruises under his eyes. He was not as spirited as when Yu Shu first saw him. Lord Chiu. When Chiu Jiming saw Yu Shu enter, his brows relaxed a little. He stood up and cupped his hands in greeting. Female Oracle. Yu Shu raised her hand and invited him to sit down. She walked to sit opposite him. Seeing that he was not in good spirits, she did not pretend to be polite. She opened her mouth and asked for his purpose. May I know why Lord Chiu is here today? Chiu Jiming first looked at the wide-open door and said to Yu Shu, Can we avoid people's eyes and ears? Yu Shu saw that he was being secretive and muttered in her heart. But she still had Xiao Dai close the door. If Lord Chiu has something to say, you can say it. Normally, no one comes up to the second floor. Today I came to ask the female oracle for an idea. When Chiu Jiming said this, he stopped and stared at Yu Shu. Yu Shu smiled and said, Darren has to say it, then I will know if I can help. Chiu Jiming sighed and said with a sad face, This month, Madam and my daughter. It turned out that at the beginning of the 4th month, Madam Chiu and Miss Chiu went to the Ascending Cloud Monastery outside the city to pray. On the night they came back, Miss Chiu had a strange illness. She talked nonsense and said that she was a fox and wanted to go back to the forest. She also scratched 2 maids. Chiu Darren had no choice but to tie his daughter up. Unexpectedly, the next morning, Miss Chiu was back to normal. The family didn't have time to rejoice when Miss Chiu fell sick again at night. They found several doctors, but they couldn't do anything. Medicine didn't help. Madame Chiu cried and said that her daughter was bewitched by a wild spirit. Chiu Darren invited a Taoist priest from the Ascending Cloud Monastery to cure her. Unexpectedly, the Taoist priest saw Miss Chiu and was so angry that he blew his beard and wanted to leave. He said that Miss Chiu had offended the 3 pure ones and was punished by heaven. If he took care of this matter, he would also be implicated. Thus, Miss Chiu's illness was delayed. She was awake during the day and fell sick at night. After half a month, she was tortured to the point that a layer of her skin was peeling off. Seeing that her body was getting worse, Chiu Darren came to ask Yu Shu for help. Miss Yu is a fortune teller who is in the top 3 of the 2 rankings this year. In addition to being good at mathematics, she is also good at magic. You must have a cure. I want you to come to the estate and see if my daughter can be saved. Chiu Jiming's eyes were already red as he said this. He looked like a loving father. He really had no choice but to seek help in a desperate situation. However, Yu Shu didn't immediately agree. She was a fortune teller, not an immortal. It seemed that even the Taoist priests of the Ascending Cloud Monastery didn't care about this kind of evil thing, so she might not have a cure. She didn't want to be criticized behind her back if she couldn't see the problem. Why doesn't Lord Chiu go to a few big exchange shops and ask people to try? Yu Shu said tactfully. Chiu Jiming smiled bitterly. My daughter was engaged 2 months ago. The other party is one of the 12 aristocratic families. These aristocratic families are often on the same side. If I go to the big exchange shop to ask people, the news of my daughter's illness will soon spread. The other party will definitely break off the engagement. Even if my daughter is cured, she won't be able to face anyone for the rest of her life. With her stubborn personality, I'm afraid she will commit suicide. What he meant was that Yu Shu, who didn't have an aristocratic family background and was a skilled fortune teller, could easily treat Miss Chiu's illness and keep it a secret. At this point, Yu Shu saw that he was a man with tears in his eyes and sincere words, so she couldn't refuse. She thought about it and said, I can't guarantee this. After all, I only read people's fortunes and have never encountered such an evil thing. How about this? I'm free today, so I'll go with Lord Qiu. If there's no other way, we'll talk about it when we see your daughter. Seeing that she agreed, Qiu Jiming hurriedly stood up. Thank you, female fortune teller. I've prepared a soft sedan outside. Please go. Yu Shu said. There's no hurry. You go downstairs first. I'll go back to my room to get a few things and then follow you. Qiu Jiming of course agreed. Before he came, he knew that Yu Shu would reject him. Now that he managed to invite her, he finally had something to look forward to. At night, when Xue Rui came back, he didn't see Yu Shu and asked Xiao Dai about it. Replying to Lord, Miss was invited away by Assistant Minister Qiu Jiming in the morning. She hasn't returned yet. Xue Rui was curious why Qiu Jiming invited Yu Shu, so he asked in detail. However, Yu Shu and Qiu Jiming spoke with the door closed during the day, so Xiao Dai didn't hear it. She shook her head and said she didn't know. Xue Rui was worried. Seeing that it was dark outside, he didn't change his clothes and planned to go out to look for her. Unexpectedly, when he reached the courtyard, he saw the back door open. Yu Shu led Xiao Qing and slowly walked in looking exhausted. 2. Hearing the call, Yu Shu looked up and saw Xue Rui standing in the courtyard. She quickened her steps. Big brother, you're back. Xue Rui nodded and looked her up and down. He only thought that she was tired but didn't see anything wrong. Only then did he relax. He put one hand around her back and helped her into the room. Why is Lord Qiu looking for you? Yu Shu lazily sat on the chair and reached out her hand. Have a cup of tea first. When Xue Rui heard her voice was hoarse, he didn't need the servants to personally pour some tea and place it into her hands. After letting the tea moisten her throat, Xue Rui told her everything about the reason why Qiu Jiming came to visit this morning. It was a family scandal, but Yu Shu didn't think it was necessary to hide it from Xue Rui. After all, his mouth was much tighter than hers. After listening to the reason, Xue Rui was a bit unhappy. You're not a Taoist priest who can catch monsters. This Qiu Jiming is making things difficult for you. Yu Shu chuckled. Seeing her expression, Xue Rui's eyes turned and he said suspiciously, Don't tell me that you really know how to catch monsters. After getting along with her for a long time, it seemed that all the strange things he saw on her were no longer strange. Yu Shu blinked her eyes. I don't know how to catch monsters, but I know how to catch people. Seeing Xue Rui's puzzled face, she twisted her body and leaned on the armrest to talk to him about what happened during the day. When she went to Assistant Minister Qiu's residence, she saw Miss Qiu who was sick and bedridden. She didn't get sick during the day, so Yu Shu chatted with her for a while. She didn't find any clues, so she asked for Miss Qiu's date of birth and had someone find a quiet room. She used the law of time of misfortune to calculate the first half of the month. She wanted to know what was wrong with her. Xue Rui asked curiously, Did you calculate it? I did. Then what's going on? Yu Shu snorted and said, There's nothing wrong with Miss Qiu at all. Ha! Xue Rui couldn't react for a moment. Yu Shu explained to him. According to what Qiu Darren said, when Miss Qiu went to the Ascending Cloud Monastery to offer incense, she was touched by something. This kind of evil can be considered a disaster. I should be able to calculate it, but from Miss Qiu's date of birth, she didn't have any disaster on that day. Instead, it was very smooth. Xue Rui understood immediately. He frowned and said, You mean she pretended to be crazy? I wasn't sure at first, but I sent the others away and only left Miss Qiu and me in the room. After bluffing her for a while, she finally told me the truth. Guess what happened? It turns out that Miss Qiu already had someone she liked. She was dissatisfied with the marriage that her family had arranged for her, so she pretended to be crazy and wanted to escape from the marriage. It's a pity that her parents loved their daughter so much that they were kept in the dark and were tormented by her these days. Xue Rui listened and thought it was ridiculous. He said, Qiu Jiming has a good temper, but he cares a lot about his face. You exposed his daughter's pretense, but he didn't faint from anger? Who said I exposed her? Yu Shu curled her lips. I'm not a bad person. I'm not a good person at both ends. That Miss Qiu pulled out a hairpin and pressed it against her neck, begging me to help her keep it a secret. If I didn't agree, she would kill herself in front of me. So I pushed the boat with the current and talked to her. I went out and told official Chiu. I found a random excuse and took him to the Ascending Cloud Monastery. I burned incense in front of the 3 pure Taoist ancestors and pretended to dig a handful of soil under the tree in the backyard. When I got back, I put it under Miss Chiu's pillow. In the end, when the sky turned dark, Miss Chiu was naturally safe and sound. She didn't have any crazy anymore. She stopped to rest and took a sip of tea. She continued, Official Chiu and his wife believed me completely. I took the opportunity to warn them that because their precious daughter was disrespectful and offended the 3 pure Taoist ancestors, the marriage should not be with a man born in a certain year and a certain month. Chiu Darren didn't even think about it, and decided to dissolve the marriage with Miss Chiu. This was exactly what Miss Chiu wanted. Everyone was happy and I was the good person at both ends. After listening to the whole story, Shui Rui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Yu Shu's face getting closer and closer. He bent his finger and lightly tapped her forehead, saying, You always have a lot of evil ideas. His finger was cold. Yu Shu shrank her neck and sat up straight. She said to Shui Rui, I just don't understand. Shouldn't the Taoist priests at the Ascending Cloud Monastery be very intelligent? Why would they pretend to be mysterious and deceive people? Shui Rui smiled and asked, Who told you that Taoist priests don't deceive people? Chapter 427. April 20th, Xianchun Gardens banquet was held in the evening. Yu Shu was staying at Wangjilu when someone came to deliver the gift list. Yu Shu and Shui Rui had just finished their breakfast. One was preparing to go upstairs, while the other was planning to go out. Lin Fu brought them to the door and handed a gift list and a letter to Yu Shu. She rolled her eyes and heard the steward outside respectfully say, Our family's Darren has been really busy these days. He told this lowly one to deliver the letter. The gift has already been delivered to your residence. Our Darren will definitely pay a visit to Swansea another day and thank you in person. Yu Shu opened Chiu Jiming's letter and looked at it. Her eyebrows twitched. She said a few words to the steward, and then had Lin Fu send the person out. Shui Rui took Chiu Jiming's gift list from her hand and scanned it. He didn't find it expensive, so he smiled and said to Yu Shu, Chiu Darren's gift is too small. It doesn't seem like his style. It seems like there's a follow-up. What's written in the letter? Yu Shu smiled and looked at Shui Rui. She said, You're right. I think he wants to remember a favor from me in addition to these gifts. This Chiu Jiming really knew how to behave. He didn't play games with her. She didn't waste her time running around to solve his family's problem. By the time they finished talking, it was already late. Before Shui Rui left, he warned Yu Shu, I will go directly to Xianchun Garden in the afternoon to make some arrangements. When it's time, let old Chui send you off. Don't go too early, and don't be late. We'll meet again. Yu Shu nodded and told him not to worry. After seeing Shui Rui leave, she went upstairs. When she returned to her room, she felt a little restless. She knew that something was going to happen tonight. No matter how calm she was, she couldn't help but worry that something unexpected would happen. According to her and Shui Rui's previous discussion, she only had one task tonight, to keep an eye on Chinyuero. When the carriage turned a corner, it suddenly stopped. Chinyuero was absent-mindedly thinking about something when she saw Xian Lu choke on her tea. Cough cough. Be careful. Chinyuero quickly took out a handkerchief and patted Xian Lu's back while wiping her. Slow down, what's the rush? Xian Lu grumbled unhappily at the coachman outside. Looking down at the tea stains on her skirt, she said bitterly, This is bad. Chinyuero said, How about we go back and change? We left early so there's still time? Xian Lu hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. Forget it, going back and forth is troublesome, we're almost there. We should be able to Shui family's residence. Chinyuero furrowed her brows. What wind? Did I forget that you've just recovered from your illness? Later, when we reach the garden you have to sit down obediently and don't run around. Xian Lu unwillingly pouted. I'm only accompanying you because I'm worried about you. Chinyuero smiled helplessly. Yesterday, she went to visit Xian Lu. Coincidentally, Xian family's old man was there. He glanced at her a few times and told her that she had a calamity recently. To overcome it, she needed a person with hooves in the Chinese zodiac to stay by her side. Qin Yuero didn't feel anything was wrong, but she still went home and told her elders. She couldn't explain why, so she took out 2 pendants to avoid calamity and brought them with her. Who knew that she would be going out today? Early in the morning, Xian Lu went to find her and said he wanted to go with her. Qin Yuero and Xian Lu got off the carriage. The sky was still bright, but there was an endless stream of carriages and horses on the street. Red lanterns were hung for 3 li, waiting for the sun to rise. Qin Yuero and Xian Lu got off the carriage. Because the 2 of them were traveling together, they only brought a servant girl with them. The servant girl walked in front and handed over the invitation card. Immediately, a quick-looking servant boy stepped forward to lead the way. Usually, when a prince hosted a banquet, it would be inappropriate for an official to appear, unless they were related. Thus, young masters and young ladies of suitable age would go in their place. Of course, if their official rank wasn't high, there weren't as many rules. Many young people came to the banquet tonight. Qin Yuero and Xian Lu were natives of Anling, so they were familiar with these faces. After entering the banquet hall, they exchanged greetings with the madams and young ladies they knew. Although the murder at Taisher Library had not reached the point where everyone knew about it, the people who came tonight had more or less heard about it. Those who knew about it knew that Xian Lu had suffered a shock because of it. Today they met to say a few words of comfort. Qin Yuero looked at Xian Lu, who was surrounded by people, and calmly stood up. She moved a few steps to the side, and looked around the banquet hall, as if she was looking for someone. A moment later, she saw a figure sitting on the main guest seat. She pursed her lips as if she had made a decision. Yushu came alone. She handed over the invitation and entered. The servant boy led her through the front courtyard to the east courtyard. From afar, she could see that the banquet hall was decorated with lanterns and streamers. The courtyard and corridors were filled with banquets. Pastries and wine were served. Half of the guests had already arrived. The guests who were sitting outside were all rich and powerful. Yushu was a guest that Lu Tan had specially invited. So she naturally went inside. Yushu entered the door and looked around. The first thing she looked for wasn't Shui Rui's figure, but Qin Yuero. There were many people in the banquet hall. Yushu stared at the pink-dressed women, and quickly found a familiar figure. Surprise flashed in her eyes, and she walked past the table. Feifei. Xian Lu had just finished dealing with a group of people, and his face was almost stiff from smiling. He turned his head and saw Yushu. Only then did he reveal some genuine happiness. He grabbed her and said, "Lotus Room, I knew you were coming." "I didn't know you were coming." Yushu looked up and down at Xian Lu's pink dress. When she saw that Xian Lu was wearing this year's new casual clothes, she felt disgusted. She glanced at her hair, but fortunately, she didn't see any begonia flowers. "I came with Yuero." Xian Lu laughed mischievously. He turned his head to call out to Qin Yuero, but he discovered she was gone. "Huh? She was here just now." Yushu's eyelids twitched. She was about to ask again when she saw Xian Lu nervously stand up. He looked left and right and muttered, "This Qin Yuero, I said I would accompany her. Why is she running around? This won't do. I have to go find her." After he finished speaking, he tugged on Yushu's sleeve and begged, "All right, Lotus Room, help me look for her." Yushu had the same intention, so she didn't ask why he was so anxious. She took advantage of the situation and agreed. The 2 of them took advantage of the fact that the banquet hadn't started and Lu Tan didn't show up. They slipped out of the banquet hall through the back door. They first looked around, but they didn't see anyone. Xian Lu couldn't help but become anxious. Yushu looked up at the curtain of night that hadn't fallen yet. She wasn't worried, but she couldn't leave someone out of her sight. She said to Xian Lu, "This garden is big. Let's split up and look. You go there, I'll go here." Okay. Thus Yushu went east and Xian Lu went west. Xianchun Garden was built 15 years ago. It was surrounded by a natural lake, and was planted with trees and forests. When summer came, it was cool and refreshing. At the end of spring, there was shade everywhere. 2 slender female figures, one in front and one behind, passed through the small forest and arrived at the tranquil lake. Yuero, why did you bring me here? Ji Xingxuan looked around and asked. She had just arrived at the banquet hall. Not long after she sat down, Qin Yuero indicated for her to leave. Along the way, no matter how many times Mo Tiange asked, Qin Yuero didn't open her mouth. Qin Yuero turned around and stared at Mo Tiange without saying a word. Qin Yuero and Ji Xingxuan had known each other for 2 years. Although they couldn't be considered best friends, they were still good friends. Xian Lu, who grew up together with Xian Lu, didn't hate Ji Xingxuan and cut off all contact with her. Ji Xingxuan felt somewhat uncomfortable under Qin Yuero's stare. She turned her head to look at the ripples on the lake's surface and said, "The banquet is about to start in a moment. If you have something to say, quickly say it." I saw it. Ji Xingxuan's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. She turned her head and asked with a puzzled expression, "Saw what?" Qin Yuero sighed. Her voice was slow and carried a trace of uncertainty. On the day Qiao Yuling died, we were at the observatory. I saw her placing her book on the wall. When she wasn't paying attention, you flipped through her book behind her back and put something inside. Ji Xingxuan's brows stiffened for a moment. In the next moment she sneered and said, "Why don't I remember doing this? Are you trying to say that I copied Daozi's handwriting and lured her to the observatory to kill her? How laughable. I didn't go out at all that night. Could it be that I dreamed of going to the Imperial Historian's library to kill someone?" Qin Yuero's expression changed. She said in a low voice, "I don't know if Qiao Yuling's death has anything to do with you, but I saw you put a note in her book with my own eyes. It was the same book that the authorities found. You don't need to quibble. I've helped you hide it until now, because I don't believe you would kill someone. I'm telling you now because I want to know why you secretly put a note in Qiao Yuling's book. Did you know that someone wanted to harm her?" Ji Xingxuan's eyes darkened. Beneath her veil, she was about to bite her lip. After a moment of silence, she said, "I'll say it again. You're mistaken. I didn't put any note in her book." Qin Yuero was clearly disappointed. She shook her head and said with a bitter smile, "If you don't want to say it, I won't force you. I'd rather believe that I didn't recognize the wrong person. Don't worry, I won't report you. It wasn't easy for you to get to where you are today. I don't want to just watch you be destroyed. I'm not related to Qiao Yuling, but I'm your friend. I'll repay you for saving my innocence at that time." After hearing this, Ji Xingxuan lowered her gaze and didn't refute her. "Sai, you're on your own." Qin Yuero turned around and left without looking back. She left Ji Xingxuan standing on the shore. When she heard the sound of footsteps getting further and further away, her body suddenly twitched and she raised her reddened eyes. However, from beginning to end, no one saw a hunched figure hiding in the grass not far away in the dusky twilight. Xian Lu clenched her teeth and clutched the leaf in her hand. She couldn't stop trembling. She stared at the figure on the shore, and a voice in her heart shouted. Chapter 428. 2 in 1 big chapter, asking for pink votes. Yushu looked around but didn't see any trace of Qin Yuero. When she passed by 2 lofts, she deliberately raised her head to look. The sky turned dark in the blink of an eye. She was afraid that something might happen, so she hurriedly retraced her steps. She wanted to first find Shui Rue to discuss things with him. Who knew that when she reached the back door of the banquet hall, she would see an eye-catching pink. "Miss Qin." Yushu immediately called out, stopping Qin Yuero. She took a few steps and walked past the waiter who was serving the dishes and wine. When she arrived in front of Qin Yuero, the light from the back door allowed her to clearly see the worried expression on Qin Yuero's face. When Qin Yuero saw Yushu here, she couldn't help but be stunned. When she regained her senses, she forced a smile and greeted her. "I was dragged out by Feifei to look for you as soon as I arrived. Why didn't you see her?" Yushu pretended to look behind Qin Yuero and took 2 steps forward. When she turned her head, she saw the tender and beautiful begonia on the back of Qin Yuero's hair bun. Her gaze was pierced. Qin Yuero looked slightly absent-minded. She shook her head and said, "No, I didn't see her." "Then let's wait here for a while. We agreed to come back if we can't find him," Yushu suggested, and the 2 moved down the corridor. After waiting for a while, they saw Xian Lu walking out from the distant path with his head down. Not too long ago, Xian Lu went to look for Qin Yuero. Not long after she chased after her, she saw her and Ji Xingxuan walking towards the lakeside. Her curiosity was piqued and she didn't make a sound. Instead, she followed behind them and hid in the underbrush to eavesdrop on their conversation. After a moment of panic, Xian Lu finally calmed down. He waited until Ji Xingxuan had left before he took a detour and returned. Seeing Yu Shu and Qin Yuero standing in the corridor waving at her, Xian Lu's heartbeat quickened. She tugged at the hem of her skirt and twisted her thigh. Taking advantage of the pain, she jogged over to them. Before she could stand still, she started complaining to Qin Yuero. Yu Shu only paid attention to Qin Yuero's expression. Qin Yuero, on the other hand, had something on her mind. The two of them didn't notice anything wrong with Xian Lu. After exchanging a few words, they entered together. At this moment, the banquet had begun. The banquet hall that was previously absent was now full of guests. Lu Tan was sitting in the most conspicuous position and toasting people. Yu Shu walked behind Qin Yuero and Xian Lu. She intentionally approached them and saw Shui Rui a few tables away. Coincidentally, he was also quietly looking around. When their gazes met, they exchanged a glance. Yu Shu raised her chin forward. When Shui Rui saw Qin Yuero, his eyes flashed, and he turned back to continue drinking. Yu Shu's gaze swept past Jing Chen, who was sitting to the left of Lu Tan, and moved elsewhere. In the inner hall, there were long tables inlaid with Chiang stone. On them were tablecloths of the same color, revealing the clear color of the stone at both ends. All the tables were placed horizontally in two directions, leaving an aisle in the middle. Guests only sat on one side, with 2 or 3 people to a table. Yu Shu's seat was arranged toward the front. Fortunately, it wasn't far from Qin Yuero and Xian Lu. She could see them as soon as she turned her head. She didn't know if Lu Tan had deliberately arranged it, but she was the only person sitting at her table. Yu Shu looked around. She wasn't surprised to see many familiar figures at the banquet. For example, she saw a few heirs and princesses sitting at the VIP table opposite her. She had seen them at the Dual Sons gathering before. There were also Feng Zhaomiao, Qi Mingxiu and Ruilin, the sons of high officials and nobles. There were also a few young masters and young ladies from aristocratic families she wasn't unfamiliar with. Most of them were like her who had just entered Taisher Library this year. In addition, there were 2 other tables. The people sitting were all capable people that Lu Tan had recruited during the Dual Sons gathering. Yu Shu wasn't surprised to see Wen Xiao, but she didn't see Helen Chu. Beside Lu Tan, there were 2 empty tables. Yu Shu didn't need to think to guess that Lu Tan had invited Prince Ning and the others. Speaking of which, Lu Tan had only been back in the capital for a few months. His foundation wasn't as deep as Lu Hao's, and his reputation wasn't as good. For him to have this kind of extravagance today, it was mostly due to the Dual Sons gathering that had just ended. It had given him the title of prince and the marriage with Xia Zhang's family. Yu Shu had sent a letter to Xia Zhang's guest house a few days ago. She knew that Xia Jiangmin wouldn't show up today. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, even Xia Zhang's Helong didn't come. Yu Shu sat closer to the front, so naturally many people saw her. There were people who came forward to toast the female fortune teller. She didn't refuse them, but she took a small sip. She smiled and said that her throat wasn't feeling good today, so she couldn't drink too much. No one argued with her. After dealing with a few people, Yu Shu didn't look in Qin Yuero's direction. She was afraid that if she got distracted, she would disappear again. Lu Tan drank with the people beside him. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the empty table next to him. He stood up with a normal expression. When everyone saw Lu Tan stand up, they all stopped talking and quickly became quiet. He said in a clear voice, "This prince's congratulatory banquet today is firstly to thank Imperial Father for his grace, allowing me to accept this task. Secondly, I want to thank my Imperial brothers for taking care of this prince who has been away all year round. Brothers should be respectful to each other. Thirdly, I want to thank those who have joined my sect in the Dual Sons gathering. This prince will drink 3 cups to express my sincerity." Without any empty words, Lu Tan raised his head and drank his cup. The young eunuch behind him calmly filled his cup for him. After 3 cups, he put down his cup. His face was flushed and he smiled in high spirits. He raised his sleeve and said, "Everyone drink to your heart's content. There's no need to stand on ceremony." Everyone present stood up and toasted each other. Congratulatory voices rose and fell. Yushu silently sat back down. She held the cup in her hands and stacked it on the table. She looked at the table diagonally across from her and saw Ji Xingxuan changing cups with Princess Xiwen. She wasn't sure if the culprit, who pushed Qin Yuero down the stairs, was hiding in Xian Spring Garden. She also wasn't sure if Ji Xingxuan would still be the accomplice tonight. But no matter what, she had to drag her down tonight. She couldn't let her scheme against her without fear. Ruthlessness flashed through Yushu's eyes. At this time, there was a commotion outside. Then someone shouted in a loud voice, "Ning Wangya has arrived." Everyone's eyes turned to the door. In a flash, they saw a group of well-dressed people walk into the inner hall. There were both men and women. The person at the front was wearing a robe with a jade belt. He was waving his fan and talking cheerfully with his entourage. It was as if he was the host. "Haha, ninth brother, I was delayed by something and came late. You won't hold it against me, right?" Ning Wangya Lu Hao had a righteous face and always spoke loudly. It was obvious that he was late on purpose, but no one felt that there was anything wrong with his actions. Lu Tan smiled and stood up. He raised the cup in his hand and said, "I'm very happy that Brother Wang could come. However, I can't avoid this punishment." Before Lu Hao could speak, Lu Yi, who was beside him, said in a low, muffled voice, "Fine, fine. Whoever wants to avoid it, I'll drink it." Lu Yi's tone was harsh, but everyone in the upper-class circle of Anling City knew his temper, so they didn't find it strange. But what he did next made people's faces look strange. Louis raised his arm and pulled a graceful girl behind him into his arms. He swaggered to an empty seat and sat down. He pulled the girl into his arms and actually pulled her onto his lap. His actions were extremely frivolous. In front of everyone, he actually fed the girl wine with his mouth to her mouth. Lu Tan was crowned king, and this was a proper banquet. Yet he was so unrestrained. It was no different from disgracing Lu Tan. Everyone looked at each other, and the atmosphere became awkward. Seeing that Lu Hao was smiling without saying anything, everyone thought that Lu Tan would turn hostile. However, unexpectedly, Lu Tan only glanced at Lu Yi and ignored him. He turned to Ning Wangya and said, "Brother Wang, please take a seat." Lu Hao curled the corner of his mouth in interest. He led his people to sit down and also ignored Lu Yi's actions. No one else noticed. Only Yushu stared at the plaything in Lu Yi's arms. She couldn't see its face clearly. She thought about what Ji Xingxuan had said to her outside the fragrant hut that day. Lu Yi found a girl who looked similar to her to be his plaything, and attended Ning Wangya's private banquet. She just didn't know if it was the one in front of her. Yushu frowned. She wasn't sure if Lu Yi, this brat, would embarrass her in front of everyone. Thinking about this, she looked at Ji Xingxuan again. She lifted her veil and lowered her head to drink wine. She couldn't see her expression clearly. Xian Lu, who was sitting next to Qin Yuero, was also secretly looking at Ji Xingxuan. She didn't eat much of the food and wine in front of her. She held her chopsticks and looked back at Qin Yuero from time to time. Qin Yuero noticed her gaze and asked, "What's wrong, Fei Fei?" Xian Lu hurriedly squeezed out a smile and pointed at the back of her hair. "I think this flower hairpin is quite unique. I've never seen you wear it before." Qin Yuero said, "This is a reward from the palace. I saw that it matched this set of clothes, so I took it out and used it." Xian Lu said, "Oh." Xiwen peeled a piece of preserved plum blossoms in boredom. She tilted her head to look at Ji Xingxuan, who was refilling another cup. She said, "How many cups has this been? Why are you in a bad mood?" "When have I ever been in a good mood?" Ji Xingxuan couldn't help but laugh at herself. Her expression was slightly irritated. It was unknown if it was because of the alcohol. "That's right. If I were you, I wouldn't be happy either." Xiwen rested her chin on her hand and turned to look at Lu Tan's table. Her gaze fell on one person and she pouted. "It's nothing. I'll help you vent your anger later." Isn't it just a fortune teller? Does she really think that no one can deal with her? Ji Xingxuan pressed the space between her brows. She listened to the laughter and clinking cups around her. She felt her head ache. She took a deep breath, put down her cup, and said to Shiwen, "I'm going to change." After she finished speaking, she stood up with the support of the table. She did her best to not attract attention and walked to the back door. When Yushu saw Ji Xingxuan leave the table, she straightened her body and subconsciously looked at Qin Yuero. She saw that Qin Yuero was staring at the dishes on the table in a daze. The seat next to her was empty. She hesitated for a moment, then walked past Qin Yuero with a cup of wine in her hand. She walked to the other side of Qin Yuero and sat down. "Where's Feifei?" Yushu tried to start a conversation. When she saw Mo Tiange sit down, Qin Yuero perked up. She said she wanted to get some fresh air. She just went out. Yushu teased. "I saw that she was looking for you anxiously. She said she had to accompany you. But now she's willing to leave you behind." Qin Yuero smiled at her, then told her about how she met old man Xian at Xian Manor. She rolled up her sleeves and showed Mo Tiange the jade bracelet she wore to ward off bad luck. Once the conversation started, the two of them started chatting. Unknowingly, it was getting late. Yushu gradually felt strange. According to her thoughts, someone must have lured Qin Yuero out so they could make a move on her. However, after waiting for so long, not a single suspicious person came forward. Instead, Ji Xingxuan's seat remained empty. This made Yushu feel slightly uneasy. Could it be that she was an eyesore sitting there? Yushu suspected this, so she picked up where Qin Yuero left off and jokingly said, "Feifei has been gone for so long and still hasn't come back. Could it be because I'm occupying her seat? I'll go back to my seat." And okay. Qin Yuero's conversation with Yushu diverted some of her attention. Her complexion looked much better than before. Yushu held her cup and pushed her chair away. She planned to go back to her seat from the back, but when she walked past Qin Yuero, she inadvertently glanced at the back of her head. Startled, she blurted out, "Huh? Where's your crabapple hairpin?" When Qin Yuero heard this, she turned around and touched her hair bun. She helplessly said, "Feifei took it off and put it on." Oh! The space between Yushu's eyebrows twitched, and she suddenly returned to her seat. A thought flashed through her mind, and a moment later, her expression suddenly changed. She cursed in her heart and immediately threw down her cup. She stood up in a panic and hurriedly walked in the direction of the back door that Qin Yuero had pointed at. Yushu's strange movements were noticed by Shui Rui. His eyes flashed, and he quietly apologized to Lu Tan before he also stood up and left. Yushu walked out of the back door, and as she gazed at the brightly lit courtyard, she didn't know which direction she should go. Just as she was burning with anxiety, someone patted her shoulder from behind, and as soon as she turned around, she saw Shui Rui, who followed her out. "What's wrong?" Shui Rui asked. Yushu acted as if she had seen her savior. She pulled his arm to the side and didn't have time to explain. She gritted her teeth and said, "Oh no, it's not Qin Yuero. It's Xian Feifei. We have to hurry and find her." Xia Jiangmin's dream couldn't be wrong. A woman wearing a begonia flower and wearing a new dress would be pushed down the stairs. If it wasn't Qin Yuero, it had to be Xian Lu. How intelligent was Shui Rui? He knew that he'd changed his mind the moment he heard this, and he frowned as he turned around to look at the surroundings before raising his hand to make a gesture. Yushu saw an attendant that was watching the nearby lanterns jump down from the railing and jog over. "Did you see where the sixth daughter of the Xian family went?" This was the man that Shui Rui had placed in Xianchun Garden through Lu Tan. This kind of nail was specially trained. Everyone in Anling City could recognize his face. "I only saw her go that way." The nail pointed in a direction. If he looked closely, he couldn't see it. When Yushu heard this, she immediately ran in that direction. She was afraid that if she was too late, she would see that last Xian Lu's corpse. Shui Rui stared at her back and said, "Leave one person to watch this place. You go and ask the rest to look for her. Don't make a sound." Yes. Shui Rui saw Yushu disappear in the blink of an eye, so he quickly chased after her. On a certain balcony in the spring garden, Ji Xingxuan stood at the end of the corridor. her hands gripping the railing that reached her waist as she gazed at the distant banquet scene. The veil covering her face had disappeared at some point, revealing a beautiful face. Her brows were slightly drooping, her expression indescribably weary. The surroundings were quiet, and a series of footsteps rang out in the corridor. Ji Xingxuan was disturbed, so she turned her head unhappily and narrowed her eyes. When she saw the person approaching and was illuminated by the lanterns hanging on the eaves, she coldly said, "You're following me?" Xian Lu's chest heaved up and down. Climbing to the 4th floor made her a little breathless. She stared at Ji Xingxuan's face and thought that this was the woman in front of her who killed Qiao Yuling, whom she quarreled with since childhood. She felt something burning in her heart. That night, when she personally witnessed Qiao Yuling's death on the observatory, she had nightmares every night. Sometimes, she dreamed of Qiao Yuling crying and complaining to her. Sometimes, she dreamed of when she was young and fought with Qiao Yuling for the first time because her skirt was torn. In one moment, she pushed the young Qiao Yuling to the ground. In the next moment, that small figure turned into a skeleton and fell to the ground. At first, she was afraid, but later, she gradually felt sad. This complicated feeling caused her to overhear the conversation between Ji Xingxuan and Qin Yuero. She couldn't control her anger. When she saw Ji Xingxuan walk away during the banquet, she couldn't help but follow her. "Let me ask you." Xian Lu's voice was a little stifled. "Why did you want to harm her?" Ji Xingxuan's back stiffened. She frowned and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm asking you why you wanted to kill her." Xian Lu fiercely roared. Her face flushed red. She took a few steps closer to her and pulled on her sleeve. "I heard everything. You were talking to Yuero. It was you who tricked her to the observatory. It was you who killed her. You vicious woman." Ji Xingxuan's face sank. She slapped Xian Lu's hand away and said with a sneer, "Did you drink too much and become muddle-headed? You don't understand what you're saying." She pushed Xian Lu away and turned to leave. However, Xian Lu desperately grabbed the corner of her clothes. "You vicious woman, you still won't admit it. Do you think I'm Yuero? Do you think I'll be tricked by you with just a few words? You murderer, I won't let you go. I'll go to the front and tell everyone about your shameful deeds. Let's see how long you can pretend for. You murderer." Faced with Xian Lu's unwillingness to let her go, Ji Xingxuan felt an evil fire burning in her stomach. She quickly grabbed Xian Lu's wrist and used all her strength to shake her off. She shouted, "Whatever, go away." Xian Lu's eyes turned red from anger. She disregarded everything and said, "Just you wait. Your reputation will be ruined. You will pay with your life for murder. You will die like your grandfather." Hearing this last sentence, Ji Xingxuan's feet were like nails on the ground. In the dark night, the fire in her stomach finally burned her eyes. She could no longer remain calm. She turned around like a gust of wind and stepped in front of Xian Lu. She reached out her hand to slap her. Xian Lu didn't have time to react and was hit by her. She turned her head and felt a burning pain on her face. Her anger reached its peak. She threw herself at Ji Xingxuan and screamed, "You dare hit me, you vicious woman!" Both of them were women. Ji Xingxuan's strength was not much stronger than Xian Lu's. With a tug, they were pushed to the railing. Xian Lu grabbed her collar and wanted to slap her back. Ji Xingxuan's face was gloomy. She dodged and kicked her. Xian Lu's slap missed. Half of her body was hanging over the railing. She was caught off guard and fell down. "Ah!" With a scream, Xian Lu grabbed the railing in a panic. Her two hands gripped the two thin pieces of wood tightly. Her whole body was hanging over the 4th floor. Her face turned from red to white. Ji Xingxuan was stunned. She subconsciously reached out to pull her, but when she was about to touch Xian Lu, a thought flashed in her mind. She hesitated and pulled her hand back. Pull me." Xian Lu's fingers were weak. She was about to let go of the railing. At this moment, her life was hanging by a thread. She couldn't care less. With a pale face, she looked up at Ji Xingxuan for help. Hee. Ji Xingxuan laughed at this moment. Looking at Xian Lu's frightened look, her red eyes flashed with a strange light. "Didn't you want to report me?" Ji Xingxuan whispered. Then go to the underworld and report me. I'll wait for the ghost messenger to come and catch me. As she spoke, she took a step back and looked down at her shoes. Expressionlessly, she lifted her toes and stepped on the fingers that were digging into the wood. Get lost. Bookroom, 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 book. Room, bookroom, 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 bookroom. Just as she was about to step on Xian Lu, she heard a gust of wind and heard heavy footsteps in the corridor. A strong force came from the side and knocked her away. Ji Xingxuan knelt on the ground and turned around in shock. She saw a person clinging to the railing, panting heavily. The person dangerously stuck his upper body out. His legs hooked onto the railing and quickly grabbed Xian Lu's wrist. Chapter 429. Lotus Room. Xian Lu cries. Her fingers can no longer hold on and she falls down. Her eyes are wide open in horror. She only feels that her body is sinking and there is a tingling pain in her wrists. Her whole weight is stuck in her arms, making her suspended in the air. Yes, Yushu clenched her teeth, and her face turned red. She grabbed Xian Lu's hands with all her might, and half of her body was pulled out. Her legs were tightly hooked on the gap between the railings, and she stopped dangerously there. This is the 4th floor. The ground below is hard slate. If she falls, it is difficult to keep her body intact. Ji Xingxuan kneels on the ground. Seeing this scene, her expression changes quickly. She thinks of the accusation she may face later. She struggles to get up and reaches out to Yushu. She can't let them live. How dare you? Yushu seems to have eyes on her back. She roars and bears the pain of her abdomen being hit by the railing. She grits her teeth and says, "Someone is catching up from behind. You pushed us down the stairs. This is irrefutable evidence. 2 lives are at stake. You can't escape even if you have wings. I want to see how you die." Ji Xingxuan hesitates. Her hand touches the corner of Yushu's clothes. She feels dizzy and stands there in a daze, swaying between the 2 ends of the scale. Yushu doesn't expect Ji Xingxuan to help Xian Lu come up. It is already a risk for her to rebuke her, and not do anything underhanded. At this moment, there is a cracking sound. The railing can't bear the weight of Yushu and Xian Lu. It is about to break. Yushu's heart sinks like a sandbag. For a moment, she thinks of letting go of Xian Lu and saving herself first. However, when she sees Xian Lu's frightened and blank eyes, she can't bear to let go of her. After a moment of hesitation, the railing can't bear it anymore. Yushu's body trembles, but she holds Xian Lu tightly and refuses to let go. Blood rushes to her head. She grits her teeth. At this time, she doesn't feel panic, but unwillingness. Her journey had been arduous, and she had finally reached this step with great difficulty. There were many things that she had yet to accomplish. Was she going to lose her life here? If she died, what would happen to Xiaoxiao? She had just given that child a good life. Thinking about leaving behind another family member, and repeating the ending of her previous life. Who could help her? Who could help her? Yushu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and her heart beat wildly. She roared at the top of her lungs, "Big brother!" As if hearing her summon, a breeze blew in the corridor. Her numb waist was wrapped around by a strong force, and a hot breath brushed past her face. An arm reached out from her shoulder, and tightly held the place where her hand was reaching. Regardless of whether the railing could withstand it or not, he pulled her whole body up. Pipa. A section of the railing broke, and they fell to the other side of the corridor. Yushu was hugged and rolled half a circle before she stopped. She raised her head in shock, and the first thing she saw was a pair of dark eyes that swept through the night, as if they were going to swallow her. Heavy breathing intertwined together. Her legs went soft, and her lips trembled. Her hands finally loosened, and she fell onto his body. Shuirue's arm tightly held onto Yushu's slender waist and did not let go. Thinking about the scene where he saw her hanging in the air, his heart felt like it was bitten by thousands of ants, stinging and painful. If his qigong wasn't good, and he couldn't climb up as fast as he could, and if he was a step late and couldn't pull her back, then the result would be hard to imagine. Xian Lu, who had just escaped death, laid on the ground. His body was separated by the broken railing, and he began to cry loudly. Yushu's soul was awakened by the sound of crying. She coughed twice, and suddenly turned her head to look at the panicked Ji Xingxuan. With a rough voice, she said with a cold smile, "I've caught you." Who would have thought? Who would have thought that the culprit tonight would actually be Ji Xingxuan? This time, she had firmly grabbed onto her fox tail. Let's see if she didn't skin her alive. A gust of cold wind blew through the tall building. Ji Xingxuan shivered, and the burning anger in her heart was extinguished. She looked down at Xian Lu, who had fallen to the ground. Only then did she realize what she had just done. She slowly shook her head, and her eyes were in chaos. She crossed her arms, bit her lips, and took 2 steps back, almost unable to stand steadily. Shuirue supported Yushu to stand up, and he glanced at Xian Lu, who was on the ground, before glancing at Ji Xingxuan, who obviously had a guilty conscience. His expression was extremely gloomy as he took out a torch from his pocket, folded it, and tossed it out of the building. The torch exploded into a string of dazzling flames in midair, and it notified his subordinates who were looking for him to rush over here. Yushu no longer paid attention to Ji Xingxuan. She wanted to comfort the overly frightened Xian Lu, but she found that the arms around her waist had not loosened. She looked up at Shuirue's taut, handsome face, and she didn't know why her heart softened. She patted the back of his hand and said in a low voice, "Big brother, I'm fine." When Shuirue heard this, he didn't say a word. He tightened his arms for a while, and then gently let go of her. Yushu took a breath, squatted beside Xian Lu, and pulled her into her arms, patted her shoulder, and coaxed her. Okay, don't be afraid." Lian Fong." Xian Lu cried and hiccuped. She tightly grabbed Yushu's sleeve, and said incoherently, "It's her, she killed Chao Yuling. I found her, and now she wants to kill me. She is the murderer." Shuirue looked at Ji Xingxuan with sharp eyes. He followed Yushu's footsteps, and when he arrived downstairs, he only saw Yushu dragging Xian Lu in the air, and they almost fell from the building, but he didn't know what happened before. Yushu stared blankly for a moment, then became pleasantly surprised. She couldn't help but ask Xian Lu, "What did you say you found?" Xian Lu was at a loss, and didn't think to help Qinyuero cover up anything. She sobbed and told her how she overheard the conversation between Qinyuero and Ji Xingxuan, and how she followed Ji Xingxuan upstairs, and how she questioned her, but was pushed down the stairs. Yushu almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Although tonight's plan had changed, it wasn't for nothing. With Xian Lu's confession, and what she saw with her own eyes, Ji Xingxuan couldn't hide the smell of a fox. At this moment, a few servants saw the signal and ran upstairs. They reported to Shuirue, "Milord, this subordinate is late." Shuirue waved his hand and pointed at the absent-minded Ji Xingxuan. In a stern voice he said, "Capture her and take her away." Ji Xingxuan was startled. When she raised her head, she saw 2 silhouettes extending their hands towards her and quickly capturing her. Her eyelids twitched violently and she bluffed, "How dare you? Do you know that I'm a great master?" She didn't even have the chance to resist before her mouth was gagged. At the banquet, in the middle of the night, everyone had a fake smile on their faces, which were covered by the brilliant lights. They toasted each other, and it was hard to guess a person's true nature. Lu Tan and Lu Hao were chatting across the table. They were exchanging blows and secretly spying on each other. Jing Chen was sitting next to Lu Tan. In front of him was a cup of fragrant tea. He didn't like to drink, so no one forced him to. At this moment, a silhouette rushed in from the back door, and went behind Lu Tan. He bent down and whispered in his ear. Jing Chen had excellent hearing. When the person was halfway through his report, he frowned and looked hesitant. After listening to the report, Lu Tan's expression changed. The smile on his face disappeared. He snorted coldly and slammed the wine cup on the table. Bang! Lu Hao frowned and raised his voice. Ninth brother, why are you so angry? Everyone around them noticed them and stopped drinking to look over. Lu Tan tidied up his clothes and stood up. He looked around at the guests and said while suppressing his anger, someone is out of control. He chose my wedding day to commit murder in the Xianchun garden. He has just been caught. I am going to interrogate him. Everyone, please help yourselves. Lu Tan wasn't very old, but he had been in the limelight recently. When he flipped out, he exuded power without being angry. Some people wanted to ask him why, but they didn't dare to ask him. Just as Lu Hao was hesitating, he saw Lu Tan turn his head and say, this matter is related to Brother Wang. Follow me. After saying this, he stood up and left the table. After taking 2 steps, he turned around and said to Jingchen, Marshal uncle, come with me. Jingchen didn't say anything. He stood up and followed him. Being implicated by Lu Tan in front of everyone, a trace of displeasure flashed across Lu Hao's face. In the midst of whispers, he also left the table with the people beside him. There were a few busybodies present. After hesitating for a while, they also quietly followed. Among them was Qin Yuero, who had been waiting for Xian Lu to return. The group followed behind Lu Tan. They left the banquet hall through the front door and walked through the courtyard. On the way, Lu Hao asked Lu Tan what had happened. However, Lu Tan played dumb with him, appearing to be enduring silently and unwilling to say much. When they reached the door of the parlor at the end of the flower garden, Lu Hao, who was walking behind Lu Tan, saw the situation inside and was immediately stunned. In the room that could accommodate more than 10 people, there were 2 neatly arranged rows of chairs and tea tables on the east and west sides. There was a narrow path in the middle. Shui Rui stood with his hands behind his back under the gauze lantern. His dark green robe made his back stand tall and straight. For some reason, it was obvious that he was in a bad mood. On the chairs to the left were 2 women. It was Yu Shu, who was hugging Xian Lu and comforting him in a soft voice. In the middle of the room, 2 attendants were tying up a slender woman. Her side profile was exposed, revealing a humiliated face. It was Ji Xingxuan, who wasn't wearing a veil. Before Lu Tan could open his mouth, Lu Hao angrily said, what are you doing? Hurry up and untie her. Shui Rui turned around and watched the group enter the room. He quickly exchanged a look with Lu Tan and said to Lu Hao, forgive me for not being able to comply. This woman is a murder suspect. For the sake of your highness's safety, it is better to tie her up. Lu Hao couldn't hide the surprise in his eyes. He turned to look at Ji Xingxuan. Your highness. Ji Xingxuan found it difficult to speak. She struggled for a moment and said bitterly, I was wrongly accused. It was a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? As soon as Xian Lu heard this, he exploded. He jumped up from the chair and glared at her with red eyes. He pointed at her and said, you wanted to kill me. You pushed me down the stairs. You still dare to say that you were wrongly accused? Ji Xingxuan didn't dodge. She faced the angry accusation and sneered. It was you who wanted to wrestle with me. You accidentally fell down the stairs. How can it be that I pushed you? Xian Lu's face flushed red. He was about to retort again, but Yu Shu pulled him back with one hand and pressed him on her shoulder. She looked at the few people who had just entered the door. Her gaze swept past Lu Hao, Lu Tan, and even Jing Chen's faces one by one. In the end, she turned around and looked at Shui Rui. Big brother, let me say it. Chapter 430. More updates, please give me a pink vote. It was very quiet inside and outside the hall. Only Yu Shu's heavy and powerful voice could be heard. One night half a month ago, I accompanied Miss Xian to the observatory to do her homework. I was shocked to see Miss Chow hanging in the room. This murder case caused panic in the entire Imperial Historians Library. After the Supreme Court Shui Daren's investigation, the culprit was cunning. He made use of Miss Chow's love for him and placed a slip of paper that imitated Taoist Jing Chen's handwriting in her book. Then he lured Miss Chow to the observatory and murdered her. Tonight, it was precisely because Miss Xian, the 6th, discovered that the person who passed the fake note to Miss Chow was Ji Xingxuan, that she provoked the murderous intention and was almost killed by Ji Xingxuan. If it weren't for me and Lord Shui arriving in time and catching the murderer in the act, I'm afraid there would be another murder case tonight. After listening to her general statement, Lu Tan was the first to react. Cousin, is what you Swansea said true? This was probably what everyone present wanted to verify. Shui Rui said seriously. Miss Chow's death is strange. I was ordered to investigate the case. I invited the female mathematician who studied in Taisher Shuyuan to help. She confirmed that the deceased was killed because of a note. After several people's confessions, it was confirmed that Daozi was framed, and the murderer was someone else. From the various signs of the deceased's body, it was determined that the murderer was a man, and the person who passed the note to the deceased was someone from Taisher Shuyuan. This person was an accomplice and may also be the mastermind. According to Miss Xian's confession and the female mathematician's own eyes, Master Ji is the suspect of this case. Pairs of stunned eyes turned to Ji Xingxuan, whose face was green and red. Lu Tan turned to Lu Hao and said coldly, "What do you think, Wang Xiong?" Lu Hao was secretly annoyed. Everyone knew that Ji Xingxuan was one of his people. If something like this happened, he would also be implicated. Thus he put on a stern face and said, "This is just a one-sided story. It must be a misunderstanding. According to this prince's understanding of Master Ji Xingxuan, she would never do such a cruel thing." Lu Tan secretly sneered and pointed to Xian Lu. "Miss Xian, tell me, why do you insist that Ji Xingxuan is the murderer?" Xian Lu bit her lips and looked at Yu Shu. Yu Shu gave her a calm look and said in a low voice, "Tell the truth. Wang Ye will decide for you." Ning Wang was here. If he wanted to take Ji Xingxuan away, he wouldn't be able to say anything. He had to verify it on the spot. This was what she had discussed with Shui Rui before. Xian Lu quietly pulled on Yu Shu's hand and squeezed it. She gathered her courage and faced Lu Tan and Lu Hao. She told them everything that happened when she followed behind Ji Xingxuan and Qin Yuero, and eavesdropped on their conversation. Everyone present was shrewd. Before Ji Xingxuan could refute, Lu Tan shouted, "Go invite Miss Qin Yuero over." The guards obeyed and were about to move when a person approached the door. "I'm here." It was Qin Yuero, who had followed them in. When Ji Xingxuan and Xian Lu saw her, their expressions were different. The former's face was gloomy and a trace of hope flashed through her eyes. The latter was embarrassed and worried as she called out, "Yuero." Xian Lu felt that it was wrong of her to eavesdrop on their conversation and expose Qin Yuero. But now, she would not let Ji Xingxuan be cleared of suspicion. She was afraid that Qin Yuero's heart would soften and she wouldn't tell the truth. "You don't need to say anything, I heard it all." Qin Yuero looked at Xian Lu with guilt, and then turned to Ji Xingxuan with a complicated expression. She couldn't hide her disappointment as she said, "I was the one who hid the truth. The day before Chao Yuling was killed, I was in Daozi's class and saw her put a note in Chao Yuling's book." Yu Shu let out a sigh of relief. She had been afraid that Qin Yuero would become soft-hearted and give false testimony for Ji Xingxuan. But now, it seemed that Qin Yuero had heard that her best friend Xian Lu was almost killed by the murderer and was bitterly disappointed with Ji Xingxuan. That was why she had come forward to testify against her. When Ji Xingxuan saw that Qin Yuero had turned hostile, she felt dizzy and her feet swayed. She forced herself to remain calm, but her heart sank. As the person involved, Jing Chun, who had been silent all this time, suddenly raised his head and looked at Ji Xingxuan. Then his gaze fell on Yu Shu, who had a sneer on her face. His gaze was somewhat unfathomable. Everyone present was a shrewd person. When they heard this, their thoughts were all one-sided. They all believed that Ji Xingxuan was definitely related to the murder in Imperial Historian's library. Even if she wasn't the main culprit, she was an accomplice. Lu Hao was speechless and couldn't help but feel angry. He slammed his fist on the tea table next to him, but he didn't say anything to help Ji Xingxuan. This case in Imperial Historian's library had been personally ordered by the Emperor to be investigated. He had originally added fuel to the fire in the dark, wanting to use this to attack Lu Tan's influence. Who knew that he would provoke a body full of resentment? Towards Ji Xingxuan, who had dirty hands and feet, he was more angry than loving. When he saw that he was ignoring him, The corners of Lu Tan's mouth curled up. He patted his knee and said to Ji Xingxuan, "Do you have anything else to say?" Ji Xingxuan fiercely bit off a piece of meat in her lip and tasted blood. Her eyes were full of self-mockery as she said, "They joined hands to frame me. They wanted to wrongly accuse me of killing someone. I couldn't argue against them with just one mouth, so I had nothing to say. They were relying on the fact that they only had witnesses. They clearly didn't want to admit to it." A cold light flashed through Yushu's eyes. She calmly said to Shui Rui, "Since she doesn't want to admit, then I ask the Supreme Court to deal with it impartially. Find out who the murderer is and return peace to my Imperial Historian's library." Previously, she and Shui Rui had been having a headache about not being able to use torture on Ji Xingxuan to extort a confession from her, and also to search her. But now, they didn't have this worry anymore. Shui Rui nodded and looked at Lu Tan and Lu Hao. He wanted these two princes with the highest status present to express their stance. Lu Hao coldly snorted and turned his head away. Lu Tan's expression was cold as he said, "Since Imperial Father has decreed for Shui Darren to investigate the case, this matter will be handed over to you. Ben Wang will not interfere." But this matter happened at Ben Wang's banquet. Ben Wang will enter the palace tomorrow and report to Imperial Father. Lu Hao heard this and was furious. He knew that Lu Tan wanted to make things difficult for him. But he had no choice and could only stiffly say, "Wait until the truth is found, then report to Ben Wang." Finishing, he brushed his sleeves. Without even looking at Ji Xingxuan, he led his entourage and left this troublesome place. Although Ji Xingxuan didn't expect Lu Hao to save her from her predicament, looking at his heartless back, she couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. She had long sobered up from her drunken stupor. She looked around the hall and saw many cold eyes staring at her. Sadly, she found that there was no one here who could help her say a word. A chill rose from the soles of her feet. In a daze, she met a pair of clear eyes. Looking at Jing Chun, who had been uninvolved from the beginning to the end, her heart suddenly gave birth to an indescribable resentment. She tightly pursed her lips and her shoulders trembled uncontrollably. She closed her eyes and two streams of tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. Jing Chun was slightly startled. He didn't know why, but at this moment, his calm and tranquil heart was in a state of chaos. On the other hand, Yushu calmly looked at Ji Xingxuan, who was at the end of her rope. Once she thought about getting rid of this enemy who had been eyeing her like a tiger watching its prey, she felt a joy that she hadn't felt in a long time. That night, under Shui Rui's order, the officials arrested Ji Xingxuan and threw her into prison. That very night, they sent people to search her house and residence. They must take advantage of this opportunity to end this case. At the same time, far away in the Celestial Commissioner's Taishilu building, the man in red who was feeding the fish by the lake raised his head as if he had sensed something. He stared at the stars in the sky and stared at a twinkling star. His brows wrinkled and then relaxed. He casually threw all the bait into the lake and quickly walked to the building behind him. The next day Yushu, who had only returned to Wangjilu to sleep late at night, woke up at dawn. Last night's adventure had almost turned her into a meat patty, but she actually had a good night's sleep. It wasn't clear whether she was broad-minded or simple-minded. After Yushu woke up, she leaned against the headboard and drank some water. She wasn't in a hurry to get up. Instead, she waited for her mind to clear up and think about what happened last night. At that time, everything had happened so suddenly that she didn't have too many suspicions. But now that she had calmed down, she felt puzzled. Why did she calculate that Qin Yuero was going to be harmed? But in the end, it was Xian Lu who suffered the calamity. Xia Jiangmin's dream wasn't wrong. The one who suffered the calamity was indeed the young woman wearing a begonia flower on her head, and wearing pink clothes. However, she had used the time of calamity law to calculate that Xian Lu was safe and sound. Yet in the end, Qin Yuero was safe and sound while Xian Lu almost lost his life. She didn't think that her time of calamity law was wrong. If she really had to talk about it, Qin Yuero had personally told her that when the Xian family's old man, who was like a living antique, saw her, he also said that she would meet with a calamity in the near future. That was why the Chinese zodiac with hooves, Xian Lu, had volunteered to accompany her. Xian family's old man was the same as her. Neither of them had seen that Xian Lu would meet with a calamity, but it couldn't be denied that Xian Lu had helped Qin Yuero block a calamity. This was the first time Yushu had personally experienced such a life and death change. She only felt that it was mysterious and indescribable. Unfortunately, with her current cultivation, she was unable to see through it. Last night's matter poured a bucket of cold water over Yushu's head. It also reminded her that easy to learn wasn't omnipotent. The world was hard to predict, so she couldn't be blindly confident. After Yushu reflected on herself, she thought about Ji Xingxuan, who had already become a prisoner. She became spirited again. She called for a maid to fetch some water to wash up, and open the doors and windows to let in some fresh air. Taking advantage of the good weather, she wanted to let the sun shine on her body. "Young lady, young master has invited you downstairs." Xiao Dai entered the room with a cup of tea. Yushu fiddled with the ends of her hair in front of the mirror. She turned her head and smiled at Xiao Dai. "I'll go down now." Shuirui was waiting for Yushu downstairs. Early in the morning, he had changed into an official's robe and tied his hair into a bun. An ebony hairpin replaced the black veil. He was sitting on a chair with a serious expression. He was flipping through a stack of papers in his hand. When he heard the door open, he turned his head to look. Seeing that Yushu's complexion had improved, his expression also relaxed a little. He handed over the papers in his hand and said with a faint smile, "This was found in Ji Xingxuan's room in the female dormitory in the study garden early in the morning. Take a look and see if you recognize it." Without batting an eyelid, Yushu took the stack of papers and looked at the familiar handwriting on them. She was astonished. This was written by Jing Qin. How did it fall into her hands? Shuirui turned sideways. With one hand supporting his head, he looked at her face. "What do you think?" Yushu frowned. "If I remember correctly, these were written by Jing Qin when he lost his memory. He lived with us in Huixing Street." Shuirui hid a smile in his eyes. "In my opinion, someone must have stolen these manuscripts and used them to imitate Daozi's handwriting to frame him. What do you think?" Yushu nodded and agreed with him. "I think so too." Shuirui looked at Yushu without moving. Yushu innocently blinked at him. In the end, it was Shuirui who was the first to admit defeat, and he put away the papers before lowering his voice and saying helplessly, "You're such a troublesome girl. You dare to frame me in front of me? I'll turn a blind eye this time, but I won't cover for you if it happens again." Yushu laughed dryly. Knowing that she could not hide it from him, she stretched out her toes and gently kicked his boots. She whispered, "Darren, can these be used as material evidence? What do you think?" "Yes. Then you kiss me." Shuirui raised his face and looked at Yushu calmly. He was just teasing her. He did not really intend to ask anything from her. Book **house. Book **house. Book **house. Book **house provides TXT download of this book. Yushu was taken aback at first, but then without saying anything, she leaned over and kissed him on the left side of his face. Chapter 431. On the night of the banquet in Xiancheng Garden, the newly promoted Haidwan De Master Ji Xingxuan attempted to kill someone to silence them. In the end, she failed and was caught. As the host of the banquet, Lu Tan did not deliberately suppress the matter. In addition, there were many witnesses that night, so the next day, the entire Taisher library was abuzz with the news. Yushu did not go to the library today. When she was upstairs holding Xian Lu, her arm muscles were slightly strained. There were many things that happened last night, and she did not have time to attend to it. Early in the morning, Shuirui ordered someone to invite the doctor to Wangji Lu. Shuirui planned to wait until after the morning court session to enter the palace to see the emperor, so he was not in a hurry to go out. He first showed the stack of things that he found in Ji Xingxuan's room to Yushu to see and unexpectedly received a sweet reward. Because of Yushu's generous attitude, he was happy, but he could not figure out what she was thinking about him. Shuirui sat on the chair in a daze for a while. When he heard Lin Fu outside the door reporting that the doctor had arrived, he collected his thoughts and followed him upstairs. Because Yushu's injury was to her muscles and bones, Shui Rui specially found a female doctor from the Fengren Medical Center in the north of the city for convenience. After a careful examination, Yushu's 2 arms were slightly swollen, and there was a large bruise on her abdomen. Yushu fastened her belt and walked out of the room. She happened to hear Shui Rui asking the doctor, and did not miss his frowning and distressed expression. She pursed her lips and smiled. Rubbing her arms, she sat next to him and said in a light tone, "Fortunately, there are no injuries to her muscles and bones. It will be fine after applying some medicine. It's not like you don't know that my body and bones are strong. This small injury and pain is nothing." Looking at her nonchalant look, Shui Rui couldn't help but feel annoyed and a little sour. A girl's body was originally delicate, just like his sisters in the family. It would be terrible even if they were knocked or touched. But she just had to think that her body was as strong as steel. It was obvious that she was not loved when she was young. Yushu saw Shui Rui suddenly put on a stern face towards her, and was still puzzled. She watched him send the doctor to the door, and let Guiqi follow him to get the medicine. He then turned his head towards her and said, "I am going to the palace. You stay in the building obediently and don't run around." Yushu didn't think about where to go, so she nodded and agreed. Anyway, Ji Xingxuan was in prison and the court would handle the case. She didn't have to worry about it. Now that she had nothing to worry about, she could eat and sleep well. After Shui Rui left, Yushu went back to her bed to sleep. When it was almost noon, she was woken up by Xiao Qing, saying that someone was visiting. The person who came was none other than the Assistant Minister of Works, Qiu Jiming, who had asked Yushu to solve a family matter a few days ago. Yushu had slept enough. Although her arm hurt, it didn't hinder her from seeing the guest. She invited him to the back courtyard. "Qiu Darren." The moment Yushu entered the door, Qiu Jiming stood up first and cupped his hands towards her. With an apologetic expression, he said, "This Qiu was tied up with many matters and came a few days late to personally thank the female oracle. My daughter has already recovered and her body is getting better day by day. It was all thanks to the oracle's guidance that she was able to survive." "Darren is too courteous." Yushu modestly waved her hand and gestured for him to sit down. She had heard from Shui Rui about Qiu Jiming's character, so she wasn't afraid to say a few cheap words. "It's just a small effort to solve people's worries. I have done a good deed." Qiu Jiming smiled. His complexion was much cleaner than the last time he came to see Yushu. After drinking a cup of tea with Yushu, they chatted for a while before getting to the main topic. "I heard that the oracle has a house on Baochang Street. It's not a small place, but it's always closed and empty. I wonder why?" Yushu didn't think too much and casually said, "There's nothing in that house. The pond is dry and the doors and windows are old. I haven't taken the time to rest." Who knew that the moment she said this, Qiu Jiming laughed and continued, "Repairing a house is a troublesome task. But it's not good to always leave it empty. If the oracle isn't free, why don't I help you take care of it? It won't be fast, but 2 months later, you can move in." Yushu didn't expect Qiu Jiming to suggest repairing a house for her. This wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. Not to mention finding good carpenters, gardeners, craftsmen and masons. Just the preparation of the materials would take a month or 2. Now he said that she could move in after 2 months. Wasn't this a joke? Yushu thought of something and said, "Is Darren joking with me?" In fact, it didn't take much effort for her to help the Qiu family cure Miss Qiu's madness. She only ran back and forth for a day and took advantage of him. She felt a little guilty. Qiu Jiming saw the hesitation on Yushu's face, but there wasn't any greed. He nodded his head and thought that this young oracle was indeed someone worth befriending. His face became even more amiable as he said, "If the oracle doesn't trust me, why don't you ask Darren Shui to be your guarantor? If I destroy your house, I will compensate you with a new one." Yushu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She could see that Qiu Jiming wanted to repair her house to repay her. She hesitated and didn't know if she should accept it or not. So she said, "How about this? Moving the earth isn't a small matter. Wait for my big brother to come back. I will discuss it with him and give Darren an answer." "That's good." Qiu Jiming didn't force her and agreed. After drinking tea, he said his goodbyes and left. Shui Rui's visit to the palace to see the emperor went smoothly. After a few days, the emperor's anger subsided a lot. When he heard that the suspect was caught and Jing Chen was cleared of suspicion, he ordered Shui Rui to investigate it as soon as possible. As for the possibility that Ji Xingxuan might be related to the group that murdered Jing Chen, Shui Rui didn't mention this to the emperor in advance. First, it wasn't accurate. Second, he was afraid that the news would leak. After leaving the palace, Shui Rui went straight to the Supreme Court's prison. He saw Ji Xingxuan again that night and decided to interrogate her personally. It was a sleepless night. Because Ji Xingxuan hadn't been convicted yet, she didn't change into her prison uniform. She was still wearing the high-quality silk dress that she wore to the banquet last night. Her hair was messy as she sat on the wooden bed. When faced with Shui Rui's questions, she remained silent. Who instructed you to put the note in the dead man's book? You're not going to say that you were trying to cover up the real murderer of the dead man, or that you were the one who instructed this. Shui Rui didn't seem to care whether she answered or not. He stood in front of the isolated cell and asked one question after another, paying attention to her expression and movements. If it was you who instructed it, then it's not strange. Your grandfather Ji Huaishan's corruption case was caused by Daozi. You have a grudge against him, so you framed him and hired a killer. Who would have thought that the whole process would be witnessed by Qin Yuero and coincidentally heard by Miss Xian? In order to cover up the truth, you wanted to silence him. In the end, you went for wool and came home shorn. You were caught red-handed. Is what I said wrong? Shui Rui sneered and looked at the woman in the cage. He only treated her as a murderer. Think about it carefully. If you don't plan to confess and give up your accomplices, then you are the mastermind of this case. According to the law, you should be beheaded for murdering a woman from an aristocratic family. Don't hope that someone will save you. Ji Xingxuan finally reacted. She slowly raised her head. She looked embarrassed, but her expression was cold. You want to punish me with just a few statements? Lord Shui, do you think that I'm a 3-year-old child who doesn't understand the law? It seems that you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Shui Rui's face darkened. He stretched his hand to the side, and one of his subordinates took out a stack of papers and handed it to him. Shui Rui pressed them against the wooden bars and said, "These were found in your room in the Taisher library. They are all Daozi's handwriting. After investigation, Daozi lived in seclusion in the south of the city several months ago. This was the handwriting he left behind at that time. However, it was stolen by someone for copying. With this evidence, what else do you have to say?" Ji Xingxuan was stunned. She propped herself up and walked to the side of the cell. After seeing the words on the papers clearly, her face suddenly twisted. She grabbed the wooden bars and laughed wildly. "Haha, you really want to kill me? You came up with this trick to frame me. It must be her. It must be that ungrateful villain." Shui Rui naturally knew who the despicable person she spoke of was, and he didn't approve in the slightest towards Ji Xingxuan's extreme actions at this moment. When he was in Yiyang City last year, he'd seen with his own 2 eyes how the Ji clan mistreated Yu Shu and her younger brother, and how they'd forced them into a dead end. After he'd witnessed the Ji clan's shameless actions, Shui Rui was extremely suspicious of how this clan was thick-skinned to the point of actually thinking that they owed Yu Shu a debt of gratitude. Thinking of this, he was not in the mood to ask anymore. He repeated for the last time, "Ji Xingxuan, I ask you again. Are you going to confess?" Ji Xingxuan's eyes struggled for a moment. Then she was blinded by anger. She gritted her teeth and said, "You tell that damn villain that even if I become a ghost, I won't let her go." Shui Rui suddenly narrowed his eyes and glanced at her fiercely. He turned around and left, leaving only one order. Use torture. As a law enforcer who wore a black veil on his head, as long as he wore his official robe, he was never the soft-hearted one. Yu Shu waited until it was almost evening before she heard that Shui Rui had returned. She hurriedly rolled out of bed and ran downstairs while tidying up her clothes. Shui Rui didn't even have time to change out of his official robe before he was blocked by her in the living room. She watched as she chased everyone out and closed the door. She turned her head and asked him, "How was it? Did His Majesty scold you again?" Shui Rui shook his head and pointed at a chair for her to sit down. He walked to her side and poured a cup of tea. He stood in front of her and forced himself to drink 2 mouthfuls. He let out a sigh of relief and said, "This afternoon, I went to the prison to interrogate Ji Xingxuan. Unfortunately, she clenched her teeth and refused to say a single word." Yu Shu slightly frowned and asked, "I knew that she was stubborn. Did you use torture?" Shui Rui nodded his head. There was a need to pay attention to torture. It couldn't be too heavy at the beginning. Otherwise, there would be suspicion of extorting a confession. Yu Shu looked disappointed. After thinking for a while, she begged Shui Rui, "Can you take me with you next time?" Shui Rui said without thinking, "No." Yu Shu hurriedly said, "Maybe I can think of a way to make her talk." She definitely didn't want to see Ji Xingxuan suffer. Well, she did have that kind of thought. This time, Shui Rui was not willing to negotiate. No matter what she said, he didn't plan to take her to the prison to observe. Seeing that there was no hope, Yu Shu temporarily stopped thinking about it. Then she told Shui Rui about Qiu Jiming's visit today. She asked for his opinion. Shui Rui's attitude was more straightforward than hers. Yes. Lord Qiu is the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works. He is best at building. Others can't even beg him with money. Since he took the initiative to propose it, you would be stupid to refuse. Yu Shu said embarrassedly, "Isn't this too much of an advantage?" Shui Rui looked at her with a strange look. He didn't pay attention, and said what was on his mind. "When did you learn to be so thin-skinned?" Yu Shu's face was slightly red. She forcefully glanced at Shui Rui. Chapter 432. After Shui Rui ordered Ji Xingxuan to be tortured, he would make time to visit the prison every day. However, for 3 days he still could not get Ji Xingxuan to talk. The more Ji Xingxuan clenched her teeth, the more he was sure that there was a mastermind behind her. On one hand, he sent more people to protect her in the prison, and on the other hand he started to investigate the suspicious people she had been in contact with, trying to uncover the truth and draw the snake out of its hole. On this day, Shui Rui returned from the Supreme Court. As soon as he entered the door, he heard the housekeeper report that his second aunt, Madame Xian, had sent someone to invite him to the West residence for tea. Shui Rui changed out of his official robes and went to the West residence. Although the Shui family was a large family with many businesses, they were not very prosperous. When it came to Shui Lingnan's line of descent, because he was not fond of wine and women, he only had 2 sons and 2 daughters. It was unknown whether it was fortunate or unfortunate that one of his 2 daughters became the Xiang princess consort, and the other became the Gui Fei. However, the eldest son passed away when he was young, leaving only Shui Rui, who was raised by Shui Lingnan's side. The second son was born by Shui Lingnan's concubine. After the death of the eldest son, his name was transferred to the legal wife. Now he was an assistant minister in the Ministry of War, and married a young lady of the Xian family, who was Shui Rui's second aunt, Madame Xian. The Xian family had 1 son and 2 daughters. This married woman was clever in handling matters, and managed assistant minister Shui's inner courtyard in an orderly manner. Since a young age she had been kind to Shui Rui, the first grandson of the eldest branch. However, for some unknown reason, her only son, Shui Quangxiu, always did not get along with Shui Rui, his eldest cousin brother. The assistant minister's mansion was next to the minister's mansion, so it was often referred to as the West Mansion. The moment Shui Rui stepped through the front door, a quick-footed servant boy immediately ran inside to report his arrival. By the time Shui Rui passed through the parlor, the 2 personal maids of Madame Xian had already come over to greet him. When Shui Rui saw Madame Xian, she was embroidering a sachet in the garden. There were several finished products in her basket. When she saw her nephew, she stopped her needlework and pointed at the stone block, inviting him to sit down. "Second aunt, are you looking for me?" On his way here, Shui Rui had been wondering why Xian Enterprises was looking for him. No matter how he thought about it, it must be because of the lot-drawing incident in Xiancheng Garden a few days ago. Sure enough, Xian sure smiled at him. Her curved eyes looked very friendly. She poured a cup of tea for him and asked without beating around the bush. Yesterday, I went back to my mother's house and heard from my two brothers that my little niece was almost pushed out of the building at the 9th prince's banquet. Fortunately, you saved her. Your second uncle of the Exine family wanted to hold a feast to thank you for such a great favor, but he was too shy, so he sent me here to ask first. This was the beauty of Madame Exine's character. Although she was Shui Rui's elder, she never put on airs in front of him. Even if it was a small matter, she would not make decisions for Shui Rui. Shui Rui took a sip of tea and shook his head. Second aunt, you may not know this, but the 6th miss of the Exine family was not saved by me. I don't dare to hold a feast to thank you. This was the truth. If it were not for Yu Shu who ran fast and took the risk to pull Exine Lu, she would have fallen down the building in time. Madame Exine was not surprised. Instead she said, I know about this. At that time, the female fortune teller was also present. I heard that she was the one who pulled her back first. My brother and sister-in-law must thank her. Brother Rui, you don't have to worry too much. Sai, I will tell you the truth. Your uncle of the Exine family knew that you were in charge of this case, so he wanted to do something to make sure that the murderer who dared to harm our daughter didn't get away with it. Shui Rui said, There is no need to hold a feast to thank you. Second aunt's family is also part of our family. This will make us seem distant. Second aunt, don't worry. This case is under the orders of the emperor. I dare not be careless. Madame Exine saw that she could not persuade him, so she rolled her eyes and said a few words to get over it. She took out a freshly embroidered sachet from the sewing basket and gave it to him. Last time, I saw that the corner of your embroidered sachet was rubbed off, so I sewed a new pattern for you. You know that I like to think of these things to kill time. I dare not say about other things, but in terms of needlework, there is no one in the two families who is better than me. Shui Rui accepted the sachet with a smile. Madame Exine did not wait for him to open his mouth and shooed him away first. You have a lot of things to do. Go busy yourself. If there is any movement in this case, don't forget to tell me. Shui Rui agreed and left with the sachet. When he was out of sight, Madame Exine turned her head and waved towards the east side of the pavilion. A middle-aged woman with a stout appearance walked out from behind a tree. She dusted off the corner of her dress and walked up to the pavilion. Sister-in-law, you heard it. It's not that I don't want to matchmake my family. It's that he doesn't have the intention, Madame Exine said to her second sister-in-law, Hosher, with a helpless expression. Hosher said unhappily, Why can't I see it? You didn't even mention our Fei-Fei. Even if this young master has the intention, who can see it? Madame Exine rolled her eyes and said, Sister-in-law, think about it. If he really has the intention, wouldn't he rush to say yes when he heard that older brother is inviting him to a feast? Why does he have to refuse again and again? Hosher thought for a moment and felt that this was the case. Her expression couldn't help but become dispirited. Exine sure saw this and dismissed the servant girls. She advised in a small voice, Let me tell you something. Old Master Shui has plans to marry into the Count's household. Although it hasn't been decided yet, I don't think it's too bad. Sister-in-law, don't be so muddle-headed and drag down your niece's status for no reason. Do you think it's impossible for this to reach the ears of the old master in the end and catch his eye? And then give Fei-Fei to eldest young master as his second wife? It's not like you don't know that eldest young master originally wanted Princess Shang, but that incident still happened. When she said this, she suddenly stopped. Seeing that Hosher was engrossed in listening, she hurriedly interrupted. In short, not everyone can be the daughter-in-law of the eldest grandson of the Shui family. When Hosher heard her say this, she was slightly regretting her rash actions. She grimaced and said, It's not that I'm greedy, but I only have this precious daughter. I want her to marry well, and be able to help her brother in the future. Wasn't that Dr. Shui locked up in the inner compound, because he cursed eldest master to death? I thought that he didn't have a mother-in-law to control him, and I heard you say that eldest young master's room was clean. I thought that this was a good thing to increase the relationship, so I had this idea. If it's really like what you say, I won't touch it. Exine sure could hear that she had changed her mind, and hurriedly said a few more words to stop Hosher's thoughts. Shui left the West Manor and walked towards the East Street. He didn't walk far before stopping. He beckoned at the side of the road. A half-grown boy ran out from the alley and came over to Fawn. Eldest young master, third young master went out to drink with the ladies last night, and hasn't returned yet. And who came to the West Manor during the day? Replying to you, this one saw the second mistress of the Xian family come. When did she leave? This. I don't think I saw her. Shui rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. He could roughly guess why Xian sure asked him to come today. He couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. He said to the boy, you go. I'll have a safe trip. For the past few days, Yushu listened to Shui words and did not run around. She only applied plasters in the Wangji Tower, drank some soup, and recuperated in peace. The swelling on her strained arm quickly subsided. In the middle of the afternoon, she was lying on the patio with her legs crossed, eating a special pumpkin from Wangji building. Young Madame Bai was sitting on a stool next to her, playing a light and cheerful tune according to the song she picked. While she was enjoying herself like this, she heard the sound of footsteps coming from upstairs. Sis. Yushu put down the melon skin. There was still a black melon seed stuck on the corner of her mouth. She saw Yu Xiaoxiu open the curtain and run in with a panicked face. Behind him was the fat man, Lin Fu, who was panting. Xiaoxiu. Yushu quickly sat up, wiped her mouth and said, why are you here? Yu Xiaoxiu pressed his chest and shouted breathlessly, Mother is gone. When Yushu heard this, she didn't feel surprised or panicked. She had long found that she couldn't live a peaceful life for a few days. And then there would be trouble around her. What happened? Don't worry, come and sit down. Yushu pulled him to her side and gave Lin Fu a look, signaling him to go back to his work. Before Yu Xiaoxiu could even catch his breath, he hurriedly told her what had happened. Today was Baichuan Academy's rest day. Because Yushu hadn't been home for a while, Yu Xiaoxiu couldn't see Aunt Chui. He wanted to go and see her, so he told Zhao Hui and asked Lu Zhong to drive him to the small courtyard where Aunt Chui lived. Who would have thought of the place? The servant woman who stayed in the courtyard to boil water and cook told him that Aunt Chui and servant girl Xiang Sui hadn't come back for several days. The servant woman was bought by Yushu from the supply house. Seeing that her master didn't come home, she was anxious but had nowhere to look for Yushu. She didn't know where she lived, so she could only wait in the small courtyard. Yushu listened and frowned. She asked, are their clothes and luggage still there? If Yu Xiaoxiu hadn't reminded her, she would have almost forgotten about Aunt Chui. It seemed that she hadn't visited her since the die-in list was released. I went into the room to have a look. Her clothes were all there. The old maid said that mother went out in the morning 3 days ago with Xiang Sui and never came back. Sister, where do you think mother went? Did the Ji family send people to take her back? Ji Yinshu asked. Yu Xiaoxiu was too worried and didn't ask the servant woman who cooked carefully. So, he didn't know after Yushu asked a few questions. Yushu thought that she had arranged Aunt Chui in a remote place. With the power of the Ji family in Anling City, they wouldn't be able to find her, and the possibility of being taken away by them was not high. But when she thought of how troublesome Aunt Chui was, she was afraid that something was wrong with her, and she went back by herself. Sister. Yu Xiaoxiu pulled Yushu. In addition to worry, there was also a little pleading on his face, as if he was afraid that Yushu wouldn't care about it. Seeing this, Yushu patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. Don't be afraid. I will go back to my room to have my fortune told, and see if mother is safe. Yu Xiaoxiu nodded hurriedly. He still remembered clearly the whip that third master Ji gave him. It was like peeling off his skin. He was really afraid that Aunt Chui would also be beaten like that if she was taken back. Yushu went downstairs with Yu Xiaoxiu, and went to the study to calculate the 8 characters of Aunt Chui with the law of time. The result made her secretly relieved, but she couldn't help wondering. Chapter 433. In the evening, when Shui came back, he didn't see Yushu in the building. He asked someone and learned that Yu Xiaoxiu came in the afternoon. At that time, Madame Bai, who was playing the pipa, was there. When she heard that the siblings said that their mother disappeared and went out to look for her, She told Shui Rui the truth. Shui Rui knew what kind of person concubine Shui was. Of course, he also knew that Yushu did not really like this biological mother who had remarried into the Ji family as a concubine. Saying that she did not like concubine Shui was just a nice thing to say. Compared to that concubine Shui, she treated Zhao Hui more like a real mother and daughter. Yushu went out. Since Shui Rui had nowhere to look for her, he got busy with his business first. He pondered over the few testimonies he had obtained today. Just like that, he waited until it was past dinner time before he saw Yushu return. When Yushu came back from the backyard, she saw the light in Shui Rui's room on the first floor. So she directly pushed the door and went in. She found a chair to sit down and drink water while calling Shui Rui in the small study room. "Eldest brother, I'm back." When Shui Rui heard the sound of the door, he put down what he was doing and came out to have a look. She was sitting there rubbing her legs with her shoulders down. She looked tired. He guessed that she didn't find her, so he asked, "How come I heard that your mother disappeared?" "Well, she ran out a few days ago and disappeared. When Xiaoxiu went to see her today, he found that she was missing. Xiaoxiu and I looked for her in the east of the city for the whole afternoon. Someone saw her leaving home with a maid, but we didn't know where she went. I saw that it was late, so I sent Xiaoxiu back and then came back." Yushu was depressed. This time she was negligent. She didn't think that Aunt Shui forgot the pain after the scar was healed. She was so bold to run out. If she knew this, she would have asked the old maid to keep an eye on her. Shui Rui said, "Shall I send someone to help you look for it?" Yushu casually said, "There's no need. She doesn't have much money on her, and she can't go far with a maid. She might come back tomorrow." As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed Shui Rui's slightly disapproving expression, and only now did she feel that her words were slightly cold. After all, as far as Shui Rui was concerned, no matter how bad concubine Shui was, she was her birth mother in the end, and he didn't know that she'd never taken that woman to be her mother. So he rubbed his eyebrows and said, "I did a divination. She's fine now. She'll be safe for the next few days." In fact, she was thinking too much. Shui Rui had long understood her temperament. He knew that she was a person who put herself in others' shoes. Others had to treat her well first before she would treat them well. She was not willing to suffer losses, but she was also a person who valued friendship and righteousness. How could she be cold? However, this person was missing, not something lost. How could he sit back and do nothing? Shui Rui sat down beside her, poured a cup of warm water, and handed it to her. He patiently said, "Let's see tomorrow. If she doesn't come back, I will help you look for her. Even if nothing happens, it's not good to let your mother stay outside." Oh! Yushu considered Yu Xiaoxiu's mood, so she agreed to his words. She didn't want to talk about Aunt Shui anymore. She touched her empty belly and said, "I'm hungry. Let's eat first." Needless to say, she knew that Shui Rui hadn't eaten dinner yet. He was waiting for her. Sure enough, Shui Rui had already asked people to prepare the meal. When she came back, they could start eating. At the dining table, Shui Rui talked to Yushu about an upcoming event. Next month is the Saint Ancestors Sacrifice Day. Every year, the Taisher Library will choose a few people to accompany the emperor. This is a rare event. When you go to the library these days, remember to pay attention. It's best to ask Academician Fong. According to your ranking in this year's De Yen examination, you will most likely be selected. I'm afraid that you will be secretly replaced by those aristocratic children. So you have to plan early. Yushu asked in confusion, "Saint Ancestors Sacrifice Day? Which day is it?" Seeing her expression, Shui Rui realized that she still didn't know about it. Although it was strange, he still told her. The 9th day of the 5th month is the death anniversary of Emperor Anwu. Since 200 years ago, the emperor has been holding the Memorial Day. Every year on this day, the emperor will go to the imperial mausoleum to worship heaven, to comfort the holy spirits of the past generations, and to pray for the people of the world. All the officials with important positions in the court have to follow. The Saint Ancestors Sacrifice Day is organized by the Celestial Commissioner. Of course, the Taisher Library is also a part of it. Yushu nodded and said, "I know. There is academician Feng's morning class the day after tomorrow. I will ask him. Accompanying the emperor was not a small matter. She didn't expect that she would have the opportunity to see the emperor's true appearance so soon. She didn't know what the emperor looked like and what his temperament was like. After the meal, Yushu found a chance to remind Shui Rui, "Big brother, I think you will see blood tomorrow. Stay away from those sharp corners. Swords don't have eyes. You should avoid them." Okay. Shui Rui didn't ask how she calculated it in detail. He made a mental note to be careful tomorrow. Seeing that she was going to go upstairs to rest, he hesitated and stopped her at the door. "Shu. Is there anything else?" Yushu turned around and casually rested one hand on the door frame. She was wearing a bamboo-colored gown that accentuated her long legs and slender waist. It was rare to see such a tall girl at the age of 16. People with slender figures often made people feel that they were delicate, but she had a strong backbone. Just by looking at her, he couldn't help but like her and couldn't help but look forward to her. Shui Rui smiled warmly and changed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. "Nothing. Go to bed early. Remember to let them apply medicine for you. Forget it." He didn't want to be too hasty and ruin this unspoken closeness in front of him. The next day, Yushu prepared to go home. Yesterday, she sent Yu Xiaoxiu back. Because it was dark, she didn't enter the house. She also missed Zhao Hui and the little baby. Lin Fu knew that she was going back to the Fu, so he had already informed the kitchen maid to prepare a 4-layer high food box. Inside were the soups and pastries that were unique to Wang Jilu. He also prepared a basket of pumpkins and fruits that he had purchased a few days ago, and carried them to the hidden box at the back of the carriage for her to bring back. Yushu greeted Shui Rui in the morning. Shui Rui knew that she would stay in Wang Jilu until she finished sorting out the big box of files, so he wasn't worried that she would run away. He was also secretly glad that he found such a job for her to do and kept her. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to see each other every day. As soon as the sun rose, Yushu returned home. Zhao Hui was very happy to see her. She sent her to greet old Madam He and called her over. She hadn't finished her confinement yet. She sat on the bed with a silk quilt covering her stomach. She ordered the servant girl to bring the tea table. Soon, the table was filled with food. The two of them talked. Yushu didn't mention Aunt Chui running away from home. He Fengji went to the medical center. Yu Xiaoxiu was coaxed by Yushu last night, so he went to school as usual today. Yushu ate half a plate of melon seeds and finished telling Zhao Hui about the inside of Taisher Shoe Garden. Coincidentally, He Xiaochuan woke up. After the wet nurse fed him, she brought the child over for her to see. Zhao Hui said, "The last time you came home, the string of bells you gave me was really useful. In the middle of the night, when this brat cried and made a fuss, you shook it. When he heard the sound, he became obedient. It's very worrisome." As she said that, she let the wet nurse pass the child to Yushu. This time, Yushu was not so reserved when she hugged He Xiaochuan. She touched his soft little hands and felt that it was fun. He Xiaochuan ignored her touching and yawned twice. After a while, he fell asleep again. At this time, there was some movement outside the door. Xin Nanny went out to help, but after a while, she ran back in and said to Zhao Hui and Yushu with a strange expression, "Madam, miss, there's a matchmaker in the front yard." Zhao Hui was stunned and didn't react. Yushu turned around and asked, "What matchmaker?" Xin Nanny stomped her feet. "He said he's here to propose marriage to Miss." "Ah." Zhao Hui hurriedly sat up straight and asked in detail, "Where did this person come from?" "He came to propose marriage." "What's going on?" Although she, as a mother, had long been concerned about Yushu's marriage, without Yushu's approval, she had only been thinking about the dowry list in private. How could she not be surprised when a matchmaker suddenly came to visit without any preparation? "This servant will go and ask." Xin Nanny couldn't explain clearly, so she walked out again. "Wait." Yushu carried He Xiaochuan to the wet nurse and said to Zhao Hui, "Mother, I'll go to the front to take a look." Zhao Hui wanted to say that this matter wasn't suitable for a girl like her, but her body wasn't well, so she couldn't send old Madam He out, so she could only let her go. When she arrived at the front courtyard, Just as Yushu walked through the door of the living room, she saw a woman in red and green sitting on a chair on the east side. She looked to be in her 40s, and behind her was an 8 or 9-year-old girl. This woman had smile lines on her face, and was looking around. When she saw Yushu, she hesitated for a moment before standing up. She looked Yushu up and down and asked tentatively, "Is this the eldest miss of the Yu family?" Yushu glanced at her, walked over, and sat down on the main seat. She said, "Who invited you here?" The matchmaker had good eyesight. Seeing Yushu's manner, he guessed that she was the one in question. He didn't get angry at her for neglecting him. He smiled and smoothed the collar of his clothes. He said eloquently, "Eldest Miss Yu is truly a handsome person. Just by looking at you, you can tell that you're a dragon among men. No wonder you were able to pass the Imperial Court's Dian examination. You've done well. However, a girl will always be a girl. At your age, you're not young anymore. You should find a good family as soon as possible. A commoner isn't worthy of an intelligent person like you. Only someone born into an official's family can be a match." Assistant Minister Yin's third young master is talented and good-looking. He's just 2 years older than you, and he's a good poet. He's skilled in both literature and martial arts. Who knows how many people want to curry favor with him? It's rare that his wife has taken a liking to you. You're lucky. You need to know that an ordinary family can't enter an official's family. Yushu listened to the matchmaker's rambling for a long time. She only understood one thing. This person was sent by the Assistant Minister Yin's residence to propose marriage. He wanted to be her matchmaker. That's enough. Yushu interrupted the matchmaker's endless flattery of the third young master of the Yin family. She frowned and said, "I don't agree to this marriage. Go back and report it." This was the first time Yushu had encountered a matchmaker. She wasn't angry, but she was impatient. The matchmaker abruptly stopped talking and looked suspiciously at Yushu. He said, "You can't say it like that. This is the matchmaker's suggestion and the order of your parents. Your wife has readily agreed to it. That's why the lady of the assistant minister sent me here to say this. Why is eldest miss unwilling?" Hearing this, Yushu was confused. Her expression changed slightly. "My wife. Which one are you talking about?" The matchmaker unhappily said. "Who else? Of course it's eldest Miss Mother." Chapter 434. Updated. Yushu got some information from the matchmaker. Only then did she find out where Aunt Chui, who had disappeared for a few days, had gone. It turned out that she had gone to find her old master's family. There was a story behind this. Before Aunt Chui married Yu's father, who came to the capital for the imperial examinations, she worked as a maidservant in Assistant Minister Yin's family. Unfortunately, she was the maidservant who had just entered the residence of the assistant minister's wife and somehow hooked up with Yu's father, who was living in the Yin residence. When the assistant minister's wife found out, she was already pregnant. When this happened, the master of the family was embarrassed, so he gave Yu's father some money and sent Aunt Chui to be his wife. Then he sent the two of them away from the capital. After that, there were Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiao. Yushu remembered that she once heard Aunt Chui's maidservant, Xiang Sui, mention that Aunt Chui had the intention to find an old friend. At that time, she didn't pay much attention to it. She thought that Anling City was so big, and Aunt Chui couldn't even find an old friend. Who would have thought that a blind cat would run into a dead mouse? And she really found out about it. This matchmaker didn't know much, but Yushu guessed that Aunt Chui, who didn't go home, must be staying in the assistant minister's residence. Otherwise, how could she find such a good thing for her? Yushu thought about what kind of family this assistant minister Yin was. The current left prime minister's surname was Yin, so this assistant minister Yin might be a relative of the prime minister's residence. If they were really a family, Yushu didn't want to get involved. What kind of family was the Yin family? Prince Ning Lu Hao's biological mother, Consort Shu, was the legitimate daughter of the prime minister's residence. Gritting her teeth in anger, Yushu drove the matchmaker away with a dark face. She didn't care that the matchmaker would go back and talk nonsense because she had decided to go to the Yin residence to fetch Aunt Chui. Before noon, Lu Zhong drove the carriage to the street in front of the main gate of Assistant Minister Yin's Fu. Getting off the carriage, Yu Shu raised her head and glanced at the plaque above the gate. After confirming that she had not come to the wrong place, she walked past the 2 stone lions and went up to knock on the door. She formally handed over her name card. Using her identity as Shifu Yi, she claimed that she had come to take her mother home. The concierge went in to announce her arrival. After a long while, he came out and politely invited her in. Yu Shu was invited to a tea room, and she waited for an hour. When the concierge went in with Yu Shu's name card to report, the news reached Madame Yin, who was picking clothes in the backyard. Coincidentally, the matchmaker who had gone to Yu Shu's house to propose marriage in the morning was imitating her. The matchmaker had suffered a setback at Yu Shu's hands, so when he came back, he naturally didn't have anything good to say. Madame Yin was very angry when she heard that. She secretly thought that Yu Shu didn't know how to appreciate favors. When she heard that the matchmaker had come, she immediately ordered a servant girl to fetch Aunt Cui, who was temporarily living in the West Wing, and was provided with good food and drinks by her. While they were talking, Aunt Cui entered the big room, her eyebrows and eyes full of joy. Not long ago, she had found the whereabouts of her old master, and heard people talking about the female fortune teller on the street. At that time, she didn't know that it was her own daughter. Later, she and Madame Yin talked about old times and didn't tell her that she had remarried to the Ji family. Instead, she deliberately bragged about Yu Shu, claiming that her daughter had passed the examination for Shifu Yi. Madame Yin was more cautious and sent someone to find out. What she found out was that the servant girl whom she had sent away had given birth to a daughter, and it turned out to be the female fortune teller, who was in the limelight at this year's Dian examination. That night, Madame Yin discussed this matter with Assistant Minister Yin. At first, she didn't think of marrying this daughter-in-law. Coincidentally, the next day, the 3rd young master of the Yin family fought with someone in the brothel for a prostitute. He injured his leg in a fight and was carried back. Assistant Minister Yin threw a tantrum, and Madame Yin then set her sights on Yu Shu. Speaking of which, the 3rd young master of the Yin family could be considered a good person. At the age of 13 or 14, he had started fooling around with the servant girl in his room. Now at the age of 17 or 18, he had visited all the brothels in Anling City. He was born to be a lecherous ruffian and had a bad reputation. Therefore, although he put on a good show, he couldn't find a suitable marriage. Of course, Aunt Cui didn't know about this. When she heard that Madame Yin wanted to marry her, she couldn't be happier. She didn't plan much for Yu Shu and agreed immediately. However, she also knew that Yu Shu wouldn't listen to her, so she didn't dare to make a guarantee in front of Madame Yin. Instead, she lied that Yu Shu was staying at her godmother's house and had to send a matchmaker to plead for her. Madame Yin didn't understand. All she wanted to do was to find a reliable woman for her youngest son. Therefore, she asked for Yu Shu's date of birth and took it to the exchange house to compare it with 3rd young master Yin's. The result was a good one. Madame Yin already had an older son to inherit the family business, so she didn't have to find a woman of equal social status for her youngest son. She was also satisfied with Yu Shu's identity as a fortune teller. That was why the matchmaker came to Zhao Hui's house today. Did Madame want to talk to me? Aunt Cui thought that since she was Master Yi's mother, she was no longer a maidservant. Therefore, she spoke with some confidence. However, because Madame Yin had treated her nicely for 2 days, she didn't know what to do. After entering the house, she consciously found a chair and sat down. She turned her head to look at the high-quality cloth stacked on the table. Her vision blurred and she reached out to touch it. She said enviously, "Are you going to catch up with Ji's tailor?" Humph. Madame Yin turned her face away and snorted coldly. It was only then that Aunt Cui realized that she was unhappy. Therefore, she withdrew her hand and smiled awkwardly. "What's wrong, madam?" Madame Yin gave a look. The clever matchmaker at the side pouted and walked forward. She told Aunt Cui about how she had suffered in front of Yu Shu. "The eldest daughter of the Yu family has such a stubborn temper. She heard that I was sent by the assistant minister's residence, but she didn't give me a good look. She didn't even take a sip of tea before she chased me out. She said that her marriage wasn't up to you, madam, to decide. What is this? I, matchmaker Zhang, have been in the business for many years. This is the first time I've met such a disrespectful girl. How did Madame Yu teach her daughter? Aunt Chui was embarrassed by her words. She blushed and twisted the silk handkerchief that Madame Yin had given her yesterday. She scolded. That unfilial daughter. I spent so much effort on her, but in the end, she didn't even live up to my expectations. Why should I make plans for her? Why should I? As she spoke, she began to cry. Madame Yin impatiently rolled up her sleeves and slammed the teacup on the side. With a bang, Aunt Chui hiccuped and stopped. She stared at Madame Yin with tears in her eyes. Madame Yin already had an idea in her heart. She deliberately said coldly, "Just now, the gatekeeper said that your eldest daughter has come to the door and is waiting in the front hall to take you back. You should quickly pack your things and leave with her. Don't go back and say that I'm not human." Aunt Chui hurriedly said, "Madam, what do you mean? Didn't we agree to marry?" Madame Yin said angrily, "You can't make the decision for your daughter. What you said is useless." Aunt Chui looked embarrassed. She was embarrassed because she had lost face in front of Madame Yin. She was angry because Yushu wasn't filial to her. After thinking about it, she couldn't bear to cling to this marriage and the betrothal gift that Madame Yin had promised her. So she gritted her teeth and threw her fear of Yushu aside. She said to Madame Yin, "Madam, don't worry. I'll go and persuade that silly girl. She comes from a small family and doesn't know anything. Madam, please don't be offended. When I explain it to her, she will happily accept this marriage." Madame Yin was putting on airs and wanted her to go back and persuade her. She only looked better when her goal was achieved. She nodded and said, "Okay, go and tell her. Come back and tell me later." Chapter 435. Yushu waited for an hour. When her anger was almost gone, she saw a figure slowly walk in through the door. Because she was in someone else's home, it was not good for Yushu to lose her temper. She watched coldly as Aunt Chui sat down across from her. She gave her an uneasy smile and said, "I am only staying at someone else's fu for a few days. Why did you come looking for me?" "Since you know that this is someone else's fu," Yushu said patiently, "then quickly return with me." Haha, there is no rush. Although Aunt Chui had promised well in front of Yin Foreign, when she was in front of Yushu, she still had a guilty conscience and was short of breath. She fidgeted for a bit, and saw that Yushu did not seem to plan on losing her temper with her. She then gathered her courage and said, "This Yin family's assistant minister's foreign was originally mother's old mistress. Back then, I had followed your father to wander to Jiangnan. Now that I have returned to Jing, it was difficult to find a home. Foreign remembers old affection, and heard mother say that you are a good person. She wants to discuss marriage with our family, and betroth you to the third young master of the Yin family. This marriage is something that cannot be found even with a lantern. You know how generous the Yin family is. Just the betrothal gift is enough for Xiaoxiu to live comfortably for the rest of his life. I heard that the matchmaker came, but was chased out by you. You muddle-headed child, you really don't know what's good for you. In the end, mother is still planning for you and Xiaoxiu." The more Aunt Chui spoke, the more confident she became. In the end, she even angrily scolded Yushu. Yushu just knew that she was a pushover. She actually had the nerve to covet the betrothal gift that was out of nowhere in front of her. She immediately snorted coldly and interrupted her mumbling. She said, "Mother really has a lot of face. Even the wife of the assistant minister wants to claim kinship with you. She wants her own son to marry you, the daughter of a servant girl. This is not a match. Don't you fear people will laugh at you if this gets out?" Concubine Chui was not convinced. She raised her head and grumbled unhappily. "So what if I'm a servant? You're still the meat that fell out of my belly. You're still Master Yi. Can you find a second child like me in the entire capital?" Yushu snickered and went straight to the point. "It seems that you still have some self-awareness. You know that if it wasn't for me working hard, why would he look at you, a maidservant, and look at me, the daughter of a maidservant?" Concubine Chui was immediately beaten back to her original state. Her face quickly turned red, and she looked at Yushu with a sneer. Seeing the disdain in Yushu's eyes, concubine Cui didn't know where the courage came from. She pointed at Yushu and said angrily, "No matter what, I have already agreed to this marriage. I gave birth to you and raised you. I am your biological mother, and you are my biological daughter. Your father died early, so this marriage is naturally decided by me. I cannot tolerate your unreasonable pestering and spoiling the good things." Yushu had long known that Aunt Cui was a short-sighted and unreasonable person. She thought that being the mother-in-law of the son of the assistant minister was a great thing. How could she have known that Yushu, a female fortune-teller who was ranked third in the two rankings, could now be on equal footing with a fifth-ranked official just based on her rank? If they really talked about marriage, who knew who would benefit from it? The Yin family was also unreasonable. They pretended to be muddle-headed and thought that they had Aunt Cui in their hands. They wanted to trap Yushu a live fish. Yushu's heart was clear. How could she tolerate this? Yushu also didn't intend to reason with Aunt Cui. Seeing that she was confused, she glanced at the maidservant guarding outside the door and sneered loudly. "When Xiaoxiao and I were killed, why didn't mother remember that I was your biological daughter? Don't be afraid of being laughed at by others. My marriage is a big matter, and you really can't make the decision. You don't have to worry about Xiaoxiao either. He has me, his sister, to worry about him. If you are really satisfied with the Yin family's marriage, then I will prepare a dowry for you. You can marry here yourself." After she finished speaking, she stood up and brushed her sleeves. She was about to walk out, not worried that the two maidservants with strange expressions would go back and repeat her words. You unfilial daughter." Aunt Cui was so angry that her mouth became crooked. She wanted to scold someone, but she showed her timidity. She could only point at Yushu and yell. Yushu couldn't be bothered with her. She stopped at the door and casually said to one of the maidservants, "Go and repeat what I said just now from your madam. Just say that I, Swansea, said it myself. If she really wants my widowed mother to be her daughter-in-law, then send someone to the Wangji Tower in the north of the city to inform me. I will prepare the dowry in advance." Yushu rolled up her sleeves and left. She changed her original idea of taking Aunt Cui away. This assistant minister Yin's family dared to plot against her, so they couldn't blame her for not giving them face. As for Aunt Cui, she didn't believe that Madame Yin would not throw her out after hearing her words. Let's not talk about whether Madame Yin would throw Yushu and her daughter out after hearing what they said in the small tea room for the time being. Yushu walked out of the assistant minister's mansion and returned home. When Zhao Hui asked, Yushu only said that Aunt Cui found her old master's family and caused a misunderstanding by disturbing them. She didn't say it in detail. After all, she was almost sold by her own mother. This wasn't something to be happy about. Zhao Hui sighed inwardly when she saw her uneasy expression. She could roughly guess what was going on. Although she hadn't met Yushu and her brother's mother, she had heard a lot about her. Back when she was taking care of Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiao in Yang City, she vaguely knew what kind of person Aunt Cui was. Otherwise, she wouldn't have forced Yushu to live on the streets. She still remembered that around this time last year, when shopkeeper Chow was still the eldest son of the Shui family, he carried Yushu back from outside on a rainy day. Yushu was beaten until her skin was torn and her clothes were ragged. At that time, she thought that if this was her child, she wouldn't let anyone hit her even if it meant risking her life. Thinking up to this point, Zhao Hui held Yushu's hand tightly and said with a pained expression, "To put it bluntly, even if she's your biological mother, she can't arbitrarily arrange your marriage. When a woman marries, it's equivalent to living a second life. Although your mother's knowledge is shallow, I know that you're not like ordinary children in the house. You have big ideas and a competitive personality. If you really want to find someone to grow old together, it's not enough to just find someone that suits you. That person must also be able to tolerate you." When Yushu heard Zhao Hui's heartfelt words, she was slightly startled. A person suddenly appeared in her mind. That person was very tolerant of her, and could endure her strong personality. It could be said that he was also very good to her. Yushu suddenly came back to her senses. Only then did she realize what she was thinking about. She couldn't help but blush a little. Afraid that Zhao Hui would see through it, she lowered her head and leaned on her shoulder. She didn't mind the smell of blood on Zhao Hui's body. She rubbed her head against Zhao Hui's hair and muttered, "Mother is so lucky to have found such an infatuated person like Godfather." Zhao Hui smiled and pinched her face. "I was just talking about you, but you're making fun of father and mother." Yifangji came back from outside. When he lifted the curtain, he happened to hear Zhao Hui's words and asked, "What are you making fun of us about?" As he spoke, he took the sweet soup and tonic from the maidservant at the door and stirred it with a spoon. He gently blew on the hot air. Yushu looked at his actions and said with a smile, "I was just saying that Godfather and Godmother are so loving and enviable." Zhao Hui and Yifangji were not young, but they were both thin-skinned people. For a moment, they were embarrassed by her words. They laughed and scolded her before chasing her out. Yushu walked to the courtyard and turned her head to look at the afterglow of the setting sun on the wall. Her brows were shrouded with a touch of melancholy. She wasn't just making fun of them, but she really felt envious. Zhao Hui and Yifangji had gone through a lot of hardships to be able to enjoy such a happy life today. But in this world, how many men and women could either not go through thick and thin together, or they could not share the riches together? When their love was strong, they would make undying vows. When their love was thin, they would frown at each other. In the end, they would become a pair of infatuated men and resentful women. This was also the reason why she had always seen Xue Rui take great pains to treat her, but he refused to nod his head. In the end, she was afraid. She was afraid that this bosom friend in front of her would one day become a heartless man and make her sad again. It was just like how she had treated Jing Chun. She had once dug out her heart and lungs, but all she got in return was a sentence saying that their fate had come to an end. All the good things that had happened before had turned to smoke in the blink of an eye. No matter how helpless he was, he could not hide his ruthlessness towards her. In this life, she had a good time and she didn't want to waste it. She had once thought of finding a decent man and walking down the road, but she hit a wall with Jing Chen. Unknowingly, she became indifferent to the feelings between men and women. However, it couldn't be denied that after she became disheartened with Jing Chen, she couldn't help but be moved by Xue Rui. That was why she turned a blind eye to his methods of getting close to her, and acquiesced in this ambiguous relationship. Such a smart and far-sighted man, gentle and considerate, and sincerely trying to please her. How many women could not be moved? Yushu raised her hand and gently brushed her lips. She could still remember the kiss that made her heart beat faster that night, as well as that night in Xianchun Garden, the person she blurted out at the critical moment. She almost fell head first into it, but she calmed down and seriously considered her relationship with Xue Rui for the first time. She always felt that for her to take the initiative to take that step, she was still lacking something. What was still lacking? A trace of thought appeared in Yushu's eyes, and she hesitated in her heart. Yushu waited until Yu Xiaoxiu came back and told him that Aunt Chui was a guest in someone else's house, so that he could study in peace and not worry. Yu Xiaoxiu naturally wouldn't doubt the truth of Yushu's words. He only needed to know that Aunt Chui was fine. After the family had dinner, the sky was dark. Because of the matter at dusk, Yushu didn't know how to face Xue Rui when she returned to Wang Jilu. So she asked Yundou to make the bed and prepared to stay for the night. At least she didn't forget to send someone to Wang Jilu to send a message, so that she wouldn't be worried if she didn't return. At night, Yushu lay flat on the new bed that Zhao Hui asked people to change, and closed her eyes to sleep. She heard a small movement by her ear. She turned her head and saw a furry little thing climbing onto the bed, moving to the side of her pillow, and lying down with its butt in the air. She hadn't seen Kim Bao for many days, and it was rare that Yushu didn't dislike it for being dirty and didn't throw it away. She looked at the little yellow feather for a while, and muttered with some disgust, "Why are you fat again? How many good things did you steal from the kitchen?" Kim Bao opened its small black bean-sized eyes, half squatted, lazily twisted its direction, and lay down again with its butt facing her. Yushu endured it and didn't reach out to throw it out. Chapter 436. Yushu didn't know that when she was half asleep, Xue Rui, who was in Wangji Tower, was rejoicing because of today's false alarm. In the afternoon, he went to the Supreme Court's prison to interrogate the prisoners as usual. When he passed by the torture room, he saw a male prisoner being whipped. He suddenly remembered Yushu's reminder yesterday that he should stay away from those sharp knives and swords, so he didn't stay for long. Unexpectedly, after he walked a few steps past the torture room, he turned his head and saw a thrilling scene. A sharp iron hook flew out from the door and went straight through the place where he was just standing. The next moment, it hit the shelf that extended from the opposite wall, knocking over the brazier on the shelf. The sparks of boiling oil splashed all over the ground, making a sizzling sound, and the ground was burnt black. At that time, Shuerue's face was very ugly. It could be imagined that if he hadn't taken a few steps faster just now, the iron hook would have mercilessly scratched him. Even if he was lucky enough to avoid it, the brazier that fell from the wall would have splashed a few holes on his body. The jailer in the torture room hurriedly ran out. When he saw Shuerue's face, he almost knelt down to beg for forgiveness. It turned out that he was the one who used the torture. The whip was crooked and didn't hit the prisoner. The barbs on the whip rolled up the iron hook hanging on the side, and directly threw it out. Shuerue was frightened but not hurt, so he didn't blame him too much. However, when he returned to Wangji Tower, he felt a burst of fear and doubt. Not because of Yushu's accurate foresight, but because before this he didn't receive any news from the mansion. Not only did the Shui family support several masters of fortune-changing who knew geomancy and physiognomy, there was also a great master of fortune-changing who used to be one of the top 3 ranked masters in the 2 lists of fortune-changing. Every year, the great master of fortune-changing would perform divination for several of the Shui family's relatives. Shuerue, the eldest son of the Shui family, was one of them. Every once in a while, a secret letter would be sent to the Shui family. If there was any natural or man-made disaster, the Shui family would be warned. So Shuerue had always had a smooth sailing since he was young. Even if there were calamities and tribulations in his life, he would always be able to safely overcome them. For example, when he was facing an obvious calamity of blood like today, that person in the ancestral mansion didn't make the slightest movement, and it was instead Yushu's inadvertent reminder that hit the nail on the head, causing Shuerue to have no choice but to ponder deeply. Born into a noble family, Shuerue was raised by Shui Lingnan when he was a child. His grandfather was a close minister to the emperor, and accompanying the emperor was like accompanying a tiger. Under Shui Lingnan's teachings, he was very cautious, and he would also extend the details of trivial matters. Perhaps it was only an accident today, or perhaps he was being overly suspicious. But no matter what, this gave Shuerue a reminder. That person in the ancestral mansion was reliable in the past, yet it might not be the case in the future. Child, it's late. Do you want to rest after supper, or take a bath first? Guiqi's voice came from outside the door. Shuerue collected his thoughts and said, I'll sleep early today. Yushu sent someone to deliver a message to Wangji Tower, saying that she would not be back tonight. He did not want to stay up late, so it was better to sleep early and talk about other things when he saw her tomorrow. The next day was the 25th, and there would be Feng Zijing's lectures on the 5th, 7th, and 9th. Even if Yushu did not covet the strange art of word prediction that he promised previously, she still had to be there. She wanted to inquire about the news of the day of divine ancestor sacrifice. Today was still the morning class. Yushu entered the gate of Taisher Library and went directly in the direction of the chess house. The strange art originated from the 4 arts. Feng Zijing first introduced them to the door, and he had already taught them about the zither, calligraphy, and painting. He only had not finished teaching the word chess. The chess pieces that would be used in today's class, Yushu sent someone to go back to Wangji Tower to fetch them last night. She put them in a heavy bookcase and slung it over her shoulder. Walking in the library with birds chirping and flowers fragrant, she smelled the fresh air and had the ambition to learn. She really had some satisfaction of a scholar reading in the morning. When Yushu entered the chess house, she first looked around. She saw that there were many old yellow wooden low stools in the room. There were about 20 sets of them. Some students in ordinary clothes were sitting on them, playing with the chess pieces that they had brought with them. 1 or 2 of them even had chess records in their hands. The chess pieces used by these students were different. Some were ground and washed with rainflower stones, and some were carved with wood. The most valuable one should be a set of lovely green jade stones. The owner should be Fang Zijing's granddaughter, Situ Qinglan. Yu Shu saw that there was an empty seat on her right. She thought for a moment and walked over to say hello. Miss Situ. Situ Qinglan turned her head and saw that it was her. Her quiet face raised a smile. Miss Yu, good morning. Yu Shu sat down next to her and glanced at the scroll in her hand. She vaguely recognized the two words chess spirit on the cover. Her memory flashed, and she asked directly, Are you reading the chess spirit scripture? Situ Qinglan nodded graciously, and then asked, Miss Yu, have you also read this scroll? Yu Shu shook her head and laughed in her heart. She remembered that when she was found by Ji Xingxuan, she took out several so-called treasures to exchange for the unique skill of the 6 lines. Among them was the chess spirit scripture. At that time, she was ignorant and had limited vision. She thought that it was a wonderful skill. But now she saw that it was a common skill that could be easily obtained by many children of aristocratic families. Fortunately, she was smart and didn't fall for it. Otherwise, she would have been fooled by Ji Xingxuan as a fool. Situ Qinglan saw that Yu Shu's eyes were twinkling. No one knew what she was thinking. Because of Fang Zijing's advice, she wanted to make friends with this famous female fortune-teller in front of her. So she handed the scroll in her hand to her and said, This chess spirit scripture is divided into 3 volumes. It was collected by my grandfather. I just started learning it half a year ago. If you are interested, you can study it with me. Yu Shu felt that Situ Qinglan was being nice to her more than once. She thought that it might be Fang Zijing's idea. After thinking for a moment, she took the scroll and casually turned 2 pages. She sighed deliberately and said, It's good to study it together. I'm afraid that I'll be a slow learner and drag you down. Don't regret it. Situ Qinglan rolled her eyes and covered her mouth with a smile. Of course not. You don't know that I often study alone. I'm always lonely. I'm happy to have someone to discuss with me. Yu Shu said straightforwardly, Why do you study alone? Don't you have any sisters of the same age in your family? Although the Yixue family did not have a large population, most of the children in the family wanted to learn Yixue. As one of the 12 families in the capital, the Fang family should have many children. Situ Qinglan's smile dimmed. Her white fingers stroked the cuffs of her sleeves and said softly, My mother passed away when I was 8. My father sent me to the Fang family in the capital. My grandfather felt sorry for me and taught me personally. So, I don't play with the sisters of the Fang family often. It was not difficult for Yu Shu to hear the bitterness in Situ Qinglan's voice. Only then did she know that Situ Qinglan might not have had an easy time in the Fang family. Thinking about it, it made sense. She was a cousin of an outsider, but she was personally taught by old Master Fang, and could even study in the Taisher library. How could the children of the Fang family accept this? They must have excluded her. Yu Shu felt a little guilty because she had poked at Situ Qinglan's sad heart. She wanted to change the topic, so she said brightly, Then let's make a deal. You lend me your book and I'll be your companion. But I'm the one who takes advantage of you. How about this? After the class today, I'll treat you to a good meal at noon. Don't refuse. Situ Qinglan heard the closeness in Yu Shu's words. Her melancholy was swept away and she was very happy to agree. After a while more people came. Yu Shu heard people talking about Fang Zijing's fortune-telling. Everyone said it was strange and many people said it had come true. Yu Shu did not interrupt, because her fortune-telling seal had not been given to her. According to Fang Zijing's fortune-telling, the Celestial Commissioner should have already made the seal. After class, Yu Shu was tidying up the scattered chess pieces on the table when she heard Fang Zijing call her. Yu Swanzi, come here. It was quiet in the chess house. All the students turned to look at Yu Shu. They couldn't help but feel angry, thinking that Fang Zijing was going to ask her to do something again. Yu Shu was afraid that the old man would ask her to send something to someone again. She was reluctant, but she still walked forward without any expression. Academician. Take it. Fang Zijing handed her a sandalwood box the size of a square inch that he had brought to class today. Where should I send it? Yushu took it helplessly. What do you mean by sending it? This is your private seal. Feng Zijing did not know what she was thinking. He said calmly, a few days ago, the Celestial Commissioner sent someone to send it to Taisher Shuyuan. Because he couldn't find you, he left it with me. Yushu was surprised and happy when she heard this. She thanked Feng Zijing for keeping it for her and opened the box. When she saw the object inside, her eyes lit up. This was the ivory embryo she had personally chosen. It was less than the length of a finger, about an inch square, and about 5 or 6 centimeters thick. The symmetrical hexagonal surface was polished and glossy, and the whole body was fine milky white. The most wonderful thing was the nose button, which was carefully carved into a lotus with 100 holes. It was delicate and lovely, full of charm. It was smooth and delicate in her hand. There was a line of small characters carved on the seal, which said, "Made by the Celestial Commissioner in so-and-so year." Looking at the bottom of the seal, it was the elegant name, Lotus Room of You, that she had left on a whim in the seal board that day. She liked the 2 words Lotus Room that Shui Rui had given her, so she did not choose another one. As for the fact that she had chosen it as a proper operator's seal, she subconsciously did not mention it to Shui Rui. Feng Zijing had obviously seen her seal before. He kindly told her, "This piece of beast jade is indeed a rare and good thing. Carry it with you during the day, and it can drive away nightmares at night. You should keep it well. Don't lose it and don't misuse it." Ferocious objects like elephant tusks and wolf fangs would gain the beautiful name of beast jade after they were dissolved. It was said that Yushu's seal embryo was taken from the mouth of an elephant king. So it was indeed worthy of being called beast jade. Yushu agreed and happily put it in her arms. She bowed to Feng Zijing and said, "Academician, you deserve your reputation. I admire you." This referred to the matter of Feng Zijing's word prediction last time. Chapter 437. 2 p.m. When it was almost noon, Yushu took Situ Qinglan to the Wangji Tower. She said that she was the host. If there was a place that didn't cost money, why should they go somewhere else? The 2 of them entered through the front door. Lin Fu was behind the counter counting the taels of silver. As he watched customers enter and leave, he looked down and raised his head. When he saw Yushu, he was startled for a moment before he hurriedly trotted out to greet her. Situ Qinglan had a special position in the Feng family, so she didn't go out often. She had heard from her senior sisters and brothers in the study garden that there was a big restaurant on Yanma Street. The food there was expensive. Not only were there all kinds of delicacies, but the signature dish was fu lu, which was really rare. She didn't expect that Yushu would take her to such a place. She estimated that a meal would cost more than 100 taels of silver, which was equivalent to half a year's salary. She felt embarrassed and followed Yushu. When she was about to persuade her to go somewhere else, she saw the fat shopkeeper trotting over and greeting with a smile. "Miss, you're back." "Yes, is there a vacant room upstairs?" Yushu pointed to the private room on the 2nd floor. She and Situ Qinglan didn't know each other well, so it was not suitable to take her to the private room in the backyard. Yes, Lin Fu would not say no. He glanced at the young lady behind Yushu and didn't ask much. He reached out his hand and led them upstairs. Situ Qinglan was secretly surprised, so she didn't say anything. She followed Yushu into a private room. After sitting down, she asked curiously, "Are you a regular here?" Yushu took the hot towel from Lin Fu. She wiped her hands and said to him, "You only know that I offended old Oracle Han. Why didn't you hear where I offended him? The owner of this restaurant is my sworn brother. My birthday banquet was held here. Old Oracle Han's disciple came to the Wangji Tower to pick a quarrel. The first time she met Feng Zijing, she was reprimanded. After that, Situ Qinglan explained to her about Feng Zijing's painstaking efforts and how she had offended Han Wenguang. Yushu didn't mean anything, but Situ Qinglan was a little embarrassed. She said anxiously, "I just heard it from someone else. Actually, I was too talkative and thought I was smart. I thought everyone else was stupid and made fun of me. You are a magnanimous person, please don't bother with me." Yushu didn't take it seriously. "If I wanted to argue with you, I wouldn't be sitting here eating with you. After that, seeing that Situ Qinglan's complexion had improved, he asked her about her preferences and ordered some dishes. After a while, Little Dai and Little Qing were called upstairs by Lin Fu to serve them. Yushu was talkative and Situ Qinglan was good at replying. The two of them ate together without any awkward silence. No one was dissatisfied with the meal. After all, Yushu was an old fox who was soft on the outside but hard on the inside. With a few words, she roughly guessed Situ Qinglan's situation in the Fong family. Her mother died, her father was not kind, and her grandfather was the only one who was close to her and treated her differently. But it just happened that she, an outsider, was in a difficult situation in the aristocratic family. She was a descendant of an aristocratic family in name, and was excellent in both morals and studies. But in fact, she lived in a circle of jealousy. She was a promising 8th grade master of changing at a young age, but few people in the Fong family would look up to her. She was pitiful. Yushu had always looked down on those who gave up on themselves. But for a girl like Situ Qinglan who struggled to survive in adversity, she admired her a little. She wanted to make friends with her. As they chatted, there were more truths in their conversation. Recently, there are rumors in the library that it was the 4th Miss Ji, who was promoted to a hideout master of changing not long ago, who killed Miss Chow. Situ Qinglan told Yushu what she was curious about when they were drinking tea after the meal. She looked at Yushu's expression and asked carefully. Someone said that on the night of Prince Jing's banquet in Xiancheng Garden, Miss Ji wanted to kill the person who knew about it, and was caught red-handed. You were invited to the banquet that night, right? Did you hear about it? Is it convenient for you to tell me? Although Situ Qinglan was a student of the Taisher Library, she was not a direct descendant of an aristocratic family, and had no relationship with Lu Tan. Therefore, she was not invited to the banquet that night. What she heard later was just gossip. It was hard to tell whether it was true or false. Yushu thought about it. There were many people at the banquet that night. There was no need to hide it from her. She said, "To tell you the truth, I caught that Ji. She is in prison now. I don't know if she is dead or alive." Situ Qinglan was stunned. It took her a while to find her voice. "What is going on?" Yushu sneered. "I am friends with the 6th Miss of the Xian family. She suddenly disappeared that night at the banquet. I was worried and looked for her in the garden. I happened to see Ji Xingxuan pushing her downstairs. It was very dangerous for me and Lord Shui of the Supreme Court to save her." Later, Xian Luer pointed out that she was the one who eavesdropped on the conversation between the young lady of the Qin family and Ji Xingxuan. She saw with her own eyes that Ji Xingxuan had placed a note forged with Daozi's handwriting into Miss Chow's book. What? Situ Qinglan took a deep breath. She was scared by the truth. Her face turned pale. She said in surprise, "Is that so? I have been friends with Miss Ji for a while. I really can't tell that she is such a malicious person." Yushu thought. She knew Ji Xingxuan was not a good person the first time she saw her. Situ Qinglan saw Yushu's cold face. She was smart enough not to ask anything. After drinking a cup of tea, she left. After sending Situ Qinglan away, Yushu went upstairs in the backyard. She took out the seal she got today and played with it for a while. Then she took a long nap. When she woke up in the afternoon, she felt greasy. She asked someone to boil some hot soup, and was ready to take a bath. After taking a bath, Yushu felt refreshed. She didn't want to see those dead cases today. She changed her clothes and asked Xiaoqing to dress up as a servant. Then she went out with them. There was not only a restaurant in Wangji Tavern on Yanma Street. There were many shops and 2 streets. The later it was, the more lively it was. There was a tea house in the middle of the street. Inside, a storyteller was telling a story. Yushu found a good place. She asked for a pot of tea and a plate of melon seeds. Then she sat down and listened to the story. There were 3 interests in storytelling at that time. The first interest was the object in the hand, a fan, a board, or an arrow. The second interest was loud and soft. Sometimes it was loud and frightening. Sometimes it was soft and inaudible. The third interest was supportive. There were 3 to 5 people sitting below them. Even if it was interesting or not, they would shout. Yushu sat down for a while. After the first story was finished, a storyteller wearing a beige shirt and a jujube jacket came. He had a square face and looked like an average person. He held a long folding fan in his hand. When he opened it, it could cover half of his body. When he waved it, the wind whistled. When he came to the table, it caused a series of laughter. Everyone, please come. Oldga, I'll tell you a new story today. This time, it's not about the heavens and the earth. It's not about those shadowless things. Everyone, please listen carefully. I promise you'll enjoy it to your heart's content. Yushu was captivated by this opening speech. Hearing that the surroundings had quietened down, the square-faced storyteller tapped the large fan in his hand with a pa-pa sound. Straightening his face, he said in a solemn voice. Speaking of which, in the 12th year of the Baotai era in the 6th month, the triennial Dian examination was in full swing. From the south, a young man with the surname of Yun, we call him Mr. Yin. This Mr. Yin was a handsome man. He was born with a handsome face. Even Panin of Jin would be embarrassed if he saw him. This Mr. Yin came for the Dian examination. He was confident and appeared in the capital for half a month. With his talent, he attracted the attention of many aristocratic families. They were willing to call him brother. There were also some who were jealous and came to pick a fight with him. All of them were taught a lesson by Mr. Yin. From then on, his reputation grew and people came to visit him. The storyteller opened his fan and continued. In the 8th month, Mr. Yun stayed in a restaurant on Qianyuan Street. One day, a beautiful guest came. Why do you say it's a beautiful guest? Listen to me. Even though this guest was dressed like a man and had a single head, he had a beautiful figure. He was even more beautiful than a woman. Is he not a beautiful guest? The audience burst into laughter. Someone said, then which family's young lady dressed as a scholar? The storyteller smiled and waved his fan. He did not reply and continued, this beautiful guest's surname is Wan-er. Let's call him that. This Wan-er is also an interesting person. He is proficient in the 4 arts. There is nothing he is not good at. He is knowledgeable and considerate. When Mr. Yin saw him, he knew who he was. The two of them toured the capital. During the day, they talked about the scenery by the lake. At night, they drank wine under the moon. They were so romantic that others envied them. Just like that, a good period of time passed, and it was time for the Great Yin examination. That Mr. Yun wholeheartedly took the examination, but that one air disappeared in a single night. The storyteller winked at the crowd mysteriously. Someone quickly handed him a bowl of good tea, and begged him to continue, afraid that he would stop here. The storyteller did not hesitate. After moistening his tongue, he slowly said, after the Yin examination, Mr. Yun tried to find Wan-er. He was sad that he couldn't find him. He drank by the lake all day and ignored everyone. Just like that, he passed the first month until the Yin examination results were released. He purposely paused. Someone immediately interrupted. Is this Mr. Yun in high school? A group of people answered. Isn't he in high school? He must be in high school. The storyteller waited for the commotion to die down before smiling. He pointed around with the fan in his hand and said, not only the high school, but also the people who beat the drums and gongs to deliver the good news. Mr. Yun's reputation grew day by day in the capital, until one day, a golden decree descended from the heavens. Pa! He closed the fan in his hand and suddenly raised his voice, imitating the eunuch's voice. His Majesty has decreed. Virtuous heaven illuminates splendor. This year the son of Dian Yi, Yun Mufeng, has peerless talent, able to rule the heavens and earth. His Majesty has bestowed the title of Yin Hua to Princess Lu Yu in marriage. As soon as he finished, the tea-house became silent. The sound of needles rustling could be heard. Someone's hand trembled and knocked the teacup to the ground. Before anyone could sigh, the storyteller opened his paper fan again and said leisurely, when this Mr. Yun heard of the imperial edict, he was shocked instead of happy. Why do you think he refused to accept the edict? Everyone looked at each other. The identity of this Mr. Yun had been revealed. No one dared to speak carelessly. After a moment of silence, someone boldly guessed. Could it be that he admires the cross-dressing Miss Wan? The storyteller shook his head and smiled. He emptied one hand and gestured in the air a few times. He mumbled, when air is the character Lu. Don't you know who this one air is? This one air is Princess Lu Yu. The storyteller pointed his fan at the person and said, yes. Someone was surprised. Then why did he refuse to accept the edict? Does he not know? Haha, you're wrong. The storyteller suddenly sneered and slammed the fan in his hand on the table. He said sternly, because this Mr. Yun already has a wife in his hometown. Chapter 438. The story of Yun Huayi's son and Princess Liyue had been told by the later generations for nearly 20 years. In the past, when the older princess died of illness, Yun Hua sacrificed himself for her. His love was so deep that it broke the tears of the later generations. Yu Shu once sighed because of this sad and beautiful love story, but now she heard the storyteller reveal that Yun Huayi's son, who was deeply in love, was actually a heartless man who abandoned his wife, and Princess Liyue became the third party who stole his love. Not only Yu Shu, but everyone in the tea house also couldn't accept it. That's all for today. I'll take my leave first. The storyteller didn't care about everyone's reaction. He shook his wrist and put away the big folding fan. After cupping his hands, he walked out of the tea house with his head lowered, ignoring the voices of those who wanted him to stay. There was something wrong with this person. Yu Shu narrowed her eyes and stared at the back of the storyteller as he left in a hurry. She took out a piece of silver and threw it on the table, stood up quietly and followed him. Seeing this, Xiaoqing hurried to catch up with her and whispered, "Miss?" Yu Shu didn't look back. She waved at her, indicating that she shouldn't talk too much. She pulled her, and the two of them walked through the crowded street, following the storyteller at a moderate distance. There were fewer and fewer people around. From the busy street to a remote alley, Yu Shu was more and more sure that there was something wrong with the storyteller. Just as she was guessing, there was a turn in front of them, and the storyteller disappeared in a flash. Yu Shu quickened her steps and ran forward. She looked around, but there was no trace of him. Tisk. Yu Shu frowned and hesitated for a moment. She gave up the aimless search and took Xiaoqing back the way they came. Not long after they left, the back door of a house at the end of the alley was gently pushed open, and a figure walked out. He turned his head and looked around. He held a folding fan in his hand, turned around, and walked in the opposite direction of them. When Yu Shu returned to Wangji Tower, it was almost dark. She saw that the door of Shui Rui's room was half open. Knowing that he was there, she sent Xiaoqing away and knocked on the door. "Big brother. Come in." Shui Rui had yet to change out of his official robe, and was wiping his sweat with his hands. Hearing Yu Shu's voice, he wrung his handkerchief and wiped the water droplets on his neck before walking out of the bedroom. "It's almost time for dinner. Where did you go?" "There's a storyteller in a tea house on the street. I listened to him." Yu Shu walked to the tea table and picked up the teapot. She touched the temperature of the water with the back of her hand, and poured a cup of tea for him. Shui Rui noticed her strange expression. He lowered his head and drank 2 mouthfuls of tea. With a clear voice he said, "What kind of joke is that? Is it interesting?" "Ha!" Yu Shu laughed dryly and said with a conflicted expression, "Do you still remember when we were in Yiyang City? You told me the story of Yunhua Ez and Liyue Crown Princess." Shui Rui recalled and nodded his head. It seemed that there was such a thing. At that time, he had a paper and ink shop. She was young and inexperienced. This afternoon in the tea house, the storyteller told. Yu Shu told him another version of the love story of Ez and Princess that she heard not long ago. After listening to it, Shui Rui was much calmer than Yu Shu. He smiled and said, "I think he was just trying to please the public, so he deliberately twisted it. It's not worth mentioning." However, Yu Shu didn't think much of it. She said suspiciously, "I saw that the storyteller was acting suspiciously, so I followed him for a while. That person chose small paths and disappeared without a trace. Don't you think there's something fishy about this?" Shui Rui put on a straight face and asked, "Where did your curiosity come from? You dared to chase a stranger. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble?" Looking at his unfriendly expression, Yushu was speechless. She touched her neck and didn't know how to answer. Shuirue was well aware in his heart when he saw her slow-witted appearance, and a strand of evil flames instantly arose within him, causing him to be unable to suppress some words, causing them to change when they reached his mouth. It's already come to this, yet you're still wholeheartedly thinking about him. As soon as you hear something related to him, you disregard everything and want to bang your head against something. Now he doesn't even care about you when he meets you. Your past relationship has been eaten by dogs. You are the only one who is hot-headed. Can't you be more promising? Yushu was ridiculed by Shuirue without rhyme or reason. When she finally understood what he meant, her brows immediately trembled, and her pale face flushed red from anger. Was she just a shameless and useless person in his eyes? Shuirue thought that he exposed her thoughts and made her angry. Thinking of this, he became even angrier. On one hand, he felt wronged for her, but on the other hand, he felt wronged for himself. He thought that the two of them got along well with each other these days, and that he should be important in her heart. Who knew that she was still thinking about that fake Taoist? Master Shui, who had always been good-tempered and calm, was finally provoked by the knowledge in front of him. It was rare for him to be angry with Yushu. I am curious, but Yushu held back her anger and wanted to explain. When she opened her mouth, she was interrupted by Shuirue. You are not curious, you are stupid. The veins on Yushu's forehead twitched. She said again, I am not stupid, I just want. She was interrupted again. You are still thinking about him. You are stupid. Smack. A string called rationality in Yushu's mind snapped. She slammed her hand on the tea table, causing the teapot, teacups, and tea cushion to shake. She trembled and hugged herself. She said angrily, You are the stupid one. Shuirue was stunned, and then he lowered his eyes and frowned as he spoke in self-ridicule in a low voice. You're right. If you're stupid, then wouldn't I be even more stupid than you? I just have to admire a heartless little girl like you. Yushu blinked and looked at his bright and spirited peach blossom eyes shrouded in a layer of darkness. He looked extremely depressed. She suddenly felt uncomfortable in her heart. It was as if she had eaten a mouthful of paste, and her throat was blocked. I have never seen someone wrongly accuse someone like you, she said gloomily. There is clearly something wrong with that storyteller. In the case of Taisher Shoe Garden, someone deliberately framed Jing Chen. Now someone deliberately slandered Yinhua Ez, and accused him of being father and son. Think with your brain, is there anything fishy about this? Maybe it was ordered by the same group of people. I will tell you honestly, I did not chase after that storyteller for Jing Chen. I did not think so much at that time. I just thought. Shuirue slowly raised his eyelids and looked at her with his dark eyes. What were you thinking about? Yushu gritted her teeth and turned her head to look at the door. Although it was a little difficult for her to say it, she still said in one breath, I saw that you have been having a headache because of this case recently. I wanted to help you solve the case as soon as possible so that you can report to His Majesty. Otherwise, when the 1-month deadline is up, you will be in trouble. What should I do then? Her words were not difficult to understand. There was no beating around the bush. To put it bluntly, she was thinking of him wholeheartedly and could not care about anything else. This was clearly a kind of confession in disguise. She was telling Shuirue that she was not so heartless. In other words, he was in her heart. Shuirue's eyes lit up when she spoke halfway, and when she finished speaking, not a trace of disappointment could be found on his face any longer. His gaze that was like a blazing torch was tightly stuck onto Yushu's body, and he could clearly see that her slender neck was dyed with a layer of red, and the side of her face reflected a faint shadow under the light of the lamp. When had he ever seen such a moving scene? His heartbeat was a little chaotic, but he still controlled it. He held the armrest of the chair and tried not to make his voice sound too happy. Is it true? Who knew that when he controlled his voice too much, it was a little cold and hard? It was too late for him to change his words. Yushu only heard these 2 words as doubt. When she turned her head and saw his cold face, she couldn't help but become angry out of shame. She suddenly turned hostile. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Damn it, You don't believe me even if I tell you the truth. Shuirui saw that she changed her face and stood up to leave. He felt terrible in his heart. He did not dare to trick her again. He stretched out his arm and pulled her back. He knew that if he did not make things clear now, what he did before would be in vain. This time, if extreme joy turned to sorrow, he would die unjustly. Ashu, Shuirui grabbed Yushu's arm. No matter if she was willing or not, he used his strength to pull her in front of him. He held her wrist with one hand and fixed her in front of him. He sat on the chair and slightly raised his head. His eyes looked at her flushed face, and he could not suppress the joy in his heart. He comforted her with a warm voice. Why don't I believe you? You have me in your heart. I can't wait to be happy, so I will definitely believe you. His voice was warm and mellow. Every word he said was full of affection and desire to win against Honey. The ball of air around Yushu's head exploded with a pu. She stiffened her neck and turned her head around, lowering her head to fix her gaze on Shuirui's handsome face that was brimming with sincerity. She could clearly see that he was happy. Didn't you see that pair of peach blossom eyes were so bright that they could light up a lamp? Her chest trembled as if a goose feather was tickling her heart. She suddenly wanted to laugh. The man in front of her was smarter than her, calmer than her, and even more cunning than her. But because of a few words from her, he was so happy that he was willing to put down his pride and carefully coax her. What else was there for her to be unhappy about? Perhaps it was just a little bit more. Even without that little bit, she would still be tempted. With that little bit, how strong could she be? In her heart, she knew that she really liked the man in front of her. If she didn't like him, why would she be troubled? Thinking like this, once it became clear, Yushu's mood that was not up and down for the past 2 days stabilized. When she met Shuirui's undisguised gaze, she could feel the real joy. Previously, she turned a blind eye to him and pretended to ignore him. It was especially ridiculous. She treated him far worse than others, but he treated her better than anyone else. Faintly, she felt that it was not worth it for him. However, if it wasn't for his passion, how could she warm her heart of stone? You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.